Mike's Place Clubman's race of the day. Frankie Ennis. Frankie, good morning to you.
If I can get my breath. Hello, Gary. Yeah, it's been a run around this morning, but yeah, qualifying has been cancelled. So it's a good morning to everybody in the pit area, and good morning to everybody that is at home watching this production. Racing was supposed to start at 9:15, but due to the inclement weather conditions, the qualifying session this morning has been canned. It was raining just after 8 o'clock, so they decided to dust that. And yeah, so we are going to go straight into the opening race of the day, which is in the Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. Cars are out on track. As Gary was saying, it's a very wet racetrack. It's a very green racetrack. It has its, how can I say, it's good and it's bad, it's up and it's down. A green track means all the oil and grease and rubbish has been washed off, and that's exactly what the drivers want. However, the rubber that gets laid down on the circuit also gets washed off. So yeah, you basically have to bed the circuit in from scratch, from new, and it makes for rather interesting racing. So Gary, as the cars begin to work their way out of Fostron Corner, turn 5, they are beginning to line up on the grid.
That we're going to also have to keep an eye on who's out there on wets and who's out there on slicks. You will very quickly see whoever is out there on slick tires and hoping for a dry line to emerge during the course of the event, because slicks on this circuit, you can't get temperature into them, and a slick that's got no temperature on it has got no grip. For starters, add the water between the tire surface and the track as well, it just gets worse and worse. So yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting turn up. To the best of my knowledge, the way that the grid has been lined up is according to fastest laps at the previous event as per class, but we'll get confirmation of that. So good day, good morning, hi to everybody at home. Big thanks to IMUSAT, and I'm sure they're going to give us some nice footage. They will follow the commentators' commentary and try and pick up as much of that information for you that we are commentating on during the course of the event.
Right, so it's Andre Johnson that's on pole position with the Audi. Should I say Alex Johnson, that's got the Audi in pole position. Nias Modak sitting there in second pole. P3, 4 and 5 is open at this point in time. And the negative thing about a wet race event is that a lot of drivers just decide we're not going to pitch, and then it waters down, excuse the pun, the entire race event. A lot of people say, yeah, it's going to be great racing, but which it normally is, because that separates the men from the boys. But the negative side is half the field doesn't pitch up for race day, and that's the downside of having a wet race event. Look at all the open spots on the grid, which would have had cars in, and these drivers have just decided I'm not going to race. Don't do it for income, so I'm not going to put my car out on track. And that's a bad thing about a race that's wet, because, yeah, this is what it does. There are quite a few pit lane starters. I see 3 in the main pit complex, and I see about 3 in the Jabir pit complex. There's a 4th one rolling down the main pit complex, and that is one of the Levy cars. That's Anwar Levy in the 51 car that's making his way down. And he'll be joining the likes of Ahmad, Mansour Parker, and Baby Jakes that are standing in this side. There are 3 cars on the other side as well that will be making their way out. I think they have been released out onto the track. Yes, they have. And then these 4 are going to be released now as well onto the circuit, so that they can get their appropriate grids or find the appropriate grid slots the moment they line up, unless they're going to have to start from the back. Remember, this is a rolling start.
Yeah, some of the cars that you just spoke about now coming out onto the track is in fact people that have been on the front 2 rows of the grid, the likes of Mansour Parker, Wayne Wilson, Ahmad. I don't see Wayne Wilson out on circuit at all. I heard you say Ahmad and Mansour Parker, so that's 2 of the guys that will be out there. So a very mixed up grid as according to what we normally accustomed to, and obviously major variation on pace in terms of those that have got wet tires, those that do not have wet tires on slicks, or those that are on wet weather tires, which is rather aged because it's only been used once or twice or 3 times in the last 1 or 2 or 3 years, but it's still better than being on a full slick tire out there. So you can expect lots and lots of passing maneuvers going down in this race.
Right, so the pace car moves out of turn 3, out of Interceptor Corner, making its way up the Tigerberg Straight, known as the KFM Straight, towards turn 4, Malmesbury Sweep, known as Car Care Clinic. Big thanks to everybody at Car Care Clinic, Mel and Vota, as they work their way through turn 4, Car Care Clinic. A big thanks to all at IMUSAT, the entire team, Stephen Rhodes and the whole team at IMUSAT. A big thanks to them. They'll be doing the live stream for today. There'll be quite a few photographers out as well. I know Aubrey de Bruin will be out there, and Colin Brown, just to mention 2 of the photographers. There are more out there, so a big thank you to Aubrey and a big thanks to Uncle Colin. So the pace car making its way down the back straight, and Alex Johnson and Nias Modak roll down. Then it's Rasich. I found out eventually how to pronounce his name right, thanks to Dave Abrams. Rasich Harris going down the back straight, and then Cody Alberts is there. Remember, Cody sat out the last one. So they work their way down the back straight towards turn 5, Fastron. And then the moment the safety car makes its way into the pit lane, the red lights on pit lane will go off, and this one will be underway. Race 1 out of plenty. Remember, you've got the Onsa AC 100 for sports and GTs a bit later on, and then there's also a 1 hour enduro for the power sport motorcycles. But that's as the day progresses. Looks like the rain is done for today and for the rest of the weekend. We have Formula 1 from Spa-Francorchamps. That will be tomorrow. So they come down towards us. The lights will go off now. Alex Johnson will lead them into turn number 1 as the lights go off, followed there by Nias Modak. Rasich Harris, he's in that 3rd position, followed there by Cody Alberts. Then it's Imad Modak as they work their way through turn 1 out of KFM Corner. That's the first 4 or 5 cars coming through. Shane Smith is also in the house. Clint Renard sits there on his outside as they work their way up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2 towards Quarry Corner.
Well, tiptoeing through turn number 1 for a big off there, and that was one of our lead vehicles.
That was a lead. That
Johnson.
Was Alex Johnson.
He got it sideways and it just went off on a plane, and there was no ways he was going to stop that car, put it sideways into the tire barrier. He's in fact coming back onto the track, but probably find that the impact with the barrier softened to a large extent by an extensive tire wall there is probably what has saved him. But as we said, you're going to see lots of passing and a lot of different things happening out there on circuit today.
They need to be very careful. They're going to have to tiptoe their way around for the first few laps. It's a wet Killarney International Raceway. Yes, the sun has come out, but there's a lot of water out on the track. There are plumes, rooster tails of water as they work their way out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic. The whole stream of cars working their way down into Fastron Corner, turn number 5. Out of turn 5 they come now. Well, Nias Modak could have had a bird's eye view of Alex Johnson aquaplaning and sliding off the track in turn 2. He comes across the line now to finish lap number 1. Rasich Harris sitting there in that 2nd position. They are going to go very slow. Here comes Clint Renard. He's out in that 3rd position, followed there by Shane Smith. Then it is Imad Modak coming through, Cody Alberts. Roshan Khan, he's in the house as well as they work their way out of turn 1 KFM.
Oh, nice to see Roshan out there. Looks like most everybody has made it through Cape Town Corner, Fastron. But a lot of the faster cars starting off at the back of the pack, that's running a lot slower than what they normally would, and trying to ease their way through the traffic without anything fancy happening. So it's all about Nias Modak that leads them out. Raslich Harris in that 2nd position. Then it is Clint Renard is the next man coming through there. And then from there on out, it's a total mixture of Class B and Class C cars.
Right, so as the field makes its way out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor Corner, working their way up the KFM straight into turn 4, the lead car of Nias Modak, working its way down the back straight. Razik Harris sitting there in that second position, followed there by Clint Renard in third. Whole group of cars working. Oh, there's a car off in turn 4. That is Shane Smith. Shane Smith has lost the BMW on the outside of turn 4 Car Care Clinic. Just aquaplaned off the circuit. Khan is coming through as Paul Minnick. Look at Ahmad. He's just carving his way through the field. He just got past Daniel Kutsia as a group of cars head towards turn 5 Fostron.
Well, a spinner in turn 4's managed to get going again and gets back onto the circuit without any problems whatsoever. So Nias Modak showing the guys the way around from Rasley Harris. Then the man that was in there behind them, that was the spinner. So that moves Clint Renard into third position with Renard Modak. Cody Alberts bringing up the tail end of the field in Class A. Paul Minnick leading out Class B. He'll be pretty chuffed with that one. He's just got to keep it on the island and all should go well from there.
There's a lot of cars working their way out of turn 1, out of KFM Corner. Quite a few of them heading up now towards turn number 2. And Ahmad is just blasting his way through the field. Is Ahmad. He's ahead there of Cody Alberts. And behind him it's Paul Minnick. Look at that group of cars just tiptoe their way out of turn number 2. As a matter of fact, Cody Alberts is losing a hell of a lot of ground. Paul Minnick in that Golf has just decided to blow his way through and work his way out of turn number 3 up the KFM straight towards turn number 4. And the leaders are busy working their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron. And man, the lap times will be pretty slow out there today as they just literally ease their way around a wet Killarney racetrack.
Well, let's have a look at the different classes. Class B, Paul Minnick, 6th overall and first in Class B. Then it's Baby Jakes that's down in 9th position. He's got Ahmad standing between himself and the lead car, but not that far behind. It's about 5 or 6 seconds. Then it's Gutsia, Swart and Smith. In Class C, I don't think there's anybody ahead of Roshan Khan. So it should be Roshan Khan from Noel Stunder in Class C. And then the Class D battle is Franco in the 69 car. And he's doing a very, very nice job. He's got a fair amount of space between himself and the 39 of Jacobs. So he'll be looking to keep it nice and neat, nice and smooth on the island. Roshan Khan running very, very slow up the front main, slowing right down, showing the cars to go past him. And the 41 325i Shadowline BMW looks like it's going to be not able to complete this race. There's still 5 laps to go.
Well, have a look at the leader. So the leaders should be making their way down towards turn 5. Yes, they are. They're heading down towards Fostron Corner. I'll tell you what, it's a lot of cars spread out all over the place here, and the guys are really battling around Killarney. So the leaders should be coming out towards us. That will be Nias Modak as he makes his way under the bridge. Is this Modak? Yes, it is indeed. Nias Modak getting into turn 1, into KFM Corner. Into second place now, Clint Renard and Razik Harris. He's there in that third position. And then it's a big gap as we wait for Ahmad to come towards us. He was carving his way through the field like a hot knife through butter. He's got the hammer down. He's probably got full wets on that BMW. And then heading towards us now into turn 1 is the 47. That is Imad Modak. And then Cody Alberts will be the next one coming to us. No, it's not Cody Alberts. It's a Baby Jakes. That's heading into turn 1.
Also pushing it a little bit harder and taking a couple of chances here and there, trying to ensure that he can pick up the best possible results. So, yeah, cars right around the circle. I feel for the cameraman, well, the man that's trying to determine which camera to be on. we are battling to find who is where, so they must really be battling down there. Roshan Khan, Frankie, on his way down the back main, running very, very slowly, but with the experience that he has in motorsport, staying right out of the way and indicating with his arm out the window. Oh, spinner on the exit of turn 3, and that's right on the outside of the second. The car has stopped on the grass and right in front of the Boomers, trying to work his way. I hope he'll be able to get out of that. It'll probably be a very wet, marshy surface that he's on. Hopefully he'll be able to get the car back out on track.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it's all happening out there. Our leader's going into turn 2 into Quarry Corner, and he's also tiptoeing his way through, but that, oh, and Rasik Harris gets it out of shape, out of line. Well, picking that one up very neatly. He's in there just behind second place man Clint Bernard as they work their way through that kink and into a turn number 3 into Interceptor Corner. And I'll tell you what, I'll tell you this for nothing. Oh, Roshan Khan is cruising around. Clearly got a problem out there with that boxy BMW. The white flags are out, which indicates slow moving vehicle on the circuit. As he goes into turn 1 KFM corner, it's hard to pick up anything out here. It's just massive gaps between first and second and third, and there's cars that are tiptoeing all the way around Killarney now. Razik Harris is the quickest man out there with a 131.908.
131.9 is normally the back end of Class D, and that just shows you how bad it is out there, or how slippery and how tricky it is out there on track. Even if you are out there on full wets, you're still looking at around about 10 seconds a lap slower. Now, Razik Harris did take part in a rear-wheel drive BMW recently on the oval circuit, so he knows how to do front-wheel drive, he knows how to do rear-wheel drive. He must have pretty decent tires on that motor car, because he is cutting and carving his way through the pack very neatly at the moment now, and as he works his way down into turn 2, he's not that far off the tail end there of Clint Renard. Clint Renard in that second position, he'll be pretty chuffed with that. He's not able to catch Modak, but he's actually closing on Modak at the moment, so Modak, having gone through a fair amount of traffic, has been slowed up quite a bit on the last lap.
Well, I'm watching Ahmad that's making his way through the kink and heading into turn 3 into Interceptor Corner. If anybody was carving his way through the field, it's definitely Ahmad there in that BMW. He's working his way up the Tigerberg Straight and into turn number 4 into Car Care Clinic, and he's not too far behind the combination of Renard and Harris that's busy making their way down the back. And look how he just bombards those two slower cars down the back straight towards Pertamina Fostron Corner, and that is Ahmad that is on a move.
The Class D battle, it's David Franco that's leading out there, and the next one after that in Class D is Eugene Gaspari, and that is doing the BMW E46, doing 1 minute 46s out there on the circuit, so definitely not on wet tires and trying to pick up a result there in Class D.
So heading into turn 1 into Holzhoek, we see that Ahmad has just made a move there on Levy. He is literally ripping this field apart as he works his way up the Jabez Straight towards Quarry Corner, and the next guy he'll have miss a lock on going through Quarry Corner will be Cody Alberts. I'd love to just check the times of Ahmad because he is really flying around this track. I think a lot of drivers are out there on those semi-slick tires, and Ahmad, I'm almost certain, must be on full wets, because boom, through on the inside, get out of my way, Alberts, as Ahmad works his way past Alberts in turn 3 in Interceptor Corner and up the Tigerberg Straight towards Car Care Clinic turn 4.
Well, if I got it correctly, Kiara van Niekerk is in fact leading Class E, that ahead of Ryan Lodge, Kannemeyer, and Uncle Willie Gous. So Kiara van Niekerk in 14th position overall with 1 lap to go. So the lady racer doing a brilliant job out there. We are on the flag lap. We're waiting for Nias Modak to come through. And fact, here he comes now, Neil just ahead of Clint Renard, just ahead of Rasli Harris. Wow, the next one to come through in Class A should be Ahmad. And then Baby Jakes leading out that Class B battle now from Minute. Minute was leading for most of it. Smith has worked his way back up into third place if he makes it through in time. Cody Alberts completes his race at pretty much a tail end of Class A, so definitely not the right rubber underfoot for him.
No, not at all. Here comes Paul Minnick. We're going to pick up Paul Minnick soon. Uncle Willie Coast finishing his race. Dewald Tron crossing the line, and the next man on the lead lap is Baby Jakes coming down towards us. Philip Venter finishing his race, and the rest of the field just working their way through. Well, I'll tell you what, Imad Modak coming through to finish as well. It's really difficult to pick up who's where because there's a lot of slow cars in between the Foster cars. And talking about this, here comes another dice towards us, and it's Shane Smith that gets to the line ahead there. Paul Minnick, Mansour Parker crossing the line as well to finish his race. So it has been a whole mix-up, but the track is still extremely wet. Here comes Willie Swart to the line, and then the next man is the number 2 of Daniel Kutsia. So what an opening event we had, or should I say opening race of the day. And a big thanks to everybody. Gary Smith finishing his race. I hear David's, and there's one more car limping towards the checkered flag, and it is he's going to finish. It doesn't matter. Roshan Khan is saying, I don't care. And oh, that right rear tire has ripped itself apart. My word. Oh my word, it's damaged the bodywork, everything. But Roshan Khan has decided, either way, I'm nursing that car to the checkered flag.
All right then, so we have the STC Classic cars will be coming up next, and we had quite an exciting Clubman's, Mike's Place Clubman's race over there. A lot of pirouetting going on a very wet circuit, and a little bit of cleanup to come now as well. And see the fire bucky is going around the circuit at the moment, going through turn 3, Interceptor corner. But you can see on some of the replays over here, a number of the cars going off, lots of water on the grass as well. You'll see splashing going on there. And, well, we're just going to go through a few things over here as well. That turn 1 is now going to be Hole's Hook Corner. It's now reverting to the traditional name. The founder of Killarney many, many years ago will be turn 1, Hole's Hook, the left-hander. Then Quarry Corner, turn 2. And then the Tygerberg Straight we will have back again as well. And that's the one right between Interceptor turn 3 and Car Care Clinic corner that we'll have at the other side of the circuit, on the north side of the circuit.
Well, we want to say big thanks to KFM. They used to be a sponsor here at Killarney for many, many, many years. And sadly, they're no longer involved at Killarney. So KFM, for all the years that you were part of the Killarney International Raceway setup, from everybody here to you all at KFM 94.5, we want to say a big thank you for what you did for us throughout the numerous years that you were involved here at the WPMC. So KFM, from our side, a big, big thank you for all you did.
From all of us here in the commentary box, Frankie Ennis, Gary Fleming, Emil Tiny Brunt, and of course myself, Byron Height. And remember to be on Facebook. We've shared the link on Facebook on the various pages, or are busy doing that at the moment. Gary's, of course, a Second Gear talk show, which is twice a week on the Tuesdays and Thursdays. Monday, Tuesday, okay, there we go. So let me tell you one thing, expanding quite nicely over there. Tiny's Pit Box, be sure to check that out as well. And then, of course, the commentators page. And if you want to find anything to do with me, if you choose, that, of course, will be the Witzenberg Motor Club page. So we're very well and active on Facebook. But we'll have a little bit of a downtime now, a few things just to clean up on the circuit, see a few marshals out there running around. So sit tight, and we'll be racing shortly.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Do you love your car? Then why take it anywhere else other than to Car Care Clinic Service Center? They will look after the love of your life and ensure the best quality service and price. Car Care Clinic Service Center now in the Western Cape. Visit www.carcareclinic.co.za to find a branch near you.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
We'll find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za or their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kales River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Well, we get now the STC Classic cars coming up next in what looks to be a largely truncated field And Trevor Momberg, well, the thing is, we're just going to see now who's all where. Franco Donadio will be the man on pole position in his Escort. And then alongside him will be the Charles Arton Datsun. That will be the front row of the grid. There we go. Of course, Michael Hitchcock in that Mustang, and alongside him there's Dave Aladef, the man who was usually in Alfa Romeos, now in a BMW. And the BMW, of course, we're just trying to sort out here the 325IS BMW, very reminiscent of the old Tony Viana BMW from the late 80s, early 90s. I see a few things having to be done there with Charles Arton, of course, on the grid. Make sure that car is running and started. I see the number 58 coming into position as well now, the Ford Mustang. And I'll be able to tell you shortly who is behind the wheel of the 58 Mustang over there as well. We're just getting the timing screens in order. Neil Maton in the Alfa Giulia Super, that you'll find him there, as I say, Franco Donadio, Charles Arton, and then the 68 Fadi Mouton. There we go. My apologies, everybody. It's early morning. So Fadi Mouton will be 7th in the 68 Ford Mustang. Trevor Hutchings in the VW 1.8 litre Sirocco. Herman de Kock in the Escort, a number of Escorts out there. Martin Bench and Derek Wilsner also in Fords, Capris and Anglers. But away we looks like we're going to go now. Frankie, I see the Renault Sandero safety car, pace car, has made it already now around the Holes Hook section, the left-hander, and then onto the Joubert Straight.
Yeah, only a handful of these STC classic cars out there. There's no fine cars out here today, and well, this is what a wet race does. And I said it time and time again, wet race days it's horrible because half of your competitors don't pitch up. One can understand if you're doing it for a living, but all our competitors are racing for the fun of it. It's their sport, it's their hobby, and they're not going to damage vehicles out for no reason. So this is, when you got these days, you can expect that you're not going to have a lot of cars out there, because the last event we had, or the last two events, we had nearly 40 classic cars out there, and they were joined by the fine cars as well. So this is unfortunately what we've got. A lot of drivers do tend to pull out with the rain that started on Thursday. It was a serious storm. If you're not living in Cape Town and watching this production, you won't know what we went through the last couple of days. The entire Boland area, all the mountains in the Boland and George area is covered in snow. It's a beautiful sight, but it was 12 degrees yesterday, and for people that's not living in Cape Town that's watching this, it was absolutely freezing last night at home. So looks like the storm that we had is over, and tomorrow's going to be a lovely day in Cape Town. The temperature today is only 12 degrees. Tomorrow apparently only 13, so we're still very much in winter, even though we are heading towards the end of winter here at home.
And as you mentioned, Frankie, as well, that it looks like the rain for today is no longer, and for the rest of the weekend, tap on wood, the silver lining, the glimmer of hope is in the sky. And what happens is now we are on the back straight. There is the Renault Sandero taking the field around. Only 12 of them out there. Like I say, a reduced field. And usually, we can have up to 40 classic cars. But it is Franco Donadio that holds pole position at the moment. And he has had some great races alongside Charles Arton. But watch out there as well for Michael Hitchcock in that V8 Mustang. Dave Aladef, also a dark horse here.
Do you remember last event we had where the Mustang was pulling away from the Escort, and every time Franco caught up to Michael, he literally had to get past him, and at one stage of the game he got Michael stuck behind traffic and used that to his advantage, and I was still saying that was racing with your head. Well, he does have the advantage today. The track is still pretty wet. There's a lot of ponies under that V8 bonnet of that Mustang. And then he's still got that 250Z Nissan that's on his outside as well. So it's going to be very interesting as they get underway.
Underway we go now then as well. Watch it towards Holes Hook, turn 1. as they run in there. The corner advantage goes to Franco Donadio, but no heroics over here at the moment. It's very nice and neat through there. Charles Arton in the Datsun 240Z goes up in second. He started second, he stays second. Then it is Dave Aladev in the BMW ahead of Michael Hitchcock, ahead of the Mustang. Look at Bruce Van Taplin. He comes up into fifth position, but it looks like a very slow going Mustang over there as well. But remember, the Mustang, you can't put it on the power, but I think I see a hand coming out the window, Frankie, of Michael Hitchcock. I might have just seen something over there. He goes broadside into the quarry corner, and he's already been overtaken as well by the orange Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings.
Yeah, Hutchings got past him as well. Van Taplin got past him, and those two V8s are battling out there. Those two Mustangs of Michael Hitchcock and Fadi Maton. You cannot climb on that loud pedal. You're going to wheel spin all over the place. It's going to start searching for the road. It's going to start fishtailing all over the place, and you're going to find yourself in trouble. Later on today, when the track is dry, then the V8s will come into their own. But right now, they are battling as the field runs down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards Fostron corner. And it is Franco Donadio in the Ford Mustang. The Ford Escort, I apologize. We were talking about the Mustang. It's an Escort that makes its way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. Under the bridge it goes into turn 1, into Holzhoek. And right there in that second place is the 250Z Datsun of Charlie Arton.
And this is where, Frankie, we'll also see some of the front-wheel drive guys come to the fore as well. Bruce Van Taplin is the man actually at the moment. He's fighting with Dave Aladev. He's on the outside of Dave Aladev into turn 1 Holzhoek. And Aladev, remember that rear-wheel drive BMW versus the front-wheel drive of the Sprinter Toyota Corolla, is under immense pressure over here. But as Frankie was pointing out as well, those Mustangs, heavy power over there as well, but it's basically nullified now, because what happens is they like a dry track, they like those long straights, and what happens is they can really put the power down, and they'll get that a little bit later on. So at the moment, for Hitchcock and for the Fadi Maton as well, it's a bit of a knife's edge, if you could call it a tightrope walk.
Yeah, it is a tightrope walk. Even Martin Bench in the Capri has got past them as those two Mustangs work their way out of turn number 2 out of Quarry Corner. They're on nose to tail, those two Mustangs going through the kink and into turn 3 Interceptor Corner. But there's nothing happening inside those Mustangs right now. They cannot afford to put a wheel out of line, otherwise they could stick those things away into the tire barriers. And that's not what they need right now. But the leader is working his way out of turn 5, out of Pertamina Fostron corner. And there's nothing holding Franco Donadio back as he makes his way under the Mad Max Motorcycles and RST Race Depot Bridge, working his way into turn 1, into Holzhoek. And here comes Charlie Arton in that second position as he goes into turn 1, and then there's a huge gap before we see the Toyota of Bruce Van Taplin. He is there in that third position, and right behind him the boxy BMW of Dave Aladev, and right on Dave's case is the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings.
Well, this is the thing, Frankie, as well. Trevor Hutchings is coming up in leaps and bounds on Dave Aladev, and this is usually a great opportunity for some of the guys and girls that are down the field to actually get themselves some reward. And now you'll be coming up to Aladev, 2.3 seconds between the two of them. Van Taplin in third position, 14 seconds off the leader at the moment, but Arton 9.8 seconds off of Donadio at this time. So it just shows you. So Franco Donadio leads Class A from Charles Arton. Class B, Bruce Van Taplin, who's second in class is Fadi Maton, all the way down in 8th position. Class C, Trevor Hutchings, the 5th place man behind the 3rd place in class, Dave Aladev, who's currently in 4th position overall. But only 10 of them out there. Derek Wilsner in the Ford Anglia not taking any further part in this, and it did not start for Brian Bedin in the Datsun 1200 GX.
Yeah, just seen Derek Wilsner pulling the Anglia into pit lane, so he's either got a problem with that car or he doesn't fancy the track conditions, not sure which one, but he has made his way into the pit area as your race leader heads into turn 1 into Holzhoek, all on his own. That is Franco Donadio working through turn 1. There is a massive gap before we see second place man heading into turn 1 as well. That's Charlie Arton. That car was searching for the road coming down the main straight as he heads into turn 1. And here comes our third place man towards the Mad Max Bridge now. That's the Toyota of Bruce Evan Taplin. And even he's tiptoeing his way into turn 1. Then the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings, and behind him the boxy BMW of Dave Aladef. And then heading towards us is the Capri of Martin Bench.
Yeah, Martin Bench, as you mentioned there as well, Frankie. Michael Hitchcock is all the way back in 7th, and actually it's going to be 8th position now because we have Ferdy Maton, who's currently the leading Mustang. So Ferdy Maton in 7th. Michael Hitchcock falls down to 8th position with then Neil Mouton coming through the Alfa Romeo ahead of Herman de Kock. And that now rounds off the field over here as well. Now only 7/10 of a second between the two of them. I won't take the fastest lap times here anywhere serious, because what happens is, look at the conditions. The fastest lap time at the moment is a 1:36.012 by Franco Donadio, and he currently still leads this race by almost 15 seconds.
Yeah, Charlie Arton in second place is, as you say, nearly 15 seconds behind him. And then Bruce Evan Taplin is almost 20 seconds behind Charlie Arton, and Evan Taplin sits in that third position. So we're going to pick up the leader. He should be going down the back straight. As a matter of fact, he's heading out. Oh, where is he? Where is the leader? There he goes. We lost him for a moment. He's heading towards a turn number 2. He's heading towards Quarry Corner. That is the leader, and he's done a 1:36.012 as Franco Donadio. And it shows you the conditions out there, all on his own through the kink. He runs into turn number 3, into Interceptor Corner. And second place man is only making his way through turn number 2 now. And that's the Datsun 240Z of Charlie Arton. And Charlie making his way through the kink towards Interceptor Corner. And third place man is only making his way out of turn 1, out of Holzhoek now. And that is the sprinter of Bruce Evan Taplin. And he is heading towards turn 2. So there is massive gaps between first, second and third. 18.6 between Donadio and Arton. And then there is a 26.1 between Arton and Evan Taplin. That's in that third position. So the gaps are massive out there.
Well, we'll be coming up. The leader is going to be coming up to lap Neil Mouton and Herman de Kock, the Alpha and the Escort, and he crosses the line now. They've passed the half distance mark. Remember, we're doing a 9-lap race here, not an 8-lap race. So there's 4 laps left to go, 5 completed, and then there's a bit of a wait until we have Charlie Arton coming out now of the Pertinina Fastron and all the way to the line now. So it's pretty spaced out the field. If you look at the where the real battles are, it is actually going to be the Neil Mouton and Herman de Kock battle there down in 9th and 10th positions for the basically the scraps over here as Charles Arton puts in the fastest third sector time. Like I say, what happens is sector times are not going to and lap times are not going to be the order of the day today. And it's basically just, you could say, survival. But frankly, remember, we talk about a lot of guys pulling out of the race because, a lot of the folks are on budgets. They don't do wet tires. They don't do all these things. And also, they don't want to risk it out there as well. You could easily slide off and do some permanent damage to a car or something like that. And that could actually end your season.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this is what the weather does. And this morning, it was raining at 7 o'clock this morning. It was raining pretty heavily, so much that we never even done the qualifying here this morning as well because of it. It is cleared up now, and we don't quite know for how long. It is clear in the sense that there is no rain. It's still very cloudy, and the threat of that rain is still around. Let's hope that it does stay away. However, we have still got a few more laps to go in this race, and it is the leader that's making his way into turn number 1, into KFM Corner, Franco Donadio. It's hard to call a race with all these gaps that is in between. He's making his way out of turn 1, out of Holzhoek, and working his way now towards turn number 2. And only now does the second place man, Charles Harden, cross the start-finish line, and only now does he head into turn 1 into Holzhoek. And then there is a humongous gap, Byron, because third place man, Bruce Van Taplin, is only making his way now down into turn 5 into a Fostron corner.
Oh, basically in a class of his own, Frankie. He's a Class B leader at the moment, third overall. And the second place man in Class B is Ferdy Maton in the other of the Ford Mustangs. So the two Ford Mustangs still hanging around there in 7th and 8th positions. They'll be hoping for some better conditions, of course, as the day goes on later on in the day after lunchtime. So what happens is here comes Bruce Van Taplin now, and he is a mighty distance behind, of course, the leaders. He is... 17 seconds behind Charles Arton, about 40.8 behind the leader, Franco Donadio, with 3 laps left to go now as we speak.
Yeah, I feel sorry for our camera crew because the gaps are so massively huge between all the cars. It's hard for them to keep up with who was where. But the leader is the man you're seeing on your screen now, and that is Franco Donadio coming through to start another lap, his penultimate lap, as he heads into turn 1 into Holzhoek. And he hasn't bettered that time. As a matter of fact, he has. He's now done a 1:35.779, and that is heavy slow for somebody like Franco Donadio, but that does show you the weather conditions that we had, and the track is still very greasy out there.
Yeah, you can see it on the screens over here. Look at the outside of the circuit. You get on that, there's a bit of slipping and sliding going on. I think we saw that in the Clubman's race earlier on as well, Frankie. Once you get off the circuit, once you get off the racing line, that is when it is very difficult to keep the car on the circuit, as Franco Donadio puts a lap there on what is Ferdy Maton. So he's gone past Michael Hitchcock. Now Ferdy Maton. And, now, actually, it's not Ferdy Maton, excuse me. I think he went past Herman de Kock earlier on. So a number of guys have been lapped over here. Only 10 of them out there still, as Franco Donadio comes out of Car Care Clinic. And it is actually, excuse me, the Ford Capri of Martin Bench. That is the man I was looking for over there. So Martin Bench currently in 6th position, and he is 12.7 seconds off of Dancing Dave Aladef as Bruce Van Taplin completes another lap.
Right, so here comes Donadio working his way out of turn number 5 out of Fostron corner as he heads towards us. As a matter of fact, Trevor Hutchings and Dave Aladef are heading into turn 1. They're heading into KFM corner, and here comes the leader to start his final lap going into turn 1. So not KFM corner, into Holzhoek, I do apologize. And as he works his way out of Holzhoek, and he's literally, and Trevor Hutchings gets it, stepping out of line in turn 2. He gets it out of line in turn 2, does Hutchings, and he's going to go a lap down because the leader is now working his way out of turn 2, out of Quarry corner, and he is right in there behind Hutchings. Hutchings steps out the way, and Donadio makes his way through, and he has now got a half a lap to go before he sees the checkered flag.
Well, Frankie, we look at the windows over here now. It's a bit of a drizzle coming. We thought that the rain had basically gone for the day, but it is a drizzle, and that can change things just a little bit because a persistent drizzle just makes the circuit a little bit wet again as well. But let's hope that it's only a passing drizzle and that it's not going to be something that will be really through the day. But Franco Donadio, we wait for him now to cross the line. He comes down the back straight now. There's Dave Aladef right in front of him. I don't think the BMW is going to be lapped in this race. I think he'll finish on the lead lap. And I know Trevor Hutchings was a man who was, of course, now lapped because of his spin on the exit of the Quarry corner section, of course, turn 2. And, hopefully the marshals keeping nice and warm there as well. You can see them with their jackets on. Dave Aladef crosses the line. He's got one more lap left to go. Franco Donadio takes he's actually got one more lap left to go. Oh, no, he's got the checkered flag. Sorry, excuse me. 9 laps. I miscounted over there for a brief moment. Franco Donadio, a 1:34.803, fastest lap time for the race. He takes the victory over here as well. Then we wait for Charlie Arton in the Datsun 240Z. Trevor Hutchings will finish 5th, a lap down. He'll be the last of the lapped contenders. Martin Bench will finish in 6th, and in 7th, Ferry Maton. That, of course, is now Trevor Hutchings will still take the Class C honours ahead of Martin Bench. There goes Charles Arton, now 2nd position overall and in class. Bruce Avon Taplin, we wait for Bruce Avon Taplin in the Toyota Corolla, who will be the victor in Class B. Dave Eladef, 3rd in Class A and 4th overall, as we wait for Michael Hitchcock in 8th position, 9th position and 10th position. The hotly contested battle between the Alpha of Mouton and the Escort 1.6 litre of Herman de Kock. And I think Michael Hitchcock just crossed the line now in the V8 Mustang. The Mustangs, of course, the conditions not lending themselves to them today. All that power and nowhere to put it. That's the whole thing with the Mustangs. Here comes across the line now. It's a close battle as Neil Mouton just makes it across the line by 0.02 of a second over Herman de Kock. And then he's 9th and 10th. Bruce Avon Taplin comes along now ahead of Dave Aladef. I think Dave Aladef was starting to close the gap a little bit, interestingly enough. It was 5.8 seconds between the two of them, and it finished with 1.4 seconds. So Bruce Avon Taplin takes the Class B win, and ahead of Dave Aladef, 3rd and 4th altogether. So that is the first of the classic car races done for the day. If the rain goes away, we'll have a bit of a dry circuit after lunch, but we now go over to the bike races.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
We'll find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za. All their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kills River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Need a service? No, not you, your car. Well, finally, Car Care Clinic is here in the Western Cape. Trust them with your car's needs. This way, you will both be satisfied. Get to www.carcareclinic.co.za and find your nearest branch.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety. My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best price for my car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Next up will be the Power Sport motorcycles. Power Sport race number 1. A lot of 650s out there, 390s. Kawasaki Ninja 300 out there in that grouping as well. 18 entries. And I think the most interesting one is Zante Otto in the Kawasaki ER6. That's going to be on the second row of the grid, 4th position. Wow, that for a lady out there in the wet, that's brilliant stuff. Slade van Niekerk, Trevor Westman, Jason Lineker, the regulars up front with the 3 Kawasakis, the 2 Ninjas and 1 ER. And tires is going to be everything for these guys out there this morning on a very, very wet, a very cold green circuit. And that cold tire temperature is going to be one of the biggest factors they're going to have to deal with as opposed to standing water.
Well, it's going to be a 6-lap race, Gary, and I'm going to tell you one thing now. My future as a potential weatherman, I think, is thrown into doubt over here. We thought it was going to be maybe clearing up for the rest of the day, but the drizzles have come. And there's always a debate, Gary, because what happens is I'm one of those guys that always think, you know, it doesn't matter what you throw at bikers, they all want to be out there. You could have a volcano spewing lava here, they would still want to go out and really race it. And there's some brave guys and girls out there. They're made of they're made of just of nothing but nails. You know, these guys, they'll do their 2 warm-up laps before getting onto the grid, and the Power Sport motorcycles race will be underway. But Gary said about 18 of them out there all together, and some good names: David Lindemann, Suzuki, on the Suzuki, Slade van Niekerk on the Kawasaki, Trevor Westman on his Ninja in 3rd position. Watch out for him as well, and the likes of Lineker, and then you had the 173 of Zante Otto, which was pointed out by Gary. Then Lance Jonas on a Suzuki as well, the SV650S. Tristan Pinar, Rob De Vos, Kawasaki's and KTM out there of Tristan Pinar. Number of KTMs out on the circuit.
Well, always nice to get the inside line. Dave Abrams, morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gary. Good morning to everybody watching on live streaming. Not easy weather to cope with, but some brilliant racing.
Your knowledge of who's on what tires, any idea whatsoever?
As far as I'm aware, all the competitors in this race are on road tires, which will make life very interesting for them. In the Superbike race, some of the riders will be on wet, some will be on road tires. So it'll be very easy to tell quite early on who's on wets, because they'll be turning significantly faster lap times.
Road tires as opposed to a new road tire as opposed to a new wet on a Superbike, roughly how many seconds per lap?
Difficult to tell. The circuit is not as wet as it could be. The circuit's drier than it looks. But I would still say that there's likely to be more than a second difference.
Sure. And handling characteristics on a road tire with the shape of the tire as opposed to what is built and designed specifically for racing?
Not a lot of difference. The best of the road tires, I'm talking specifically about the top of the line Pirelli, the Diablo Corsa, are very, very similar to a Paca racing tire in terms of carcass construction. The only difference is that the compound on the road tires is a little harder, so that the tires will actually last longer on the road. Although longer, I've got to tell you, is a relative term. You can kill a Pirelli Diablo Corsa tire on the road in 2,000 Ks if you want to.
And if you have the ability to stay on top of it, if you're going to be riding it like that, the track temperature being so low, would that not also have a major effect on lap times?
It'll have a measurable effect on lap times, probably 2 to 3 seconds off everybody's pace, but that is the same for everybody. So that is more of a leveling factor than a factor to give some people advantage.
All right, here we go. David Lindemann, Slate van Niekerk, and Trevor Westman on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, we're looking at them, Gary, just getting into position. The number 96, and away we will go now for the start. Watch the lights. And away we go. Good start from the number 93 over there as well. He's going to be taking it into that first corner. Jason Lineker. And somebody is stored on the line. Of course, that's the number 4 bike. And the number 4 bike is Adrian Solomon on the Kawasaki Ninja 300. That is not going to be going anywhere, Gary.
Yeah, well, we had it at the previous race meeting that on the second row of the grid, somebody not getting off the line and one of the back markers piling in and backing in from behind. This time we've got somebody on the back row of the grid. That's Adrian Solomon in the Kawasaki Ninja 300 that couldn't get it off the line, but all's well that ends well. I must say our leaderboard is very, very dear mekaar. That is my word for the day, dear mekaar at the moment. So when they come through for the first time, we can pick up the finer detail as to who is where.
Yeah, it was actually a good start from Jason Lineker. Tiny was just pointing out to me the river running across turn 1 there as well. So they all got through that one. And it looks like, no, it's going to be back to Slate van Niekerk. That comes right back up on the number 96 bike. But I saw Abigail Bosson's name up there as well, somewhere as well. We have to see where she is. I know, Gary, you had her on the show not too long ago, actually, Abigail Bosson.
Yeah, she's very, very excited about having opportunity to get out on track. In fact, that looks like her working her way down the back main now. Yeah, this is the first time that she's on the main circuit with wet conditions. Right, here they come through below us now. And we can get the correct positioning. It's Slate van Niekerk, Zanti Otto from the 4th spot on the grid. The lady racer ahead of Jason Lineker, and it's Ron Jonas that's in there behind that. Wow, that is a turn up for the book. Zanti Otto, hello Missy, good morning to you. Show the boys the way around.
Thrown to turn 2, then they go for Quarry Corner. They'll go tentatively through there as well, but still nice and quick as they go. Jason Lineker will be all over the back of Zante Otto. But look at as she comes out of turn 2, Gary, that Kawasaki just motors it away from Lineker as they go now into Interceptor. Still holding it at the front. You'll see a little bit of dampness still in the cracks there on the Interceptor corner turn 3, and then onto the Tygerberg straight. Looking over his shoulder, Slate van Niekerk, and he was about 1/10 of a second only ahead of Zante Otto when they crossed the line.
I have only one question for you, and it is the following. What happened to the good old saying of you drive your bike like a girl? I rest my case. And in fact, Zanti's going for the lead. Zanti Otto up on that inside line. Can she possibly make the passing maneuver in the wet? No, under braking's not going to happen. Slate van Niekerk takes the high line, drops it down on the apex, runs it right up. Now you can't use that curbstone at all. It's a painted curbstone on the exit to Fastron corner, so you've got to turn it just that little bit slighter. The lady racer is on song, but she's also under pressure now. Jason Lineker right in there behind her.
It's all going to be about patience here, Gary, because remember, she had a go now at Van Niekerk, and that has now already put her into trouble here with Lineker as well. She's going to have to fight her way back. So what happens is, this is going to have to be a bit of a waiting game, but I know it is a shorter race. Remember, we only have 6 laps, and we have had now 4 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. A 1:30.120 there from Slate van Niekerk, and as they crossed the line, he was half a second ahead of Jason Lineker, and only 0.04 of a second back was Zante Otto.
Well, I think it's not a bad thing to have only 6 laps. You can take the luck that you've got and squash it into 6. Hopefully you stay sunny side up, because it's very difficult out there. Remember the track temperature a long, long way down. And Dave Abrams, the lady racer, Zanti Otto, amazing stuff. What a talent.
Superb riding. The lady has immense talent, and it's showing now under very difficult conditions. Her bike control and her sheer talent in racing. Also the fact that she's a lot lighter than most of her competitors helps under braking.
Well, there you've got it, the inside line. So Jason Lineker ahead of Zante Otto. Lance Jonas, the next one in there, but 13 seconds further back.
Yeah, then we have Lindemann, Rollstone and Hutchings. Hutchings, I think, will be the next of the classes. He leads that secondary class in the power sport bikes. But here come the leaders now across the line, and it's going to be still Van Niekerk ahead of Lineker, but 0.6 of a second off of Lineker is Zante, off the leader rather, is Zante Otto. So she's still hanging in there. Either way, doesn't matter where she finishes in this top three. It is an heroic ride indeed.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A good couple of riders that did not start this race, Abigail Bossen being one of them. But here it's going to be all about, as we said, whoever takes it nice and smooth and make sure that they make it toward the end. Hutchins and Pienaar, the 72 and the 50 bikes, they are leading out the 300 class, and then Robinson in third position in that class.
Somebody, Gary, has broken the heavens heart because she's starting to cry just a little bit now. The rain is going to be starting to spatter on the windows, and that will change the dynamics already. The wet track, as we'll see, the rivers running across there, not as bad as you could see it in the past, but still, they can still play a factor over here. Zante Otto, she is still third at the moment, 0.9 of a second off of the leader, 0.6 off of Jason Lineker, ahead of Lance Jonas. Lance Jonas basically in a class of his own at the moment. However, he does have 1.7 seconds over David Lindemann, with Edward Rollstone still hanging up there in the 6th position.
Well, I tell you what, Hutchins and Pienaar, they find themselves 2.3 seconds between them. And then back to Robinson, there's just over 5 seconds back to Robinson. Then 18 seconds further back, you'll find Hutchins, Hill, Kane, Solomon. And, well, I don't think that grouping is going to be able to close that gap. There's only 2 laps to go. So the front runners in the 300 class, Hutchins and Pienaar, as long as they stay on top of the bikes, even if they roll off the gas quite a bit, should still end up with a top 3 position without too much difficulty.
Well, Otto's got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:28.763, so she's still pushing it quite nicely out there with a lap and a bit left to go. I think that's Lance Jonas coming across the line now. He's 0.5 of a second off of Lindemann. Lindemann has gotten the jump on him, looks like it there as well. So what happens is they'll be ahead of Rollstone. Rollstone comes through. Hutchings will come through as well now, but Hutchings under immense pressure over here as well from Pienaar in that class battle. 7th and 8th overall they are there, but it's now very nice and tight between them, as we're going to be soon coming now for one more lap left to go.
Yeah, next time they come through will be to start their final lap. As you said, Zante Otto, a 1:28.763, and that in fact was on lap number 5. So a brilliant piece of driving there by Zante Otto. Trevor Westman, Andrew Limburg, Billy De Beer, Gareth Lindemann, all of them non-starters for this event. Maybe they are here today and will only go out when the track's a bit drier. That we will find out when they go out for their second race, as the leaders are coming through towards us now. This is going to start the final lap.
One more lap left to go, as Gary was pointing out. 1:28.763 was for Zante Otto. She already had actually now another faster sector time, a 29.9 on the ER6 that she has, and 0.8 of a second off of Jason Lineker. Falling back just a little bit, or running back just a little bit, but she's not losing touch. That's the main thing over here, as Slade van Niekerk puts the leg out just a little bit over the broadsides and actually allows Lineker to close up just a little bit. Lineker knows that if he wants victory in this race, he's going to have to do it sometime between now and turn 5, Peter Niederforstron.
Well, Jason's just doing the fastest first sector lap of everybody. Lineker's on the move through the interceptor corner and up the straight in front of the grandstand. Now it's all systems go through the double right-hander. You really got to hold on tight. It's a very, very quick corner, and the leader is under lots of pressure. He got good drive out of turn 4. I think that is what's going to make the difference at the end of the day, is Van Niekerk and Lineker through turn 4. Van Niekerk was the quicker. Lineker was all over the back of him up until the entrance of Car Care Clinic corner, and I think that is where he's going to seal the deal for a win in race number 1 in the power sport motorcycle class.
Well, yeah, they come to the line now. It is going to be definitely Slade van Niekerk. The man who started on pole position will take victory over here ahead of Jason Lineker. Zante Otto, ride of the day here so far in the bikes. Of course, we still have the first bike race, but still a lovely ride to 3rd position. Then David Lindemann will come through in 4th position, surely. And I think he will be coming right around now after having put the jump on Lance Jonas.
Well, you can see big gaps through the field. David Lindemann coming up towards us now. He'll take 3rd in class. Behind that should be Lance Jonas. And then the first of the 300s thereafter. A lot of happiness between the guys that have finished the race, that are doing a bit of backslap there and touching the hands as they go up the Jabez Straight.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Nicholas Hutchings that will win the 300 class there as well. The number 72 bike, and he will then take 6th position ahead of Edward Rollstone. Only 0.08 of a second ahead of Edward Rollstone, who's now 7th overall, but he will also be the 6th man in class. A 1:27.606, the fastest lap on the last lap of the race by Slade van Niekerk.
A closing word from Dave Abrams. David Lindemann yesterday, he's saying taking a bit of a tumble.
Yes, kudos to David Lindemann. Took a huge tumble in practice yesterday. He's out there today. Got himself a 4th. That's what you call a comeback.
Make no mistake, and to start and finish a race like this, Slade van Niekerk winning out and putting in the fastest lap on the last lap of this race, a 1:27.606 with the ER650 Kawasaki. But keeping in mind that the track is drying slowly but surely, the wind has come up a bit, and that will help to dry the circuit. It won't lift the temperatures, but yeah, let's see if the others which did not go out today, Bossen, Westman, Liebenberg, De Beer, Lindemann, and Mitchell, let's see if any of them are here without the correct tires and maybe going out for heat number 2. Well, folks, just an update from the COVID officer. With the COVID numbers still climbing at an alarming rate, we'll have to be extra cautious. So as per the MSA circular, please wear your masks at all time. You may only eat, drink and smoke in your own pit area. No eating, drinking or smoking in any public area will be allowed. Practice social distancing and make use of sanitizer as often as possible while at the racetrack. Remember to sanitize any shared equipment and to keep your teammates and crew compliant. We'll be using warnings and fines to those found in a public area without a mask. So very strict on that one. That's all we've got to do if we want to be able to have race meetings. We appreciate all our member staff and officials who have thus far walked this road with us and have been complying with the regulations. Thank you and keep it up. Our thoughts are with those who are affected by COVID or have family members and friends that have been affected.
Right, the next race out will be the South-sponsored Superbikes. They'll be coming out now for the opening race. It's getting very dull here at Killarney International Raceway. But the most important thing is the commentators have got that telltale hill that is out there towards the Bloberg area. And if that hill is open, then you know that the rain is not going to happen at this point in time. But Table Mountain is virtually completely engulfed by low cloud cover. Wind Guru was saying this morning 100% low cloud cover. But if you look in the Tygerberg direction, it is pretty open. It's bluish skies over there. So it's a combination of everything weather-wise that is happening right here at Killarney at this point in time. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, we were completely misted in, and we only got the racing underway at about 12:30 the afternoon. So from a misty Killarney a couple of weeks ago, we go to a wet Killarney. The track is drying out. Dave Abrams was saying to us that the track looks a lot wetter than what it is. And if I look out the commentary box window, there's a lot of dry patches on the circuit. So if the weather stays the way it is, this track will be dry very soon. So a lot of riders deciding not going out. I see Michael de Toy standing down here. He's opted not to put his bike on the track. And so he's one rider that's decided he's not going to go out there and do this. There's about 3 riders making their way out onto the track at this point in time for the super bikes, the 600s and the Super Masters category. Only 4 bikes out on track. There's a bit more out on track at this point in time. There is a drizzle on the commentary box window. I see Hayden Jonas also standing down there, all suited up for the weather conditions with his jacket on, as a few of the riders are still making their way out. 11 riders entered for this one, and know for a fact as well, there's a motorcycle that stopped there in turn 2. So a lot of riders that opted not to go out. I know Michael de Toy is one of them that's decided no, they're not going to go and play out there, and he had entered for this one as Mike. So yeah, we'll have a look-see as the day goes on.
So again, looking at the conditions and the bikes out there, the difficulty factor on a 300, 390, 600, as opposed to now on a heavier bike, 1000cc, a 1 liter with more power but more weight, more difficult, less difficult?
Definitely more difficult. These guys have got more than 200 horsepower going down on a patch of rubber the size of the palm of your hand. No matter how good the rubber, you do have to ride this race with your head, not with your right hand.
So it's very, very soft on the throttle response.
Gentle on the throttle response, more than anything else, smooth on the throttle response. It used to be a saying before we had electronic traction aids on the motorcycles that a big bike, you go for smooth, speed will come by itself. And under these conditions, smooth riding is definitely going to be the order of the day.
In general, we know that water is the best leveling factor in motorsport. Let's hope that the likes of McFadden, Rapson, Hendricks, Ackerman, that group of 4 at the front end of the field is going to be utterly amazing. Probably find that McFadden, with his experience, should come through the best of the lot, but I do not see him out on track. Maybe a tire situation that's kept him out of it. It's a lot of money to climb one of these motorcycles and throw it at the scenery. So it's going to be the 46 of Malcolm Rapson, the leading man on the grid and the leading masters as well. JP Frederick on the outside of him. The second row of the grid will be Ackerman, and then Connor Hagen coming in behind that.
Yeah, only 6 of them out there, which means that Malcolm Rapson and JP Frederick will be on the front row of the grid. Then we've got Jacques Ackerman and Connor Hagen, and then we've got the 44 of Gavin Lowe, and then Lubabalan Tasana on the 53 bike. So that's it, 6 riders out there. 11 of them had entered, 5 have opted not to come out. Connor Hagen stalled the bike on the line. They just gave him a bit of a bump start. They're ready to go, and we're going to get the superbike race underway. So only 6 riders out there, with the conditions obviously playing the part in the fact that these guys have not gone out to ride. So yeah, I knew this was going to happen yesterday already. Looking at the weather condition, and Connor Hagen once again having trouble, and don't tell me we're going to be down to 5 motorcycles only, because Hagen has taken that 8 motorcycle off. That's the Suzuki GSXR 600 and the NPH electrical sponsored machine, and that's it. We're down to 5, unfortunately, as Hagen, well, the bike fires up and then the bike dies on him, so we'll have to look, see if he does get going. I think they're going to push that bike to the outside and say, sorry, bud, that is the end of your race. But unlike the last event, we will have 2 superbike races. So a lot of these riders that's not out for this one, Gary, if the circuit dries, you might see them out for the second race.
Not quite possible. On full wets, coming off the line, doing a brilliant job, is that man that started on the front row of the grid, Jacques Ackerman. He is the leading Masters rider out there. And all of a sudden, just literally as they pull off the line, we see lots and lots of splatters of water on the window.
Right, so
It looks like they may be going to, in fact, give them a sighting lap.
Yes.
Is that Connor Hagen that's got the bike going?
Yeah, Connor Hagen is making his way out of turn 1. It's a little bit confusing out there. The weather is playing havoc because it is raining again here at Killarney. There is lots of water on the windows as the bikes are busy making their way around.
Well, the bravest of the brave, Connor Hagen, is slowing down and riding off the circuit behind the karting building on the Joubert Straight. So almost as if he's got fuel supply problems on that one, as it looks like it's died on him once again, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to go any further.
Well, Gary, if you look at the screens, you'll see the rain is coming down quite profusely. Oh, somebody slided off at turn 5, Portamina Fastron, and the marshals are running. I think the rider is running to pick up the bike. I have to see who that was over there. And it happened so quickly because what happens is I know Connor Hagen got going again.
And he slowed down and he's standing up against the wall there as well. So it looks like no can do. Well, the timing is coming through for lap number 1. Malcolm Rapson from Jacques Ackerman. Intisana is just 7 seconds further back on the third bike. Also a ZX10R. Then Gavin Lowe, 15 seconds further back, and notably slower than that of Intisana.
Dave, I just want to ask you a question over here. At what point do the guys who are out on the circuit decide, okay, look, that's it, maybe we should pull into the pits rather and just, take one out?
Usually the decision is made by the leader. He'll have his hand up going over the start-finish line. But that is more a tradition than a rule in the rule book. There's actually no rule for it.
Well, it just shows you. So I think they'll hang out there as long as they can. But sometimes when you see the rain coming down as it is, and bikes going down, Malcolm Rapson, who leads the way at the moment, 1 second over Jacques Ackerman, Ntisana up into third position. And, the fastest sector times are being put out there by Malcolm Rapson. But the rain is coming down quite a bit on the windows. You'll see it by us. We all see it on the screen here, sometimes a little bit of there. And the brave photographers and marshals, a change of surface flag is now out as well. As I think what happens is Rapson has crossed the line. Jacques Ackerman will come now across the line in the second position.
Dave, another question. In terms of club points, is there any ruling as to less than a certain number, then it doesn't count for club points? Or what is the dividing line in terms of that counting for the race day and for the season?
That varies from section to section depending on the rules of that particular race championship. I'm not sure what the rules are for superbikes, whether there is a minimum to count for points or whether the points are in fact reduced. That's a tradition on short circuit racing that if there are fewer than 10 riders in a race, then obviously the winner won't score 10 points.
Well, we know in Clubman's, the Mike's Place Clubman's, if there's less than a certain number of cars in a class, the winner and second and third then score less points, because you can have 10 people in one class and 2 people in another class. It's not an even game. So, yeah, let's see what the powers that be decide with this one. Still 4 laps to go. Malcolm Rapson from Intisana, first and third in the Masters class. Gavin Lowe in there behind that, a little bit further back, but running third in the Masters. And then JP Frederick in the 24 bike, the first of the Yamaha R1s out there.
Yeah, it looks like there's actually only officially 5 of them left in this race. On the timing screens, I think we saw 4, but Malcolm Rapson comes through 1:28.696, his fastest lap time, and there's quite a gap between himself and Jacques Ackerman. Jacques Ackerman comes across the line now. It's 12.4 seconds. 3 laps left to go. They've shortened this one as well to 6 racing laps. And Lubabalo Ntisana is the next man. Of course, they're all in the Masters class. Gavin Lowe as well in 4th position. As here comes Ntisana on the number 53 Kawasaki. Gavin Lowe will follow suit. And then we wait actually as well here, because I haven't seen JP Friedrich actually registering. So I think he has pulled out of the race as well. And we might actually only have 4 of them left, as I think that is Malcolm Rapson now going through the interceptor section towards the double apex right-hander at Car Care Clinic corner.
Well, Connor Hagen still standing on the Uber Straight just after the karting building. The guys that didn't start this one is David McFadden, Trevor Westman and Jonathan Schwerin. Are they at the circuit? Will they be coming out later on? Do not know at this stage of the fight. The weatherman did say that 7 o'clock this morning will be the last of the rain. Oh, how indifferent the rain is to what was predicted as the fastest lap, Malcolm Rapson, and that is a 1:28.696, which is the better part of 10 seconds off what is possible on that motorbike.
Well, glad to say JP Friedrich is still out. He is 2 laps off the leader at this time on the R1 Yamaha, so he is currently in 5th position. Started basically second on the grid because of the limited field. But it's good to see JP Friedrich back, and well, Rapson still leads it away. I think coming across the line now, there was Jacques Ackerman, 19.4 seconds off of Rapson, who leads the overall and also the Masters class as well. Ntisana then comes down, and I think Ntisana has actually been closed up by Gavin Lowe. It's 4.6 seconds between the two of them, the 3rd and 4th place battles. And it's now gone to 1.173 seconds. So it just shows you Gavin Lowe is on a bit of a mission here.
Well, a 36.7 from Ntisana and a 33.3 from Gavin Lowe. So definitely Lowe's decided to ignore the fact that it's super duper wet and busy drizzling at the moment, and closing the gap up the Jabez Straight he goes, and under braking closing up quite a lot. So Lowe closing that gap pretty heavily. He must have found a bit of extra grip looking at the track, taking a slightly different line, trying to find a drier section. And Ntisana is closed down, and they are side by side through Interceptor Corner, and it is in fact Gavin Lowe that moves up into 3rd overall and 2nd in the Masters.
Yeah, man, feeling racy today, so he'll go onto the Tigerberg Straight now, and he starts already opening up that gap in 3rd position, and he will find himself, you could say, about 18, 19 seconds off of Jacques Ackerman ahead of him. He's 3rd place overall, 3rd place in class. Ntisana is in 4th position, and JP Friedrich is still 2 laps down on the Yamaha in 5th position.
Dave, between Ntisana and Lowe, possible that they've got 2 different types of tires, the one getting better late on in the race and the one getting worse, or is that just a case of close your eyes and open up the throttle?
I think the latter is the case. I think Gavin has just found that he can push his bike a little harder than he thought, and he's pushing his luck a bit towards the end of the race.
Well, talking about the end of the race, it's 1 lap to go. Malcolm Rapson leading out from Jacques Ackerman. Gavin Lowe in the last lap moved up ahead of Lubabalo Ntisana. JP Friedrich, I think, was the bike that went off in turn 5, and hence the big gap, getting the bike up out of the sand, dusted off and back on track. But back on track, which means club points for the season.
Oh, kudos to him as well, getting back on the bike. We saw yesterday Quattararo in the MotoGP fall off the bike and hurt himself, and he got right back on and got the fastest time in the session. So let me tell you one thing, Gary, these guys and girls made of nails, eh? That's what they are.
Well, I saw a video yesterday of Marc Marquez going down. I don't know if it's new or old. He was doing 274 kilometers an hour, and the front end washed away on him, slid along the tar onto the grass, started a slow roll and managed to maintain that slow roll. Luckily, knees and elbows didn't dig in, and wow, what a session it was. Talking about what a session, Malcolm Rapson leading out and taking the win on this first race of the day for the South Superbikes, and a 6th lapper it was. We wait for Jacques Ackerman to come through in 2nd.
Yeah, Jacques Ackerman on his trusty ZX-10R Kawasaki. He will take 2nd place. right now, 21 seconds back, 21.7 seconds back to be exact.
Just in time as the rain starts belting down once again. You could see it coming from the Bloberg side. Just gets worse and worse. Malcolm Rapson from a Jacques Ackerman. Gavin, though, used up all his luck in the last couple of laps. Picks up a decent lap time. In fact, a 132.550 on that last lap. And that as the track was getting wetter and wetter. And Zazana, fourth on track and third in the Masters. We just wait for JP Frederick to come through. In fact, I don't see him. Oh, there he is going down the back main now. JP Frederick, he'll be the last man to come across the line for the first race of the day for South Superbikes. Yeah, Kawasaki's, Yamaha's, and it would have been one Suzuki out there. Conor Hagen, hopefully they'll get that bike sorted out. They're just pushing it across to the infield section where the rallycross takes place. Talking about rallycross, there will be an event here on the 18th, and that will be the rally sprint for all guys that are having one of their events here. So I'm sure a lot of the E36 boys and the local rallycross fraternity will probably join in with that one. And I've always said it, since the beginning of COVID-19, no better time than now to become a pitmac for somebody.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Do you love your car? Then why take it anywhere else other than to Car Care Clinic Service Center? They will look after the love of your life and ensure the best quality service and price. Car Care Clinic Service Center now in the Western Cape. Visit www.carcareclinic.co.za to find a branch near you.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
We'll find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za. All their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kales River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it It's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club, and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Well, this is going to be interesting, I think, to see who will be coming out and who will be staying out and who will be staying in the pits. And I don't blame anybody who doesn't want to go out there. It is wet. It's starting to rain more, always as we speak. You know, we were overconfident earlier on that the rain would dry up. And I can say this as well. I've been Cape Townian all of my life, but yet when we think the rain is going to stop, we always say so, but we should know one thing. It never stops in Cape Town. You know, what happens is it's all 4 seasons in one day we can have. Just when you think the rain is gone, it comes right back at you. And, well, we have a good gaggle of bikes going out there as well. So we'll take a look at who's going to be starting where. And then the number 26 machine. I think it's number 26. Number 62 machine. So we have Orange. 62 is actually Adams, excuse me. Then we have the 33 of Wayne Orenser. So Wayne Orenser on the Kawasaki. The number 23 of Smart, Nasheef Smart. Sorry, not number 26, as I said earlier on. Nasheef Smart will come into position as well. So the front row is complete by the looks of it. The Yamaha joined by the Suzuki, by Zubair Adams, number 62. Then Ratlagane in the Yamaha R6 is the number 36, number 55 is Ratlagane, excuse me. He currently lies in that 4th position. And it looks like we'll just have a 6-lap race here today, so we'll see now how it will all play out over these next 6 laps. The Motorcycle Club Classics and Breakfast Run bikes, and a lot of them came back in again. So these guys are those who are left. And away we go for the start of the 6-lap race. And we'll then take a look as they go into turn 1, Holes Hook corner. There's that river running across the circuit over here as well, all tentatively, gingerly making their way through the first turn here. And I think that is the smart thing. I know Dave Abrams was talking about now. You ride here with your head, not your right hand. And that is the main thing. It's all about self-preservation. Yeah, and I think that is this Nashif Smart bike that is challenging here for the lead at the moment. I think Smart might just actually, whoa, he just puts his nose ahead, and then he just loses grip on the rear wheel, on the driving wheel. So you just got to be a little bit circumspect when it comes to applying the power on these machines as they go around now. So they went through Interceptor turn 3. Everybody just making their way through there now, and then it'll be the double apex right-hander at the former Malmesbury corner, but now Clark Care Clinic corner, and it is Nashif Smart that leads the way, and it looks like he is ahead. No, is it not? It's going to be a change now, looks like it. Is that Wayne Aronson coming back at him? Yes, it is. Wayne Aronson now leads the way. He started on pole position on bike number 33, and they'll come now towards Pertamina Fastron. But it is a close battle between the two of them, so you're going to watch them as they go around as well. Now, Zube Adams looks like he's fallen a little bit further back. Well, I shouldn't use that word now as well. No, Wayne Aronson has told me to pick my words very carefully, so I'll just... he's gone down... he's went back a position, I should rather say. So Adams just crosses the line, I think, ahead of Smart. And that is 1 second. Nick Ben comes up. Then Jamie Hall, then Rutlegane, but I see now Aronson looks like he might have stopped somewhere on the circuit. I didn't see him registering on the timing sheets over here. We'll just have to look now if it looks like he's still up and running. But Adams registers as the leader of this race ahead of Smart. That, of course, is 1 second ahead of Smart. And then 5 laps left to go of the 6-lap race. So we'll watch them as they come down the back straight. Then first into Car Care Clinic corner, turn 4. Out of turn 4. And I don't see Aronson in that group. So unfortunately, Aronson looks like he went down to 7th position in the standings, and I can see Jamie Hall now putting in a faster second sector time as opposed to Nick Ben putting in the 33.8 for the first sector on the Suzuki, the head of the Honda. And then now coming to the line as they do run now. They're going to be coming up to lap some guys early on, because remember, some guys are taking it very easily and gingerly around the circuit. So Nick Ben crosses the line ahead of Jamie Hall, a 31.043 for Nick Ben. So it just shows you how much is changing out there as well. Hall's up into 2nd position. They, of course, are the top 2 also overall and in class. Then it is Adams and Smart ahead of Rutlegane. So it just shows you now that the changing conditions is now lending itself to some changing positions. As coming across the line, Rob De Vos, he is now 11.9 seconds off of Rutlegane. De Vos Aronson is in 7th position, just crossing the line as well. Then it's Hendricks. And Peter Hill first coming through, and then Hendricks, and then Keegan Stewart de Lange on the Honda CBR 1000 should be the next man coming around. Now that would be the 10th place man. There's only 13 of them, I think, altogether out there. So just watch out as they come around now as well. 4 laps left to go, including this one they are currently on now. They'll be crossing all their fingers and toes here just to get it around. Looks like Jamie Hall's actually got ahead now of Zube Adams, as I was talking about, but the fast sector times coming there from Ben and Hall. Ben doing the last sector time as the fastest, and then Hall the previous one, the sector 2. as they come around then as well. So yes, so Ben 27.4 in Sector 2. Sector 1, 33.2 from Jamie Hall on the 600 RR. Now remember, it's not about power here as well now because of the rain coming down. You'll see on your screens, look at that rain. And I know I've been a broken record all day. I've been talking all day about that rain, but it's always going to play a factor. A little bit of wind coming up as well now as the fastest lap of a race, a 1:30.743 from Nick Ben, as he is 3.1 seconds ahead of Jamie Hall at this time. That's, of course, Clubman's Class B. Class A is Adams, who is 1.3 seconds ahead of second place in class and fourth place overall, Nashif Smart, and then Ratlagane. Third place in class, but fifth place overall, as more wet droplets on the camera. Coming around, 3 laps left to go then as well. Nick Ben, as I said, he is the fastest lap holder at the moment of a 1:30.743. Only 13 of them out there altogether, looks like it as well, as they cross the line. And rounding it all off is Niku Fenter on the Yamaha R1 in 13th position. He's 1.1 seconds off of Gress, and then Chatton is ahead of him a 0.05 of a second as they cross the line. You'll see the marshals there holding those change of surface flags. The marshals keep it nice and warm there as well. You'll see if the bikes get on the outside, on the tarmac, on the outside of the circuit, that is now where what happens is things can go heavily wrong. But they'll come to the line to start what will be the penultimate lap of the race. Ben will come across the line, and it will be 4.9 seconds ahead of Jamie Hall at another fastest lap time of 1:35.73 for Nick Ben. And they're still leaving now behind the Zubair Adams bike, and that's 6.1 seconds further back ahead of Smart in 0.4 of a second. So it's still pretty open there in that first and second in class, but third and fourth overall section for the Clubman's Class A. Going a little bit further down, the breakfast run class is being led by Keegan Stewart de Lange, and that's ahead of Wayne Gress, and then Nico Fenter in the 12th position, but Devon Chatton going down to third position in the standings, 13th position, and 2.9 seconds off of Fenter. But remember, Devon Chatton is a Clubman's Class B runner at the moment. As a matter of fact, I think he could actually be fifth in class. Unfortunately, the likes of Stevens and Sio and Liwani not taking any further part in this race, and it's only 13 of them out there completely. We had Donovan Stevens and Reginald Seal on the Honda and the Yamaha, but it's now coming to the line shortly for one more racing lap left to go, and they'll be counting down the corners, I'll tell you that much, as they are out there. No heroics here today. It's just going to be all about keeping it on the black stuff, keeping it coming across the line. There comes Nick Ben now. Nick Ben, 4.9 seconds between himself and Jamie Hall. It is now 4 seconds, so he's taken 9/10 out of him on the last lap. But I think what happens is it's a little bit in vain, if you ask me, because I think what happens is Hall is going to have to be content with the second place in class and second place overall. And he is ahead of Adams at the moment, 8.9 seconds ahead of Adams. With 2/10 further back, it's actually Nashif Smart. Nashif Smart's keeping nice and close and still battling it out on this last lap for the class honours. For the class honours for Nashif Smart and Zubair Adams. Here they are on the last lap now. Through Interceptor, the leaders go. And, well, it's not been anything about pace here. It's all about staying on the circuit and collecting the points for the championship. And, well, we see now, remember we had not too long ago in Austria, we had Brad Binder, our very own Brad Binder, was doing heroic things on a motorcycle in wet conditions. This is where it really proves where the guys and the girls, it's about the cojones. And, well, they've gone out there, but it's nothing to be ashamed of if you do choose not to take part in a race like this. These conditions are particularly difficult. And I think it is going to be Nick Ben taking the victory over here now. There we go. Nick Ben takes the victory, and then coming up alongside him was 2/10 of a second between the two of them. Him and Jamie Hall, it's now 5.5 seconds he wins by. That's Class B, first and second. We wait now for third place overall, but also Clubman's Class A. And Clubman's Class A should here be Zube Adams ahead of Nashif Smart, 1.2 seconds to be exact. And then Ratlagani will be the third place man in class, fifth place overall. Fifth place overall for Ratlagani. Molefe Ratlagani. And he will take that position then as well. Ahead of Rob de Vos. Rob de Vos on the Buell, a 11.25R, or rather I should say. He finishes sixth and third in class. Wayne Aronser, who had a bit of a struggle out there as well. We lost him for a moment over there, and he will get the seventh position. Seventh position, and a little bit down in Class A, fifth position in Class A to be exact. And wait for him now. Right across the line there. Peter Hill, the next one to come around. And Peter Hill will be fourth place in class. Eighth position overall ahead of Derek Hendricks. Derek Hendricks 2/10 of a second back off of him. And that will be the eighth and ninth positions in this race. There we go. Peter Hill. Derek Hendricks. And then coming around and winning, of course, the lap down, winning the breakfast run class. It is Stuart De Lange. Wayne Gress will be second in class, and then Fenter will be third in class. But that will be 10th, 11th, and 12th. And then Devon Chatton not finishing the race. I think he pulled out of the race on the Honda CBR 600. And that will be 12 finishers in all, with Nico Fenter rounding everything off in that 12th position.
Right, all of a sudden, the entire weather pattern here at Killarney has changed. It is 10 to 11. It is blue skies, it's open, and I do believe that we are now seeing the end of the rain. It was predicted around about 9, 10 o'clock this morning it would stop. We had slight drizzles coming through. It's turned out to be a lovely late morning, and let's hope that it stays like that for the rest of this event. A big thanks to Wingfield Motors, Johnny van der Kerk, and Best Price for My Car. Big thanks to them for the 9th season of sponsorship here at Killarney International Raceway. Big thanks to Interceptor Shoewear. A big thank you to Pertamina Fostron, to Mad Max Motorcycles, RST Race Depot, the Porsche Club, and to Car Care Clinic. They are our sponsors here at Killarney International Motor Raceway. So we now move on to another one of our saloon car races, and it is the Thunder Saloons that will be coming out next. Although our program does say V8 Masters, so I think they might have just swapped it around. So the V8 Masters and then the Thunder Saloons will be coming out. And then the last race before the break will be the Onsa Hasey, sponsored by Bertha Wine, Weltevreden Estate, and that will be the 100 kilometers, 31 laps for the sports and GT cars. So that has been changed. It is V8 Masters ahead of the Thunder Saloons, and then the sports and GTs with their mini enduro. Then we'll have lunch, and then we will do the entire show over once again, or should I say the entire program over once again, starting with the STC Classic cars. So V8 Masters, according to the program, will be up next. That will be the next race on the cards, and then they will be followed by the Thunder Saloon. So we'll have look, see exactly who's all out there. I can tell you who entered the V8 Masters. If they're all going to be out there or not, that time will tell. Fabio Tafani, Richard Schroeder, Alistair Brown, Marcel Angel, Brian Evans, Mark Ridgway, Sean Moore, and Rob Warrington. That's the gold class. And then the silver class under the brain, Dennis Gedik, Gary Thompson, Ian Kaplan, Jason Ibbotson, and Stuart Spooner. Those are the guys that have entered for this one. We'll have to look, see who does come out. And from total overcast to total blue skies over the Killarney International Raceway Circuit.
best price for my car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best price for my car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best price for my car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSB.
Do you love your car? Then why take it anywhere else other than to Car Care Clinic Service Center? They will look after the love of your life and ensure the best quality service and price. Car Care Clinic Service Center now in the Western Cape. Visit www.carcareclinic.co.za to find a branch near you.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
We'll find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za, all their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Killarney River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors, we'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSB.
Right, folks, we are back again live with the V8 Masters as they roll out onto the track for their opening race. And I must say, in the interim, while we had the break, the track has dried up very, very, very nicely indeed. So we'll have a look, see how many of the V8 Masters are out there. It looks like we've got about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's about 8 of them that are out on the track for this race. There's nobody else coming out the Jabir Pit Complex. So it looks like we are down to 8 V8s on the circuit. Well, 15 cars entered and 8 of them out on track. And it's purely to do with the weather conditions that we've had over the last couple of days. And unfortunately, people, we do apologize that we don't have the amount of competitors out on the circuit that we normally have. But this is what rain does. As I've said before, these people don't do this for a living. And race cars and bikes are expensive. And they don't need to race if the weather doesn't play along. And I know the general idea is, well, if it's a wet race, there'll be a lot of cars and it's going to mix up and all that stuff, and you're going to see guys win that don't win, and it's interesting. Wrong. It doesn't work that way. When it rains, people stay away. That's the bottom line, and nobody comes and nobody races. So it is one of those things. I do see, however, another V8 Master splashing its way through the pits, so we might end up having 9 cars out on track. So we're going to see, he'll probably end up being a pit lane starter. Yep, yes, they put the cone down, so he's going to be a pit lane starter as the V8s make their way around the circuit. They're all slowing down, coming out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner, and then we will get this one underway as soon as possible. So, as the V8s come down towards us, Fabio Tafani rolls through, Richard Schroeder going through as well. Then we've got the 46 coming through there. That's Jason Ibbotson, Rob Warrington, Dennis Haduk is in there as well. Well, as a matter of fact, there's 2 more cars in the Joubert pits, and now they open up the pit area. Gary Thompson making his way out onto the track, and then the 55 of Stuart Spooner. So we're going to have more than 10 of them out on the circuit. We might have just about 10 of them out on track, so not too bad. I expected a lot less. Remember, if you've got this V8 and you've got a wet track, then there literally is no traction out there. You can't get the hammers down. So the circuit is dried, and there should be about 10, 11 of them out on the circuit. $11 of them out on track, so not too bad. 11 APV Ford Mustangs out on the circuit for race number 1 in the V8 Master Series.
Yeah, the Renault Sandero coming around there as the safety car, pace car, whichever way you want to put it. And while the track drying out quite nicely, still lots of patches of wet, and if you go off the circuit, there'll be still dampness on the grass, and in certain sections you'll see, right, well, if you were in the commentary box, you'll see a whole dam of water on the grass running parallel to the start-finish straight. So it just shows you as well that the sun coming nicely out now. It looks like actually a windless, beautiful day, but we do kind of need the wind a little bit just to dry up a little bit more.
Yeah, well, you don't really want the wind out there right now. I do agree with you from a track point of view, but there is so much snow out on the mountains, out in the area. The moment you get wind, it's like somebody's opened up the fridge door and it just goes into freeze mode. So down the back man they go, and Fabio Tafani, Richard Schroeder are leading the field, or is leading the field of V8 Masters down the back Killarney straight towards turn 5 Fostron corner. It's going to be great stuff seeing these thundering V8s, these Ford Mustang replicas heading down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron. And the moment the pace car peels off into the pit lane, we will be underway for 8 racing laps.
Spread over 2 classes, the gold and the silver class. The first of the silver class cars will be Jason Ibbotson and Sander Lebon, Dennis Geduk, and then Gary Thompson, Stuart Spooner, and Ian Kaplan, I should rather say, sorry. Brian Evans was initially in there as well. We'll see them as they come around then as well. It will be a rolling start. The Renault Sandero has pulled into the pit lane. Now it's up to the pole sitter to regulate the pace. We watch the lights though. There's one red light on their right-hand side and the 5 ahead of them. And remember, there'll be no passing for this very first lap. So no passing on the very first lap.
And a pit lane starter as well, rolling out onto the circuit, and that is the number 73 car that comes out. That's Sean Moore. He just started from pit lane. He's the last car out on track. So heading down into turn number 2. It's Fabio Tafani from Richard Schroeder. Those are the first 2 cars making their way out of turn 2, out of Quarry Corner. Now they make their way through the kink and race down towards turn 3, Interceptor Corner. Through Interceptor they come down. It's a whole line of V8 Masters making its way up the Tygerberg Straight towards Car Care Clinic turn 4.
Oh, it looks like Fabio Tafani coming through the double apex right-hander at Car Care Clinic corner. And you'll see the difference in bodywork on the front of that car, not the full traditional colors that he is running. It'll be the black front on that car. They go down the back straight now. It's 8 racing laps that they will do. And then they'll come now into Pertamina Fastron. And Fabio Tafani, the man who started on pole position, will be heading them as they come down past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes, underneath the Mad Max Bridge. And then we'll see them how they sit at the moment. It will be Tafani that leads it away from Richard Schroeder. Jason Ibbotson, the first place in the silver class, third place overall. Mark Ridgway in 4th position, Alistair Brown in 5th, and then Sander Lebon 2nd in class, but 6th overall.
Right out of turn 1, out of Holzoek they come now, making their way up the Jabez Straight towards turn number 2. Into Quarry Corner. Look at those first 5 cars. They're breaking away from the rest of the field, and they are being led there by Fabio Tafani in 2nd position. Richard Schroeder. Then Mark Ridgway has made his way up there into that 3rd position. Right behind him it's Jason Ibbotson. And right in there behind him is Alistair Brown as they make their way up the Tygerberg Straight and into turn 4. Car Care Clinic. They'll work their way through the gearbox as these thundering V8s will just motor down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5 Fastron.
Well, down the back straight now they go. The number 4 car over there, Richard Schroeder, is going to have Ibbotson, whichever way you want to put it, right behind him over there, closing up the gap into Pertamina Fastron, turn 5. As you see him on the camera, he'll come nice and close there. Look behind there, Mark Ridgway and Alistair Brown having a nice little battle with each other there as well, side by side as they're coming over there as well. I think Mark Ridgway might just have his nose ahead there as they come across the line. Tafani, it was 0.8 of a second the last time out, is now going to be 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap for Mark Ridgway in 3rd position, but you'll see they're going onto the dust there, a little bit of dustiness on the outside of the circuit. The river, of course, lovely, it's gone, and looks like the track is drying up nicely.
Right down into turn number 2, they come now into Quarry Corner. All these V8s right nose to tail. Out of turn 2, out of Quarry they come now. And it is up front Tafani trying to get away there from Richard Schroeder. In that 2nd place, he has got Mark Ridgway in there. Then it's coming through there is, I think it's Ibbotson that's in there. And Ibbotson is down there in that 5th position at this point in time. Alistair Brown is ahead of Ibbotson as they make their way through turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
12 of them in this race altogether of the original 14 that were due to start. Fabio Tafani, 0.7 of a second across the line it was between himself and Richard Schroeder, but the Mark Ridgway and Ibbotson battle was the one to look out for, because I think Mark Ridgway just got ahead. He got the fastest lap of the race, and then it was taken right away from him by Sean Moore, and Sean Moore is right down in 12th position, a 1:19.091 for him, and we'll watch them as they come around now as towards the line, and here comes Fabio Tafani now. We'll watch them and they'll go across the line to start the next lap of this race, and it is now half a second between the two. A little bit further down there, I think that is Rob Warrington that could be under pressure there as well.
Yeah, I just see Sander de Bruin looking there at Ibbotson as they head out of turn number 1 out of Holzoek. So the 46 cars losing a bit of ground, and have a look who's storming through the field. That's that 77. That's Rob Warrington. Warrington is right in there as well. It's a whole group of them. This is lovely to see these V8s working their way out of turn number 2, and Warrington is going. Warrington is going like a cracker through this field as the hook up nose to tail coming out of turn 3 out of Interceptor.
Yeah, but watch out for Sean Moore there, Frankie, because he was 12th. Now he's 10th. He's still got the fastest first sector time of this lap. He's still got the fastest lap of this race in the early part of the race. They go down the back straight now. The number 1 car, Fabio Tofani, coming around now. He was half a second. So Richard Schroeder is taking out little bits of time every single lap from him. He could actually even be closer, and he looks closer visibly as they go into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. And what happens is there could be a challenge for the lead on this race. 5 laps left to go. When they cross the line, it will be 4 laps left to go.
Well, yeah, they come out of turn 5, out of Fostron towards us. You're going to have to go a bit, Richard Schroeder, to catch the leader, Fabio Tofani, heading down into turn number 1, into Holbrook. Mark Ridgway sits out there in P3. He's got 3, 4, 5 of them racked and stacked in there behind him as the group. Oh, and he loses it! Mark Ridgway loses the tail end on the exit of turn 1, Holbrook.
It's unfortunate there, Frankie. That means Le Bon will go up into fourth position, and he's still the leader in the gold class ahead of Alistair Brown. And Dennis Kaduk has come up quite nicely. He's second in class, 6th position at the moment. I saw Rob Warrington getting a little out of shape as well as they were entering Holes Hook. And Rob Warrington at the moment has got a whole of a lot of pressure over there behind him from the likes of Sean Moore, who was now 10th the last lap. He's now up into 8th.
Oh, there's Rubbingers Racing coming out of turn number 3. Have a look at those 5 cars go, and here comes Sean Moore. Sean Moore sticking it in there as well as they make their way through turn number 4. Out of turn 4, Carker Clinic, keep an eye on Moore. He's side by side down the back main. There goes Sean Moore, and Sean Moore is literally going after Brown. He's going after Alistair Brown. Up on the inside he goes as Brown. Does he get him? Yes, he does. And Sean Moore has gone past.
Frankie, somebody's gone off. Somebody's gone off at turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. The camera is a red car, so is that going to be Alistair Brown? It could be Alistair Brown.
Yes, it is a 22 car of Alistair Brown that's gone off there in turn 5.
Frankie, and like I say, sorry there, a car coming into the pit lane as well with a buckled front bonnet over there. And there he comes into the pits. I think that's that silver car. Could that actually easily be? I have to check for you now, Frankie, because I see Mark Ridgway. He spun out of the race, and I think he's got going again. Jason Iverson in 7th position, having fallen down from the sharp end of the field. As we speak about that, Fabio Tofani still half a second ahead of Richard Schroeder.
Well, if I look down in the pits, it might just be the 46 car of Iverson that is there in the pit area. There's a lot of cars. There's another car that's decided to pull into the pits as well. So we do have 2 retirements at this point in time. So the leader going down the back straight. This is great stuff out there by Fabio Tofani. He sits out there in P1. Richard Schroeder is in that 2nd position, and Zander de Bruin is in 3rd, but the Brain has got Sean Moore all over him as they head down into turn 5 into Fostron corner.
Yellow flags are waving there, Frankie, so no passes are allowed. So anybody that puts a pass over there is going to get into quite a bit of trouble. And as we watch it now, here comes Fabio Tofani across the line, 0.5 of a second the last time out. It's now 1.19, and then Sander Le Bon is still leading the silver class in 3rd position at the moment from Sean Moore, 2.9 seconds over the leader, but 1/10 of a second back.
Right, so we have a look now at the leaders that are heading into turn number 2, and Sean Moore, he's gone past Le Bon. He's up into that 3rd place. He's all over the back of Richard Schroeder as they exit turn number 2. Out of Quarry Corner they come now, and here he comes up on the inside. Schroeder on the outside, Moore on the inside. Oh, he pinches him right there onto the curb. And Richard Schroeder, man, he's been around Killarney for many laps, for many years. He's not going to give that one up to Sean Moore. Up the Tigerberg straight they go, into turn number 4. Down the back main they go. The leader working his way down the back straight. That's Fabio Tofani, but here we go. The fight for 2nd and 3rd is on. Richard Schroeder, Sean Moore, and not too far behind them is Sander Le Bon as they race down towards turn 5, Fostron corner.
Right before the corner as well, Pertamina Fostron. Richard Schroeder will come right back at him as well. He's keeping a tighter line around. There's Richard Schroeder. They'll come out now, and Fabio Tofani, what will start his last lap of this race. He comes across the line now. Fastest lap, a 1:18.783 for him. But then here comes Sean Moore. Sean Moore, 4.3 seconds back. It's going to be a bit of a tough ask to see if he can actually try and close up the gap. I think he may have to be content with second in this race.
Yeah, Rob Warrington heading now into turn 1 as well. And then the 17 car coming through there. That's Gary Thompson. However, the leader making his way into turn number 2, into Quarry Corner. Through Quarry Corner goes race leader Fabio Tafani. The quickest man out there is Tafani with a 1:18.783. They have a half a lap left. The two leaders are working their way out of turn 3, out of Interceptor Corner. That's Fabio Tafani and Sean Moore. Moore rolls right onto that back bumper, or virtually on that back bumper of the leader as they exit turn number 4.
Tafani made a mistake in turn 1, Frankie, and that is why Sean Moore is so close to the back of him over there as well. As they go down the back straight now, it's going to be all or nothing that he's going to have to try. He's on the outside of Sean Moore into Pertamina Fastron. Watch them as they go around. I think on the exit, I think he might just have it though. Tafani goes a little bit wide. He has been going a bit wider through the corners, but I think Tafani, Frankie, will have this one.
Checkered flag is out as they make their way towards the line, and Tafani comes home in P1. Sean Moore crosses the line in that second position, and here comes Richard Schroeder. Schroeder slows right down on the line, and Zander Le Bon comes through. It's an ailing Schroeder car that takes the checkered flag. Man, oh man, oh man. Here comes Rob Warrington, and right behind him is the 17 car of Gary Thompson.
And just to show you, Frankie, how much Sean Moore was pushing towards the end, a 1:17.937, the fastest lap of the race. He was half a second off Fabio Tafani, so a valiant effort from him. Stuart Spooner comes across the line. He is third in Class B, and then Jason Ibertson, who was looking very promising at one stage, comes home in 8th, and it will be 4th position in the silver class. But Mark Ridgway, Alistair Brown, Dennis Geduk, Ian Kaplan, and those 4 over there will not finish this race. The likes of Marcel Angel and Brian Evans not starting. So that is the first of our V8 Masters race for the day, as the sun has come out and drying up the circuit. So some good racing it looks like we're going to be having for the rest of the day, hopefully. But you will see here on the replay how Mark Ridgway just went wide, and the back end stepped out, lost the back end, went into the sand. And this, of course, was the 51 of Mark Ridgway. Sorry, Mark Ridgway. Alistair Brown was the red APV Mustang replica that went off at Pertamina Fastron. Lucky not to be hit by anybody there, but that brought the yellow flags out. And like we say again, here's Mark Ridgway's number 51, who went onto the infield. You can see all the water still onto that infield there as well.
My name is Johnny Wingfield, the father of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Best Price for My Car is the new online platform of the Wingfield Motors bouquet of products. Best Price for My Car will help you sell your car privately while you drive it and max the value of your sale. Just visit bestpriceformycar.com or download our app right now for a free offer on your vehicle. Best Price for My Car. Get the app now and get the best price.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
Did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Shoot, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
Well, find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za. All their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kills River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Need a service? No, not you. Your car. Well, finally, Car Care Clinic is here in the Western Cape. Trust them with your car's needs. This way, you will both be satisfied. Get to www.carcareclinic.co.za and find your nearest branch.
Well, here we go with the Thunder Saloons. The first time that we get them during the normal program and not just coming in at the end of the day. 16 entries on paper. Looks like most everybody's going to make it out there on track. Interesting. A lady racer out there on a BMW E36 Chiara van Niekerk. Wow, first time out with some decent power.
Well, we'll have to look, see if she is out on track. She did enter, her name is on the entry list, so we'll have a look who is all going to be out there. If that Beamer of Chiara does come out onto the circuit, that we will know soon. So, here comes Dani van Niekerk down to the line. The start line officials are waiting for them to come down to the line, and Dani van Niekerk, Nian de Toy, I do apologize, in the NDT Racing BMW. So race mace, Nian de Toy. We were talking about Dani van Niekerk earlier on, and he's not on the entry list. So yeah, Dani not racing today. He was out there in the previous events with that super quick super Golf of his. But Dani not on the entry list for today. But the NDT Racing BMW of Race Mace himself, Nian de Toy, is the first car to stop here on the grid. The rest of the Thunder Saloon cars are working their way out of turn number 5 out of Fostron corner. and coming down towards us. Stacks and stacks and stacks of BMWs. If Sean Ludwig is out there, he will be in a Honda Type R Civic, the Ludwig Racing Honda. So we'll have to look, see if that car is out here. Here comes Daniel Kutsia. He stops on the second row of the grid in P4. And the cars all making their way through. Right, so that 99 you see on track is not 99, it's actually 66. The number on the roof is the wrong way around, and that is Rasik Harris out there. Wow, have a look at this. And then the 41 of Roshan Khan on the front row in that second position. So we'll have a look, see as the cars come through. Nias Modak is in that BMW Estate, if I can call it that. He's in that 333 car, that black Beamer. So P1, 3 and 5 is open as we get ready for the first of the Thunder Saloon car races underway. 2 of them scheduled for today in the Thunder Saloon category. So Roshan Khan and Daniel Kutsia. So the green flag waves, they get sent on their way. Harris, there goes Kutsia. Levy's in there. Neandertoy, Vicky Paither, Imad Modak, Jaco Lambert. He's got that supercar. There is Sean Ludwig, that Honda Type R Civic right at the back of the field there. And then the supercar in there as well of Jaco Lambert.
So nice to see that there's a large field out there. 16 there was going to be. It looks like it's 15. I don't see Kiara van Niekerk out on circuit. It's pretty much the only one I think that's not there. So Sean Ludwig, Roshan Khan, he was out with the Clubmans earlier on. Circulated very, very slowly. Couldn't see any signs of what was wrong until he came past for the last time. And the last time that he came past, the right-hand rear tire had completely disintegrated and was busy beating the bodywork to a pulp. So that's obviously why he was running as slow as what he did. But he did pick up the points. Lots and lots of BMWs out there. And sure, it looks like the BMW power plants that are available in general at the moment are going to dictate this type of racing. Get lots of power out of a 3 to 5 and a 3 to 8. It looks like just one of the Levies that's busy coming up the old pit lane. Or is it Ahmad? They look exactly the same. I think it's a 58. That's Mansour Parker. So one more that's going to be coming out. The Renault pace car pulls off. And here they come up towards the line. It looks like it's going to be Roshan Khan that's going to be the man that's got a good chance of picking up the whole shot down into turn number 1. Frankie, take him off the line.
Right, here we go. The lights go off and away we go. And Daniel Kutsia dives up onto the inside. Oh, look at Neandertoy. Race Mace working his way from virtually mid-pack and into the lead as they work their way out of turn 1, out of Holzhoek. Out of holes they go now. Khan sits in second. Daniel Kutsia. That BMW was fishtailing around. Then you've got Nias Modak in the house. Vicky Paith has been overtaken there by Raxi Harris as they go through. Raxi runs wide and Paitha comes back there on Harris once again. Faisal Kutsia is also in there as well as they work their way through the kink and into turn 3, interceptor corner. But up front, Gary, it is Race Mace himself, Neanderthal, that's dropping the hammer and disappearing down the road.
If we didn't know any better, I would have said he had tyre warmers on and he just up-dusted and disappeared. He's got himself a very nice gap. Is that pure pace or is that just a case of Ayrton Senna going 11 tenths on the first lap, getting a gap and then riding 10 tenths from there on out and forcing you to push the edges and make the mistakes? Well, we know Race Mace Neanderthal Racing, he's got his workshop here at the Killarney International Circuit, and that car is looking blindingly quick. Another one to keep an eye on is Anmar Kutsi in the 333. That's the station wagon, and that thing is also very quick. It's on the back of Roshan Khan, and you're going to have a look up on that inside line. A bit of smoke trailing from that car as he works his way down into turn number 1.
Right, so this is awesome stuff here from Neanderthal heading into turn number 2. The toy is just disappearing down the road. It's hammer time for Neon as he works his way out of turn number 2, but it is Nias Modak that's there in that second position, followed there by Daniel Kutsia as they go through turn number 2. Then it's Roshan Khan. Faisal Kutsia is in there as well. Vicky Paitha, followed there by Imad Modak. Raxi Harris is right in the fight as well, followed there by Mansour Parker. And the last 2 cars on... No, that's not. That is not Parker. Parker's going into turn 2. That's Levy. I do apologize. Those cars look very much the same as the group of cars work their way down the back straight.
Yeah, the spray job on Parker and Levy is exactly the same unless you pick up the number or the name on the window, which is pretty small. There's no ways you can determine between the two. So Neanderthal not only looked quick on lap number 1, he is blindingly quick on lap number 2. 117.053. 116 is cut off in the class. He's 1 second outside of that. Well, here comes the rest of the pack behind that. It's Faisal that's moved up and Roshan Khan that's pushing down. And then don't forget about that 333 of Anmar Kutsi. As I said, that 333, the BMW station wagon, very, very quick. And he's already done a 1 minute 23.92 on this last lap that he was on now.
Well, Amar Kutsia is driving that motor car, as you see on your screen on my list. It says Nias Modak, so that's obviously changed around. There's obviously been a driver change right on the end of it, so that 333 estate BMW has not been driven by Nias Modak according to the program, but it is driven there by Amar Kutsia. So fine, he's doing pretty well out there with that motor car. So let's have a look. Where's the lead? He's probably down into turn 5 already. My goodness, he has just abducted and disappeared. Is Neanderthal as he heads back towards us once again.
Well, on the previous lap, which was lap number 2, he was nothing short of 4 seconds quicker than everybody and everything else out there on circuit. So Neanderthal, the full length of a straight and a half of Holzhoek ahead of Faisal Kutsia in that second position. Faisal now getting the hammer down at 118.8 for Faisal. Anmar Kutsia coming through and also putting in a much quicker time.
So making his way through the kink and going down towards turn number 3, interceptor corner, is your race leader, Neanderthal, and he's way, way, way down the road on that 146 car, Faisal Kutsia, that is there in that second position. So Kutsia now making his way into turn number 3 into interceptor, but making his way out of a turn 2 through the kink. That is that 333 of Amar Kutsia. There was a lot of smoke that came out of the back end of that motor car when he worked his way out of turn number 2. And he's ahead of 4 guys. It's having a massive, massive dice into turn number 4, into Car Care Clinic. And Roshan Khan, whoa, did I see a bit of touching going there into turn number 4? We'll have a look-see as they go down the back main. Yes, they did. Rubbing is racing and losing out there was the 47 of Imad Modak. So there was a bit of contact there between the two of them. And Modak came out the worst of that, although we're still in that fight as they head into turn 5. Fostron corner.
1 minute 16.796. Neander Toy just 0.7 of a second outside of what this class was designed for. But Roshan Khan has got them wrapped back and stacked behind him. And as he comes through, it's Khan, Modak, Kutsia, Harris, and Levy. All 5 of them together as they work their way through Holzhoek out into the Jabez Straight. They go, can Khan hold the rest of them back? I don't think so. I don't think he's got the same pace as those 3 cars behind him. I think it's his driver's skill that's taken him to where he is. Heavy braking as they go down into turn number 2.
Right, that's a lovely fight between the 4 of them coming out of turn number 2. And Roshan Khan won't give up that fight. Daniel Kutsia is right on his case as they head into turn number 3 into Interceptor corner. And behind him is Raxi Harris and Levy as they go. Here comes Harris. Harris up on the inside. Does Harris go past 2 of them? No, and he gets past the Kutsia as they work their way out of turn 4 out of Car Care Clinic.
Well, Harris has definitely got the power. There's no doubt about it. Let's see what he can do down the back main. No stickers on that motor car. It's just a beautiful red coat of paint. Roshan Khan holding them as they work their way down. 3 abreast. Eventually, they go to 2 abreast. The 3 of them very, very close as they go through Fastron corner. And somebody's gone off. Somebody's gone off on the outside. I think it could be Daniel Kutsia was the one that got spat out of that group and will lose ground as they come through for yet another lap, 3 laps to go.
Yeah, it is definitely Daniel Kutsia that lost a lot of ground there. He's making his way towards the start-finish line now. And here comes the number 2 car of Daniel Kutsia. Not a happy camper. He was right in that fight. 2 more cars coming towards us. It's the Honda and the supercar of Sean Ludwig and of Yaku Lambert as they head into turn number 1. And Kutsia is coming out of turn 1 very, very slow. That is Daniel Kutsia. So yeah, here Tiny say possible brake issues. We'll have to see when he makes his way into turn 2. He's going through turn 2 pretty much okay, but he's a lot slower than what he's supposed to be. However, the leader is making his way into turn number 1 into Holzhoek. And that is Neandertoy, and he is miles, and I mean miles and miles ahead of a second place man that is now heading down into turn number 5 into Fastron corner, and that is that 333 of Amar Kutsia.
I remember right from the beginning we said that BMW station wagon in the hands of Amar Kutsia looked to be pretty quick on the opening lap, and well, getting up through to that second position and just blowing everybody from there. So the 2 Kutsias in second and third position, they've now swapped around, and it looks like Modak's gone up into that 3rd position. So a bit of a fight back there, losing the tail end and catching it very neatly through the Holzhoek corner. Up the Jabez Straight they go, and between the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, there's not much in it. Here comes Harris. Harris closing up under braking as they go into turn number 2. He's closing up on the back of Modak. Modak's closing up on the back of Amar Kutsia. They did a 25.5, a 23.2 of Imad Modak in that 3rd position. And in fact, Imad Modak up on the inside of turn number 3 and takes that position away, going past Kutsia and up into 2nd place.
But the car to watch in that group is the one at the back of that group. That's Rasik Harris as they go down the back main. Here comes Harris climbing on the gas. Will he catch up to that 333? Down the back main he goes. He closes up on him, but not by much, as the 3 of them all bunch up going down there into turn number 5 into Fastron corner. So it's a lovely fight between the 3 of them as they exit turn 5 Fastron.
Well, laps are sticking away. There can't be too much time left in this one. First place gone and up and dusted and disappeared. The battle is for 2nd place. Modak, Kutsia and Harris and they've gotten completely away from Levy here. Levy's coming through now, and it's actually Anwar Levy ahead of Roshan Khan. So Roshan Khan, having started on the front of the grid on the outside, has dropped down numerous positions, but I think you'll be pretty happy that the tyres are at least holding together as here comes Nian de Toy. Wow, what a drive. What do you say? 1 minute 16.796, the quickest lap, miles ahead of everybody and everything else out there on track. Not in a class of his own, he's in his own class.
Yeah, he's just set a new class there. Maybe they should go to Class S. I'm only joking. But man, he is way down the road of this fight for second, third and fourth, and down the back straight. There goes Imad Modak. Well, he was involved in this massive fight, which has now disappeared. It's literally just been blown apart, because there goes Imad Modak. Here's Amar Kutsia, and there's Rasik Harris. And they are fighting for second, third, and fourth. Well, they were, no more. That one's blown itself apart. And towards the checkered flag comes the second place man in car number 47, Imad Modak.
Yeah, you'll be pretty happy with that one, although you'll be totally blown away by Nian de Toy, that was in a completely different class. Anwar Kutsia, Razli Harris coming through, and then Anwar Levy is going to lose out on the last. Roshan Khan picked up that one position, and here they end in 5th and 6th places. So 15 of the 16 pretty much out there on circuit and making it happen. Baby Jakes, Ahmad, Nias Modak and Kiara van Niekerk, the vehicles that were entered and not making it out on track.
Right, here we go with the sports and GT car race, and this is the
Bertha Wines Veltevreden Estate Ons Huisie 100, and a number of cars coming out there. I can see as well the Opel Malik of Steve Humble. Will he be out there? There's the Nardini of the Nardini Sports of Gavin Gorman. I saw the two 350Zs earlier on. They look like they were going to be coming out. The Radical is out. I can see that, of course, is Josh Broom in the Radical SR8. And the likes of the Pearl Beam, which was on Facebook, the Francis Carruthers Pearl Beam, that was basically the promotion for the event. Looks to be out there. Gary Kieswetter, always in his GT3 Cup Porsche, his trusty GT3 Cup Porsche. And then Clinton Thorne, the Birkin 7. So 15 are entered for this particular race today, this 31-lapper. Let's see how many of them will eventually come out. I see the Janetta GT4 of John Kirsten is slated, the 555 machine. Louis Diago, of course, always in his Lola T212. And Martin Pugh, the Shelby Can-Am. Also Greg Mills, Doc Greg Mills, who's listed as 6th on the grid in the Janetta GT3, but we'll watch them as they come now to line up on the grid. You'll see the Nardini coming past, the Porsche as well following suit. The Renault Sandero gets into position. That is the safety car for today's event. Number of classes over here as well, stretched over 5 or 6 classes, I should rather say. Broom in a class of his own. That will be Sports and GT Class S. Steve Humble heading the way in the Class A section, as I see the Radical and the Opel Malik into position right now. There goes Carruthers and Gary Kiesvet in the Porsche GT3 Cup, the grey and martini livery.
Well, the Francis Carruthers car, nice to see that 69 out on the track, and alongside Gary Kiesvet, as you said, in his trusted steed, his GT3 Porsche. He's campaigned that car for many years. Pity that we don't see the Doc out there. Unfortunately, he hasn't arrived from Neisner today to come and race. So Dr. Mike Verrier, the man that is the main promoter of Sports and GT West Bromwich Motor Club in terms of the Sports and GT iRacing Masters Series. His car was out on track being tested. I think it was on Wednesday that there was some footage that was put out, and yeah, unfortunately not making it. Hand up out of the 69 car of Francis Carruthers. Well, he's put his, yeah, he stuck his hand out again.
Super.
Start Marshall is, oh, just notices it now. He's got his hand out there. You see Ravenel, the main sponsor on that motor car. So Josh Broom in the Radical on the front row of the grid. That's got a twin Hayabusa style motor in it. That thing is blindingly quick. The Radical SR8, Opel Malik Mark 1 alongside him. Very well known racing driver, a man that enjoys a bit of rallycross here at WPMC as well, Steve Hundle. Nice to see Francis Carruthers back out in his own Pearl Beam PM84 out there on track. Second row of the grid on the outside, Gary Kieswetter in the GT3 Cup. Martini paint job on that motor car. Then the 27 of Clinton Thorne, also in Class A, Dr. Greg Mills with the Janetta GT3. But I think you'll probably find Greg Mills will be a whole heap quicker than a lot of the Class A cars that are in front of him.
Yeah, the Janetta out there, John Kirsten looking very impressive as well, the GT4. See that the 27 Birkin 7 as well, front and rear wing on that car for Clinton Thorne. He will be starting ahead of the Janetta alongside him of Greg Mills, very prominent in orange. And the GA Motorsport, of course, Gunter Drotsky and co involved in that very much.
First of the Class B cars, Martin Pugh, and he's in 8th position on the 4th row of the grid in the Nardini Sport. Sorry, he's in the Nissan Shelby Can-Am. Then in the Nardini Sports, alongside that is Gavin Gorman. And then the third of the Class B cars, the Porsche 997, also a GT3 Cup car, and that is Andre Brink. So nice to have Andre Brink back out on circuit. That's a name I haven't heard recently at all. Looks like the pace car is going to move off. Clock of the course says to Josh Broom, it's okay, my man, go out there and go and have fun. See you in an hour from now. Hopefully not before then. Well, Greg Mills has got a problem. He's standing on the line with the Janetta, and he's got his hand out the window. Luckily, everything coming from behind is at a very slow pace. It's all first gear stuff, so nobody will pile into the back of him, but they're going to have to do a push start on that motor car. Or if they've got another battery pack, yep, they've got a jumper battery pack in there. That's surprising for a motor car like that to have a problem with that battery pack. Yep, he gets it started and off the line it comes. That's the last of the Class A cars on the grid. The Bertha Wines Weltevreden Estate Sports and GT race number 1. 14 cars out there.
Yeah, it should be easy peasy lemon squeezy there for him to get back into position, if he will be allowed to start from position as well to get through. I think you are allowed, if you get before the line,
so, yeah.
If you get before the line, you are allowed to get back into position. So Greg Mills, a little bit of a scare there. You had the door open and everything, hand waving out the window. But he should get back into position very quickly. He'll catch the back there of Divan Luzmore in the 350Z. Also Emil Buerta rounding off the field with him. So a duo of 350Zs. Ray Farnham in his Opel Birkin 7. That's the rotary-powered Birkin. And then Eric Salomon in the Lotus Elf, and with the Lotus colours as well, the Elf S06. Louis Diaga a little bit further down the field as well, 11th position off of John Kirsten. Remember, Louis Diaga sharing a class with Eric Salomon. That will be the Class C battle.
Greg Mills is working his way up on the left-hand side of the back main and going back to his position. I actually thought that he was just going to recover the tail end of the field because he wasn't in a rush coming around turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. He was very passive at that point, and it looked like he was just wanting to catch the tail end of the field, but he has come into the tail end of Class A, third row on the outside. I'm going to hazard a guess with my limited knowledge of what's out there, these specific car driver combinations, that Greg Mills will probably be the fastest man out there, but Josh Broom's going to set the pace. Will Josh Broom's car last the distance? It doesn't have a good history in terms of being able to last long distances, but is it blindly quick over a short period of time? Oh, hell yes.
We'll find out soon enough as they come towards the line, and away we go. Start of the All AC 100. The Radical will poke the nose right ahead, but will it come on the outside? It's going to be Steve Humble that will poke his nose ahead on the outside of turn 1 and take the lead of this race. Josh Broom will fall down into second position. The Porsche of Gary Kieswetter will hold third at this time. Francis Carruthers has gone down to fourth position, and then he will be ahead there of the Clinton Thorne Birkin 7 as they make their way through the second turn now at Quarry. A very good clean start for everybody. Watch out, Greg Mills. Greg Mills still holding in there behind the Shelby Can-Am of Martin Pugh.
Well, lots of time for him to work his way through. I must say, Gary Kieswetter making up that one position. That'll put him in a nice spot as they work their way through Car Care Clinic and out into the back main. Look at that. Oh, the front two starting to really get the hammer down and getting away a little bit there from Kieswetter. The pull beam in the hand of Francis Carruthers down to that fourth place, but once he gets the tyre temperatures and the brake temperatures up on that car is really designed for long distance, needs to have tyre and brake temperature to be able to get any worthwhile times out of it.
Watch down the slipstream. Gary is going to go onto the inside for the first turn, and he looks going past him over there, very easily going back into the lead of this race. Into turn 1 he goes. The Radical of Josh Broom leads the way. Watch out behind him though, still trying to get a second wind over here is Steve Humble, but watch out behind them too. It's Gary Kieswetter who's got his mirrors all the way full of Francis Carruthers, and Carruthers will go onto the outside in the pull beam, but you won't have any heroic moves over there as well. I think just sliding back into third position will be the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter.
I get the impression that Francis Carruthers is of the intent of getting past Kieswetter pretty quickly, because he thinks that if Josh Broom and Steve Humble get away, he's not going to be able to catch them, and that's what the real deal is actually all about for him. Although Josh Broom is in a different class, it goes about overall honors. Shaking the tail end is Steve Humble as he comes out of Car Care Clinic down the back main. But Josh Broom's now getting the hammer down and starting to stretch them out just a little.
Well, just looking down the field, of course, 6th position, Martin Pugh in the Nissan Shelby Can-Am is the Class B leader. He's ahead of a Class A man in Greg Mills, and there's only 1.8 seconds between the two of them. Andre Brink is second in Class B, Gavin Gorman third, John Kirsten in the Class X new driver, and Car Combination holds that place at the moment. And I see here going on to the next... that's the back end taking out there for Humble. Humble has spun the Opel Malik, and what happens is he's lost 2 positions. He gets track and going very quickly, Gary.
Well, he didn't lose that much ground, probably the length of the Jabez Straight, which is hundreds of meters, but then again, at the speed these cars are going, you do 100 meters very quickly. The Janetta's slowing down. The Janetta is slowing down, and looks like he's going to pull that car off on the Jabez Straight. Yeah, Dr. Greg Mills having problems to start it, and then deciding to park the car just behind the old Sacra building on the karting straight, on the Jabez Straight, behind the karting circuit. And that's what to my mind would have been probably the person that was going to put the pressure on the Radical. And there's another one that's now slowed down, that's Steve Humble.
No, that's not Steve Humble. I think that is Clinton Thorne, Gary.
Yeah,
that is the Birkin 7. Yeah, no, he started slowing down just as you started speaking about the... of course, Greg Mills in the Janetta, the Lotus Birkin 7 has done very much likewise, which means Martin Pugh goes up into 5th position, and Andre Brink gets a 2 double whammy over there, and he gets up into 6th position from 8th. Gavin Gorman will come up in the Nardini Sports. He will be 2nd place or 3rd place in Class B. And John Kirsten still in the other Janetta. 10th position will be 9th position fairly shortly. He's still much and truly running.
Well, looks like Steve Humble lost around about 7 seconds with the tail end breaking away, going down into Hole's Hook and sliding it in a 4-wheel drift to a stop, but pointing just about in the right direction. Selected the gear and pulled away again. But that 7 seconds is going to take a bit of time to try and catch that up. So Steve Humble down into that 4th place. So Class A, Francis Carruthers from Gary Kieswetter, and then Steve Humble. Martin Pugh leading out Class B by 6 seconds from Andre Brink, another 2.6 back to Gavin Gorman, and then the leading Class C car out there. In fact, there is only 2 C-Class cars out there, the one being Eric Salomon. And then Louis De Jager, he must have run into a problem somewhere. He's bringing up the tail end of the field.
Well, sorry, Gary, just looking at Ray Farnham now. Ray Farnham is currently in 11th position. He has his hands full of 2 Nissan 350Zs. The one is Emil Buerta, which is the one that now tails the field at the moment. But now the one ahead of him is Divan Lismore. And that 350Z is all over the back of that Mazda Wankel-engined Birkin 7. Of Opel Birkin 7, yes, sorry, rather I could say Opel Birkin 7. And Ray Farnham is all over the back there. Of him is Divan Lismore down the back straight as they go.
Divan Lismore has also made his debut recently on Sports and GT iRacing, and he's pretty quick on the simulator as well. So I'm sure that he's going to put in a strong run here. He is leading out Class D in that Nissan 350Z, as we said, just ahead of Ray Farnham. And there is only a gap of 1.5 seconds between the two of them, and then 0.4 back to Emil Buerta. So that's probably the dice to watch right now.
Well, looking at that, Emil Buerta hanging on to the back of the field there quite nicely. But Josh Broom is the 1:13.868 fastest lap time for him at the moment. And Francis Carruthers is in second, 6.5 seconds back in the pole lead. So what happens is Gary Kieswetter crosses the line in the Porsche GT3 Cup. He is 3.7 seconds off of the second place man. Remember, Josh Broom is Class S runner, the only Class S runner in this race. He leads the way. Class A first position is Francis Carruthers. Martin Pugh is the Class B leader. He currently lies in 5th position ahead of Andre Brink, and quite a bit ahead of Andre Brink, who will be coming around now in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup. Gavin Gorman, 3rd in class, 7th overall, and then Eric Salomon will lead the Class C battle with Louis De Jager having a bit of a struggle out there, Gary. He finds himself in 13th position at this time, and I think he's lost 2 laps.
Yeah, definitely ran into a problem somewhere. Nice to see that Steve Humble is starting to push the pace. It's Steve Humble after that slide trying to get onto the back end of Gary Kieswetter. And Kieswetter is going very, very well. I must say, he did a 1:16.3.9. Steve Humble did a 1:15.4 in the Mallock, catching up onto that GT3 Porsche. So definitely Steve Humble, very racy out there. But Kieswetter definitely the match for him. He looks further up the straight. He can in fact see Francis going down into turn number 1. So within visual distance of Francis Carruthers in the pull beam PM84, it'll be a motivation to try and then get past the GT3. There is only Louis De Jager that's in between, but Louis, being a very experienced race driver, will make sure that he doesn't slow them up at all. And now it's a case of do whatever you need to do to try and hold that man behind you, because Kieswetter can barely see. You can only see the wing of that car behind him. It's so low and so sleek and so close behind him. All you'll see is the wing, and you'll know that it is all about Steve Humble on the move.
Well, then going to Class D, Devon Loosemore is the leader in the 350Z ahead of Ray Farnham. Now, I was saying Ray Farnham earlier on in the Wankel engine Birkin. It's not the case, of course. It's an Opel Birkin. So I got my Wankel and my standard piston engines all confused over there. But it is the standard reciprocating engine, looks like it, in that Opel Birkin. I remember somebody did actually race a Wankel engined Lotus 7 replica at one stage. I can't come by the name right now, but they're having a lovely little battle between them.
It was Neon de Toy, was the last 7 that had a rotary motor in it. It was a dark green color, British green, but I only saw it once on the circuit, and I haven't actually seen it since then. I think they had clutch problems or something with the car and hasn't been out on circuit since, if my information is correct. But keep an eye on what's happening out there. It's Francis Carruthers that's working his way past the 350Zs that are in a battle all of their own. And while he works his way through there pretty neatly, he can't afford to lose too much ground, because Francis Carruthers has got Gary Kieswetter and are very, very urgently trying to pass Steve Humble right in behind him, and they're getting through the traffic really quickly, driving up on the inside. Oh, now they get slowed up as they go through Car Care Clinic on the entrance. They had to climb on the brakes pretty heavily, as there was only one racing line that they could go through there. Kieswetter is still holding out on that position, but how long can he hold Steve Humble out?
Yeah, Steve Humble on the fight back now, currently in 4th position in this race, and putting the pressure on Gary Kieswetter. They go now into Pertamina Faster on turn 5, and having to fight there through the traffic as well. They're going past Ray Farnham at the moment. Ray Farnham was in his own private battle with Devon Loosemore, but John Kirsten falling down into 10th position. Actually, John Kirsten looks like he might be falling out of this race. I speak under correction. And where is that Janetta, to be honest? I think the Janetta is just going through turn 1 into Holes Hook right now. Eric Salomon, who's down in the 9th or 8th position rather, has had a lap put on him as well now. So he's had Josh Broom and Francis Carruthers coming right through them. And then Gary Kieswetter and Steve Humble will follow suit.
Gary Kieswetter's gone through the traffic better than what Steve Humble has. He's picked them up just at the right points and been able to get through pretty quickly, and that's taken a lot of pressure off Gary Kieswetter in that second position in Class A, 3rd position overall. Josh Broom, who initially looked to be able to disappear, has not been able to get away in the Class S car. He's presently got an 8-second gap. You would have thought he would have been a little bit further away from them by this stage of the fight, although he is doing 1:16.1, Francis Carruthers 16.9, 18.1 by Kieswetter. That's why Kieswetter is pushing it as hard as what he is, because he's got to stay ahead of Steve Humble on an 18.8 at this stage of the fight. So the traffic picking them up and affecting everybody. Now the front 4, all in the 1:15.4 for Josh Broom and Francis Carruthers in 1st and 2nd, a 15.9 for Kieswetter. Humble closing up by 4 tenths of a second and that's because he was held up in the traffic and he's got a bit of open ground in front of him, and now managing to catch back up again. So it's battle royal between the GT3 Cup Porsche and the Mallock Mark 1 14B.
Well, the next man on Josh Broom's hit list is Gavin Gorman in the Nardini Sports, who's in 7th position at the moment. He's having a private battle with Andre Brink in the 997 GT3 Cup Porsche. And well, what happens is that's going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, if you ask me. They've just put a lap on Eric Salomon, Devon Lismore, Ray Farnham, John Kirsten, Emil Buerta, and Louis Diaga, who is still in this race, by the way, in the Lola T212. And following suit there, about a lap down now with Emil Buerta. I thought it was actually a little bit further down for Louis Diaga as far as laps are concerned, but he's second place in Class C at the moment. Josh Broom crosses the line, 10 laps down. 21 laps left to go and 8.9 seconds between the two of them. A fastest third sector time for Josh Broom, and the Josh Broom fastest lap of 1:13.868 stands for now.
So still leading out Class B, Martin Pugh. He's done a lovely job out there, make no mistake. And we wait for him to come through on the start-finish line. Martin Pugh in the Nissan Shelby Can-Am. And well, to lead out Class B ahead of the likes of Gavin Gorman, and that by 22 seconds. Doing a lovely job there. He goes through now. Gavin Gorman on his way down the back main into Pertamina Fastron corner. That is what 22 seconds looks like at the pace that they are going out in now. Fastest lap so far, the man leading the race, 1:13.868 by Josh Broom.
Well, 25.9, Gary, being put in by Steve Humble in the first sector. So he is pushing it pretty hard. 1.2 seconds off of Gary Kieswetter. Remember, they're coming up to lap more cars as well, because you have Andre Brink, you have Gavin Gorman, who's now got ahead of Andre Brink, and then Martin Pugh still coming up as well.
I think he has in fact passed. If you look down to Fastron Turn 5, it looks like it's through eventually. Steve Humble on Gary Kieswetter. Well, the lap times were showing that he was putting in very quick times. Steve Humble eventually gets up to third, but the whole emphasis on what he was doing was to make sure that Francis Carruthers and Josh Broom don't get away from him, and that period of time has cost him probably almost 3/4 of the length of the Joubert Straight as he enters turn number 2. So you'll look across 90 degrees to his right hand side. We'll see Francis Carruthers in the leading Class A car there. Steve Humble going to look for honours. 20 laps to go.
Yeah, 20 laps to go, Gary. He's 16 seconds off of Josh Broom at the moment. And on the last lap, he was 4/10 of a second slower than Josh Broom. So Josh Broom still putting in the fast lap times. He's going to have to be now from Steve Humble. 2 cars in turn 5 have gone off. I think one of them, Gary, is the Janetta GT4 of John Kirsten.
Yeah, it looks like it. And yeah, we haven't seen much of John Kirsten at all with this one. Doesn't going at a pretty slow pace, probably just feeling it out to make sure everything is okay. The lights are ablaze on that Janetta. Josh Broom has gone through, but keep in mind, Josh Broom is Class S. Steve, Gary are Class A cars.
But Gary, Martin Pugh, car number 21, of course, from this in Shelby Can-Am, is stuck in the sand at the moment, so there'll be yellow flags waving in that section as well now.
And he's the man that was leading Class B very decently. I think he had about 7 or 8 seconds on the Class B lead as we watch that Janetta in the hands of Kirsten running very, very slowly. I don't see that car making another 19 laps around.
Well, Gavin Gorman, he goes up into Class B lead now ahead of Andre Brink. The 3.5 seconds between the two of them. Unfortunately for Martin Pugh, Eric Salomon gets promoted to 7th position. Devon Lismore will be likewise, and then Ray Farnham will come up a position as well into 9th. He's currently second in class at the moment ahead of Emil Buerta, who will now go up into 10th. Louis Diaga still hanging in there as well, and 11 cars look to be left in this race now.
So Devon Lismore doing a decent job there with the Nissan 350Z. He's the leading Class D entrant ahead of Ray Farnham, and that by 10.2 seconds at the moment. But the fights between Farnham and Buerta, half a second between the two of them, and they're in a battle royal as they go through turn 2.
Well, so 18 laps to go in this race, crossing the line. 10.2 seconds is the gap between Josh Broom in the Radical SR8 and the Pullbeam PM8 of Francis Carruthers. Steve Humble, he is now 14.7 seconds off of the lead, 4.5 seconds off Francis Carruthers at the moment. There could be a likelihood of him catching Francis Carruthers. However, it is going to be a tough ask to get the lead. So on the last lap, Gary, I see now a 1:14.628 for Steve Humble, as opposed to the 1:15s for the two ahead of him, of course, Josh Broom and Francis Carruthers. And now a fastest first sector time. Steve Humble is doing the right thing at the moment.
Well, that is why he was trying to get past. That it looked like that why he was trying so desperately to get past Kisweta, so that he doesn't end up with a big gap between himself and Carruthers, who is the leader of the class at 25.9 as opposed to a 27.2. In sector number 1, in sector number 2, a 21.8 as opposed to a 23.5 of Carruthers. He's closing, and he's closing fast.
John O'Kirsten has officially come into the pit, so his race has run, unfortunately. There's only 11 of them left. Ray Farnham now finds himself at the tail end of the field in the Opel-powered Birkin 7, and that will be 2 seconds off of Emil Buerta, the Nissan 350Z. One of two still left in this race. The two that started, the two are now currently left in the race.
Well, taking off 2 seconds from Francis Carruthers was Steve Humble on the last race, on the last lap, should I say. He's coming up now behind one of the Porsches, and he's looking at the outside line. He's going to dive across to the inside line. Doesn't lose too much there, although Carruthers had a clean run past those two vehicles, and that will just give him a bit of breathing space. Probably find that Carruthers has got comps with somebody in his helmet that will be telling him exactly what the gaps are. But even if you've got a normal car mirror inside your car, you will be able to see Steve Humble is slowly but surely closing. There's no doubt about it.
Well, Gary, a 1:16.844 for Francis Carruthers on the previous lap, and a 1:14.827 on the previous lap for Steve Humble. That's a whole 2 seconds that he actually took out of him on that lap, Steve Humble. He's now 2.5 seconds the last time around. They cross the line now. Josh Broom will be coming ahead of Carruthers. Watch out for Carruthers now when he crosses the line. Here he comes. It will be 11.5 seconds, and then Steve Humble 3.1 seconds. So he's actually reacted to that there, Gary. You got now Francis Carruthers has got a 14.9, and Steve Humble's had a bad lap, but remember, he was coming through traffic.
Yep, it was what happened through turn number 2 when he picked up the traffic at the wrong time. Went for the outside line. The person in front of him then realized he was there, got to him very quickly under braking, and the GT3 Porsche moved across towards the outside of the circuit. He then had to back off, turn it back in again, and then from there he could get going up to normal race pace. But just that little bit, that is what's made the difference. Josh Broom on his way down the back main, coming into Car Care Clinic corner. Turn number 3 is the second vehicle out there on circuit, the pull beam. So almost the length of the back main between first and second, the first class S and the first class A car. And then Steve Humble, the next man that's going to be coming through behind that. He's now broken properly away from Gary Kisweta. Gavin Gorman, having inherited the lead from Martin Pugh, who's dunked in the sand down at Pertamina Fastron corner. The man that was originally leading Class B, Gavin Gorman, inherited that lead, but he's going to work hard for it, because Andre Brink in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car, that's the white and yellow one, he is only 1.7 seconds further back. So leading Class B is one thing, leading Class B is going to be another.
Yeah, it looks like it's now Louis Diaga. Gary has pulled into the pits, so there's only one Class C runner left in this race, and that will be Eric Salomon, who is just about to be lapped in this race now as well. He currently lies 7th ahead of Devon Lismore in a bit of a David versus Goliath battle, and I think Devon Lismore has just made it through now, as here comes Steve Humble through Interceptor. He's visibly close to the back of the Francis Carruthers, 1.7 seconds, and with 15 laps to go, I think what happens is it's a foregone conclusion. I think he'll make the pass on Carruthers.
He's looking for a class victory. He's not going to get an overall victory, but definitely a class victory looks to be on the books for him. But then again, Josh Broom's riding a car which, as we said in the beginning of this event, the Radical SR8 does not have a very good history in terms of being able to last the distance blindingly quick. 13.868, presently going around just 1 second short, doing 14 at the moment, and that's all he needs to do. He's got a 13-second gap, and he's pretty much holding that 13-second gap, so doing enough to stay in a safe situation. But it's now Steve Humble, Francis Carruthers, and there's only 1.5 seconds now between them with 14 to go. Francis Carruthers has waited a long time for that car to be rebuilt, to get it back out on circuit. He'll be enjoying himself, but I think he'll have one eye on the rearview mirror and one eye on what's in front of him, and what's in front of him is a 350Z Nissan, and that is probably Emil Buerter, I think, that is closing up on now. So hopefully for him, he'll pick them up during the course of the back main and not get held up at all. If he can get past before the end of the back main, I think he will on given pace.
Another one I can't see Ray Farnham having registered on the timing screens. Here comes Josh Broom now to complete lap 18 of the 31. That means there are 13 laps left to go. And then a whole gaggle of cars coming up now, because Francis Carruthers fighting his way through the traffic there as well. And likewise for Steve Humble, they're getting there past Devon Loosemore. Here comes Steve Humble now, and then Loosemore will come up a position. Eric Salomon will go down a position, and that of course will be 7th and 8th as we wait for Gary Kieswetter, who's also in a bit of a battle of his own, although I think what happens is there are differing laps here as well. So Gary Kieswetter is currently 3rd in class at the moment, with Andre Brink, Gavin Gorman following suit in Class B.
Well, Josh Broom just edging slowly away now, but Josh has been pretty lucky in terms of where he's picked up traffic. Francis Carruthers has been very good through the traffic, but he's also been a little bit more lucky as to where he picks up the traffic, so it's worked in his favor. Steve Humble, every single time he comes up to lap somebody, he gets them on the entrance to a corner. They sitting on the racing line. He's got to roll off the gas, and the inevitable, which to me would be Humble passing Carruthers, has been stayed off for the last 6, 7, 8 laps. We're down to 13. Francis Carruthers' luck's going to run out sooner or later, and Steve Humble's going to go to the front end of Class A.
Yeah, it's all going to be about patience, Gary, because what happens is, you know, he's got a lot of laps left. He's got 12 laps left. And what happens is he needs to be quite circumspect about picking his passing point, because you don't want to do something a little too desperate and then you throw away a class win in the process. And of course, like you said, the likelihood of him catching Josh Broom is virtually none. And Josh Broom was just basically in a class of his own, literally in Class S, the only Class S entrant here today, but 14 seconds behind, of course, 14.6 seconds behind the Carruthers and Humble battle. Gary Kieswetter still 3rd in Class A. Andre Brink now leading Class B. That is 5th position ahead of Gavin Gorman. Devon Lismore in Class D, leading Class D. And of course, Eric Salomon leading Class C. He's currently in 8th position ahead of Emil Buerter. And a lot of casualties here with Ray Farnham, Louis Diaga, Martin Pugh, Johnny Kirsten, Clinton Thorne, and of course Greg Mills. Yeah,
Greg Mills was the first one to battle with the Janetta. Couldn't get it started off the line. Got it started. The Janetta GT3 took up his original grid position before the start, and 2 laps in, he just slowed it all down, pulled off the circuit behind the Sacra building, and that was as far as they went. As you see there on screen, that is the battle for Class A honours. Francis Carruthers, Steve Humble closed up onto the back of him, and now they're pretty much doing the same lap times, a 15.4 as opposed to a 15.3 by Steve Humble. Is he saving the tyres just a little bit, get the temperatures right on those tyres, or has he pushed it too hard to get to where he is? Having now got there, can't go any further forward. But Francis Carruthers, to my mind, is not running a clinical line. I think he's feeling the pressure. I think he's going as fast as he possibly can. I've seen him more than once run it deep into a corner. It is not the natural line that you would run with that motor car. So, yeah, the pressure's on.
Yeah, I think what happens is, and Tiny was pointing it out to me as well, that, you know, Steve Humble's liking the corners much better over here. When they get into a straight line, Carruthers is going to have it. But what happens is, under braking, I think what happens is, and it's all to do with the power-to-weight ratio as well, the lighter power-to-weight ratio of the Opel Malik. and then he'll go into Pertamina Fastron turn 5. Look how close he is now to the back.
Big difference all of a sudden.
Much big difference. Now, this is where the pearl beam actually shines, is on the straight line. You'll start seeing the gap increase just a little bit. So what happens is then under braking, I think he's a little bit more squirrely under braking as well. A little bit better this time, but look at going a bit wide there is Steve Humble.
Well, the slowest lap he's done for a while, a 14.7, which is still blindingly quick. But Steve Humble not right on the buttons anymore. That Class B battle, remember we said Andre Brink and Gavin Gorman? Well, it was pretty close between the two of them. 2.9 seconds. Andre Brink leading out Class B from Gavin Gorman. The only Class C entry still out there is Eric Salomon in the Alpha S, the 06. And then the leading Class D entry, Divan Lismore. In the Nissan 350Z, he's got around about an 11-second gap off Emil Buerta, the only other running Class D car out there.
Here we go, Gary. Now he's the closest he's actually been in this race is Steve Humble. They go down the back straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. Now it's his time to shine. He goes on the wider line than the...
Oh, he spins!
Oh, my goodness.
He climbed on the gas just a little bit too quickly. And, well, he was definitely on the move at that point.
And he also hit some water, looks like it as well. I saw he was going quite wide, and I think on the wider line, there could be a little bit too much water on that section, and he lost the back end. So what happens is he lives to fight another day, though, but Carruthers has got all of his Christmas presents all in one today.
Yeah, no, it's all worked out for Francis Carruthers. He's got an 8.2-second gap. That is what he needed. Now he can roll a bit off the gas. He's got 9 laps. That means you've got to... Oh, Steve Humble's running slow. Steve Humble is running slow up the Joubert Straight. Maybe got a bit of water into the intake or on the electrics or something similar. A bit of smoke coming out the back of that car of Steve Humble. He's got problems. Opel Mallock MK14 is in problems. He's now picked up the pace again. Not sure. Maybe you find with that spin, maybe he knocked the switches or a button or something. Maybe switched off the fuel supply pump. Anything's possible when you're doing those speeds with that kind of G-force. And that's a very banked corner. The Pertamina Fastron corner, turn 5, Cape Town corner is the most banked corner on the circuit, and you can pick up blinding pace. The tar that's been relayed there, as opposed to parts of the circuit, is not the tar out there. So it's more grip on that. So lots of G-force as you work your way through. Let's see what the gap is now. Josh Broom just put in the fastest lap with 8 laps to go, a 13.764. Francis Carruthers doing a 15.1. So Francis Carruthers has kept the hammer down, and a 123 for Steve Humble.
Well, it's going to be interesting, Gary, to see now if Steve Humble can actually hold on, because he was 11 seconds after he got going again ahead of Gary Kiesvet. He's now 4.5 with 8 laps left to go. And what happens is it looks like he's back up and running again. Not too much, not smoke coming from the engine or anything like that. So what happens is he could keep it and still get second place in class. But Gary Kiesvet now will see him up the road and say, I'm going to have a go at this one.
Kieswetter doing 16.6, whereas a 14.6 is capable for Steve Humble in that motor car. If it's up to his pace, we will see next time he comes around, as he comes to Car Care Clinic corner out into the back main with 7 laps to go. What is that time's going to be now? Surely he's given up on the idea of putting the pressure onto Francis Carruthers. The gap between the two of them is just too big. Here's Carruthers coming through now. He's done a 16.4, so he's actually rolled off the gas, because he was doing 14.6s, 14.5, 14.4, 3, 4, 5 laps ago. So he's now saying, okay, you are that far behind me. I cannot see you doing enough to be able to catch me. Let's see what his lap time is now. A 1:15.6, so he is back onto good pace. Coming through on a 16.0. Kiesvet has not been able to catch him. The Porsche GT3 Cup car versus the Opel Mallock. I don't think the GT3 has got the pace to get back to him. Remember, it was Kieswetter that was ahead of Carruthers. Kieswetter that was ahead of Humble. Humble took a long time to get back to him after he had that one off on the entrance to Hole's Hook. Then he got back to him, then he got past him, then he drove away from him. He's back on the pace now. I think Kieswetter is going to have to be happy with a 4th overall and a 3rd in class. Andre Brink, wow, Andre Brink leading out on Class B.
Yeah, no, he will seal that place surely ahead of Gavin Gorman, 5th and 6th overall, but top 2 in class. Devon Lismore, very confident drive from Devon Lismore in the 350Z. That is 7th overall, but the winner of Class D, surely the leader at the moment of Class D. 6 laps left to go. Let's not speak too soon. Eric Salomon, class of his own, Class C in the Lotus Elf S06. And he is ahead there, 5.4 seconds to be exact, ahead of Emil Buerta, who I think did the last of these events as well, these Enduros. So he came from the Gymkhana scene and now well and truly immersed in the scene of main circuit.
Well, some people that are not going to finish the race that you normally see start and finish virtually every single race for the season, the likes of Ray Farnham. Very seldom that Birkin 7 does not complete the race. Louis de Jager in the Lola T212. Wow, I don't remember him ever not finishing a race. Uncle Louis is always there and thereabouts and starts and finishes everything. Martin Pugh, unfortunately, in this, and Shelby Canham going off in Pertamina Fastron corner, turn 5, and getting stuck in the sand. They couldn't get him out there. That after leading class people an extended period of time. John O'Kirsten with the Zeta G24, very quiet race for him out there, running slow, then picking up pace, then running slow for 2 laps and then pulling it off the circuit. So yeah, mixed fortunes for numerous different people out there with 5 laps to go in the Bertha Wines Welterveld Estate Sports and DT racing number 1 for the day, just before the luncheon interval.
5 laps left to go. The best time, a 1:13.764 for Josh Broomstill, the man who's in a class of his own, the only Class S entrant, and he is 22 seconds ahead of Francis Carruthers. Steve Humble still hanging in there as well, 1:15.348 now, and it was 4.9 seconds ahead of Gary Kieswetters, now 6 seconds ahead of Gary Kieswetters. So I think Kieswetters decided to himself,
this is as good as it's going to get.
3rd place is great, not a bad run, and 4th place overall, 3rd place in class, so hey, not bad at all. Andre Brink, we wait for him to cross the line still as well, and also some good dealings over there with the 5th position finish in one of the Porsches in this race.
Andre Brink leading out that Class B from Gavin Gorman by 4.7 seconds. He looks to have that one wrapped. I don't believe that Gavin's going to be able to close on him, the Nardini Sport, onto the Porsche 997. In fact, Andre Brink on the last lap, a half a second quicker on a 120.6 as opposed to a 121 for Gavin Gorman. So yeah, I think that Class B is going to stay where it is. Class C, only Eric Salomon that's still out there on circuit. He's done 24 laps as opposed to the 27 of the lead cars. And then Class D is between Emil Buerta and Devon Lismore. Devon Lismore blinding the quick with that Nissan 350Z, very consistent as well, doing sub 1 minute 25s on most of his laps, and he'll be a worthy winner in Class D should it all go well in the last 4 laps. Emil Brunt sticking his hand out the window and showing there's a bit of aqua that's starting to drip a little bit here and there, but I don't believe there will be a change of surface flag or any noticeable change in the lap times. It's too light for it to make any real change at this stage of the fight.
Yeah, the drivers will be watching the sky just a little bit, maybe just look out the window quickly, seeing these clouds are gathering, and hopefully for the rest of the race day it's only going to be a passing thing. But going down the back straight now, I see a number of cars over there, and Francis Carruthers is one of them. He will just have to fight his way through that traffic. 3 laps left to go. Steve Humble putting in a fast first sector time of a 25.8. Maybe just trying to keep ahead of Gary Kieswetter, which he doesn't need to do any heroics. Blue flags waving for Eric Salomon coming through. That's the Class C man. Of course, the only Class C man left. Louis de Jager no longer in this race. Carruthers has crossed the line 26 seconds back. Emil Buerta is a lap down now as well. And he is second in Class D with Devon Lismore. So the 2 350Zs doing a mighty job over there, staying in this race with 3 laps left to go.
Francis Carruthers rolling off the gas quite heavily on an 18.8. Steve Humble dropping under the 115s, doing a 14.5, just put in a fastest sector time as well. But with 9 seconds, you're not going to make anything from there. There's no ways. Carruthers can be pretty safe and calm, and that's exactly what Carruthers is doing. Eric Salomon, I'm sure he would have liked to have still had the Louis de Jager in there with him. Unfortunately, Lotus, the Lola LT212 giving up the ghost about 15 to 16 minutes back and he just cruised it, actually drove it back all the way through the pits, back to his pit bay, just outside the Hart Motorsport complex. So it obviously wasn't a terminal switch it off, no oil pressure type of scenario, but realizing it's not going to go all the way and deciding to park it. The other one that we would have thought would have made it all the way through would have been Martin Pugh, that was looking so good, and when the pressure was on, unfortunately losing it, going through the top of the line and getting stuck in the sand. But as you can see on the track there, as they work their way up the front main, blue flags being waved all over the circuit, just 2 more laps to go for Josh Broom. And this time, the Radical SR8 has said, let's go out there together. Let's stick together for a period of time until we see a checkered flag on silverware on the shelf at the end of the day.
Well, when Josh Broom crosses the line, he's going down the back straight now. And, his last lap time, a 1:16.205, much more modest than the 1:13.764. It is going to be the last lap of the race when he crosses the line, then underneath the Mad Max Bridge. And then the Yellow Radical will go on his way for another 3.2 kilometer lap. And Francis Carruthers, 27 seconds back the last time around. I can only think that has grown ever so slightly. You'll look on the top of your screen too, the dark clouds up ahead. But we're coming up to the lunch break now. And he's basically, your Radical has not put a foot wrong. He's not put a wheel wrong in this race.
Yeah, this is his last lap. There he is on screen now, going down into turn 2, and well, he's never really rolled off the gas. A 13.7 the quickest, a 15.7 on the last lap, which is still just about 2 tenths, 3 tenths off what anyone else could do. And I'm talking about the likes of Carruthers and Humble. Kieswetter, well, he has done everything he possibly can with that Porsche. He has pushed right from the beginning, but just can't get any higher up in Class A. Oh, massive amounts of smoke. I can't see what the...
It's Gavin Gorman. It's Gavin Gorman there, Gary. He's actually just beyond the bridge and in the new pit lane. So he is parked it on the grass. Gavin Gorman in the Nardini Sports is out of the race. A blown engine looks like it over there.
Yeah, well, that's going to take him right out of it as well. Checkered flag for Josh Broom, the Radical SR8. He's put it all together, and lap 19 he put up the fastest lap, and he wins the race. Francis Carruthers will be the next man to come through, but what a disappointment there for Gavin Gorman, the Nardini sports car, and he was in Class B. Well, I don't know if he's going to be classed as a DNF or just a plain second behind Andre Brink. Andre Brink will be super chuffed with himself. In fact, here he comes through now, and that'll be a Class B victory in the Porsche 997 and GT3 Cup car. Francis Carruthers comes through. The next one to come through behind that should be Steve Humble. Here he is now. So that's first and second in Class A. Kieswetter should be coming through the last corner. Yes, he is. He's in a whole group of cars that's on their way around, and in fact the safety car, the fire bucky, was coming through that corner with them as well. It was quite interesting to watch.
He was gunning for a position, I think, there, Gary.
Well, you start on the last lap and you start half a lap ahead. It's the only way. So Class X, S1 there by the Josh Broom outfit, the Radical SR8. Francis Carruthers from Steve Humble and Gary Kieswetter in Class A. Class B, eventually with Gavin Gorman now dropping out with literally a lap to go, is won by Andre Brink. Class C, Eric Sellerman with the likes of Louis de Jager dropping out, picks up the win in Class C, and then Divan Lismore in Class D winning out that one from Emile Buerta, and eventually taking a little bit of a gap there on Emile Buerta. That wraps that one up. The Bertha Wines, Veltevredian State Sports and GT, their race one of the day. We're going to go to a luncheon interval as a couple of drops of rain drops onto the window. We thought it was all over. We'll be back with you after the luncheon interval.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back. All you people that are sitting at home, that are watching the production, we just had a lunch break, and we commence with the second half of the program in the STC Classic cars. Only a few cars took to the track for race number 1, and I'm expecting probably more or less the same. However, I do believe that those Ford Mustangs that were tippy-toeing their way around in the opening race of the day due to the fact that the track was pretty wet out there and you couldn't get all those ponies down onto the track, so to speak, that they will be right in the mix this time. One of the two has already gone out onto the track. That is the Michael Hitchcock Ford Mustang. That is out on the circuit. That's the one that I saw going out. We'll have a look, see if the Ferdi Mouton car does go out onto the track. Hopefully it will. So we'll have a look and see if that other Ford Mustang is out there. If they're all out there, we should have 12. Remember, Byron Bedeen did not come out for race number 1, so I don't think we're going to see that Datsun 1200 out there. And as I so speak, the 68 Ford Mustang of Ferdi Mouton does go out onto the track. It just made its way out of the Jabir pit complex. Right, so we're waiting for the cars to come out. I was just on the radio with one of our COCs, Mr. Brian Hoskins. What we're going to do is the moment all the STC Classic cars are on the grid, we're going to have a moment of silence. I'll let you know now what it's all about. You people at home, we'd like you please to partake in the minute of silence. And that will be for everybody that has had COVID or is suffering from COVID, and people that have lost family, friends and loved ones to the virus. So the moment all the STC sponsored classic cars are on the track in their grid positions, the officials down on the start line will get the cars to cut engines, and then we will do the moment silence for everybody that has suffered this terrible virus, this pandemic that the globe has been going through since basically November, December 2019 already. So we need 1 or 2 cars to cut engines. Trevor Hutchings must just switch off his car. We're waiting for 1 more car to come through. That is the Ferdi Mouton Ford Mustang, and he will jump there into P7 on the grid, and then the fire bucky will just pull in there behind. So we need all the marshals to make sure that those cars' engines are cut, that red Mustang, that motor is still running. We need all the engines to be switched off. Can somebody please tell Ferdi Mouton to switch off his engine? Right, we'd like everybody that is at Killarney racetrack to please stand. And all you people that are at home that is watching the production, we'd like you to follow suit. And Gary and myself are going to do just a quick tribute to everybody that has had this terrible disease. It's a disease that started around about November 2019, and it's claimed so many lives, and so many people have suffered through this. Our racing family, from all forms of motorsport, from oval to main circuit to, you name it, we've lost so many people that's involved in motorsport. And this moment's silence goes out to everyone that has passed away from the dreaded virus. to those that have had it and suffered through it. I know my good old friend Gary Fleming is living proof of how terrible this virus can be. Praise the Lord, he made it through the other side. And to those that have got it, our thoughts and prayers are with each and every single one of you.
Yeah, folks, do whatever you need to do to ensure that you do not have to suffer the side effects of COVID-19. Today is exactly a year since Killarney International started racing again after the initial stopping of these type of events, and it's a milestone to have gotten through this year financially. Somehow the club has managed to do it, and numerous other motor clubs throughout South Africa. Who could have possibly thought that COVID-19, we joke about it, we say COVID-99 is what a racing driver gets, it comes and goes a lot quicker. But to those that are still going to get it, to those who have got it, to those that have survived it, to those that have not survived it, through the motorsport family throughout South Africa, on behalf of Western Province Motor Club, 1 minute of silence starting now.
Thank you, everyone.
On behalf of Des Eastern Western Province Motor Club and the whole motorsport community down here at Killarney International Raceway, to each and every one of you at home, thank you very much for joining us for that 1 minute of dignity and silence for those that we've lost, for those that are suffering and those that are still going to have problems with COVID-19. As a motorsport family, I think we've lost so many people. It's just never going to be the same again. But, Eito, Anno, vorentoe, that's what we're going to do. Right, back to the racing. Frank Donadio plant higher on the front of the grid. That car was out on wets this morning, as was Charles Arton in the 52 car alongside him. The Datsun 240Z and the Ford Escort Mark 1 once again bedecking the front row of the grid. Bruce Evan Taplin with a Toyota Corolla. And then the 325 IS of Dancing Dave Aladep, lovely looking motor car, MSP Racing. And Telebus is the main sponsors on that motor car. Jeff Hutchins once again on the third row of the grid, the in-car C car. He'll be up against Martin Bench, Hammer the Cock, and Derek Wilsner. The second of the Class B cars out there being Fadi Maton, as opposed to Bruce Evan Tappin, that's on the front row of the grid on the inside. And then we still got Michael Hitchcock out there. He's starting a long way back. Derek Wilsner, Hammond de Kock, Byron Bedeen, Trevor Hutchins, they're all Class C entrants. So just 12 cars out there. Anglias, Escorts, Mustangs, Caprice, Scirocco's, 325 IS's, Corollas, Datsun 240Z. But they're all going to be following one man probably for the whole race. His name's Frank Donadio. He's in the Ford Escort Mark 1. He is on pole position, and he's got the slicks back on after the wet weather session this morning.
You know, what I love about this class, Gary, is that you have long wheelbase, short wheelbase, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, V8s, inline 4s, V6s, you name them, front engine, mid-engined. It's all there. Okay, maybe for this race you're not going to have any mid-engine cars, but all of them are on the front-engined variety, but different sizes, different the capacities are all different, and they all show their various strengths as well. We saw Bruce Evan Taplin, for example, in that Toyota Corolla. He was getting a bit of strength in the first race of the day, because remember, the first race of the day looked completely different from this race that we're going to be having now. We had a wet track, or a mostly wet track. Now we have a bone dry track, and we saw that earlier on as well, that the Mustangs were struggling quite a bit with all their power. Now they're going to be smiling much more, and what happens is it's going to be, I think, a good little race. We were hoping for more cars to maybe enter as the day dried up, but it looks like we're going to have exactly the same. We see Franco Donadio and Charles Arton, Escort versus Datsun, Bruce Evan Taplin, Dave Aladef is also in there as well in the 325 IS BMW. Trevor Hutchings in the VW Sirocco 1.8 litre. Martin Bench in the Soul Capri in this race, heading the two Mustangs. The Alfa Julia Super of Neil Mouton. Herman de Kock in his 1.6 litre Escort. Derek Wills now in the angle box. And unfortunately, Brian Bedin not going to be taking part in this race, like he did not take part in race 1.
Well, down to turn number 1 is going to be an interesting one. Probably be Donadio and the Donadio plant higher car, but look at that, Charles Arton on the outside line with a 240Z. If he can hold that position, he'll be on the inside line going for turn number 2, but it's all about Franco Donadio. Franco Donadio doing a lovely job coming in there. Dave Aladef takes up that 3rd position ahead of Bruce Evan Taplin. And then in there behind that is Trevor Hutchings. Trevor Hutchings gets ahead of the Ford Capri of Martin Bench as they work their way down to turn number 2.
Yeah, all filtering through there. So Dave Aladef finds himself in 4th position. Bruce Evan Taplin in the Toyota finds himself in 4th position, but under pressure from the orange Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings. And then we have the likes of Mouton just a little bit further back over there as well. Sorry, Herman de Kock, I should rather say, in the Escort. But they're now onto the Tygerberg Straight. They'll go into the double apex right-hander at well, not Malmesbury at the moment, but Car Care Clinic Corner. Here comes Donadio now in the Escort, and then followed by the Datsun. And then what happens is we have Dave Aladef and still Trevor Hutchings coming to pursue as well.
Well, Hutchings has got Bruce Evan Taplin in there just ahead of him in the Toyota Corolla as they work their way down to Pertamina Fastron corner. And it'll be the first time they really get serious temperature into those brakes as they're doing touching on 200 kilometers an hour as they come down into that hairpin bend. Wow, look at this. Donadio's going slower. Donadio is slowing down. Charles Arton takes over the lead, but Frankie Donadio pulls in there right behind him. Is he just having a bit of fun, or did something go wrong? He's all over the back bumper of Charles Arton. Bit of smoke coming out of the back of Dave Aladef's 3 to 5 IA shadow line in that 3rd position. Works his way up the Joubert Straight. He's got a fair gap between himself and Michael Hitchcock. Remember, Hitchcock's also a Class A car, but the Mustangs battled with the extra weight in the very wet conditions. He worked his way past Evan Taplin and Hutchings. The Capri coming in on the late braking there. Martin Bench almost going right into the back of him. Then the second of the Mark 1 Escorts out there. And, well, I tell you what, it's nice to see that Herman de Kock in that Class C car has already worked his way up to 8th position.
We'll see down the back straight now, Gary. There was already a fight back from Donadio, and he's all over the back of Charlie Arton. Down the back straight as they go. The Datsun heads the Ford, and then a little bit behind them as well as the number 95 BMW. But then we have Hitchcock in 4th position at the moment, and then trailing them, it's going to be Bruce Evan Taplin down to 5th, and then under pressure here because we've got the Ford Capri coming through there, and that, of course, is Martin Bench has made his way through on the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings, and that will be up into 6th position.
Well, as a Class C car is leading out the class is Trevor Hutchings, but he's going to have to keep an eye on Martin Bench. Probably one of the best outings by Martin Bench so far as they work their way through to the Poor Straight underneath the Mad Max Motorcycle and RST race department bedecked bridge. The second of the two Mustangs, the 68 of Fadi Maton, Class B car, finds himself second in Class B. There's only 2 of them out there today.
There's something hanging off the Sirocco here, Gary.
That looks like the air ducting pipe that has broken off on the front. That's what normally leads your air flow from the front of the car directly onto the front brakes. What problems that's caused for him, we're not sure, but the flicker still works. He's going to take it off onto the runoff road and go and stop. So that's the last we're going to see for this race from the likes of Trevor Hutchings.
At least he's being safe, Gary, I can tell you that much. And the Marshals are running out to go and aid him over there as well. It's very unfortunate. He was looking very racy against Bruce Evan Taplin, and Evan Taplin is now, the pressure has been released, but still he has Martin Bench that I think has made his way past him over there. We're focusing on that side over there. The leaders are coming through now. Franco Donadio, fastest first sector time, fastest second sector time, maybe also challenging, and he is back in the lead of this race. Looks like it, and the fastest lap could be coming his way now. A 1:24.207 for Franco Donadio, and 4/10 of a second ahead of Charlie Arton. And Dave Aladef coming through now as well. He is now getting some good company over there from Michael Hitchcock. 7/10 of a second off him as they cross the line.
All four of those cars you just spoke about are all Class A cars. Here comes the first of a Class B, Bruce Evan Taplin. He's got Martin Bench in there behind him, the leading Class C. Herman de Kok, 3.3 of a second further back from Bruce Evan Taplin, as it looks like Hitchcock's going to come back. Hutchins is going to come back on circuit. They got rid of that ducting that was dragging underneath the car, creating noises that he was not comfortable with. Well, he'll be a lap down, but he's going to get his laps in, that's for sure.
Well, they come around now, this battle with Bruce Evan Taplin. He's currently Class B ahead of two Class C cars and another Class B as well in there. Because you could see that Mustang is joining them of Ferry Maton, but they go through Interceptor now. Bruce Evan Taplin ahead of Martin Bench in that Ford Capri, and then behind the Ford Capri is Herman de Kok, putting in also one of the races of his life over here in that 1.6 litre Escort, and that was 7th and 8th positions. Neil Maton quite a bit behind though, in the 20 seconds back off of Ferry Maton. Of course, he is in the Alpha Julia Super. Trevor Hutchings a lap down, back in the race though, with Derek Wilsner no longer in the race, and Byron Verdine not even taking part in this race in the Datsun 1200. So it just shows you now 4 laps left to go. So we've gone past the half distance, 1.3 seconds in it between Donadio and Arton.
1 minute 24.2 for Franco Donadio. So it was just that, he goes very hard into turn number 2. Looks like he's trying to put up a fastest lap for the day. Honestly, he must realize that he's got the fastest one already. The two of them, himself and Charles Arton, pulling away from the third place car.
Oh, somebody spun it. It's Hitchcock, Gary. Sorry about that. Michael Hitchcock has spun the Mustang on the outside of turn 1 and beached it.
Yeah,
yes.
It looks like he's beached it there from what we can see from here. I was just looking across the far side of the circuit. I saw David Ledev. Thought that's strange. The BMW, the Ford Mustang should be behind it. And, well, I missed out on that one. Marshall's taking a walk across to him. If he hasn't got it out there by now, he ain't going to get it out there now. So it looks like he is stuck there. So everybody else will move up one position. And it's going to be Franco Donadio from Charles Arton, and then Dave Aladef in Class A, Bruce Evan Taplin from Freddy Maton in Class B, Martin Bench from Herman de Kok, who's still only 4/10 of a second off him. So that is probably the dice for the Class C lead, the Ford Capri against the Ford Escort. And it's very close between them. Yellow flags being waved on the front main.
Here comes the new third place man in the race, and in Class A it is Dave Aladef in the BMW 325 IS, reminiscent of Tony Viana's days in the Wingfield BMW, but always an alpha man now in the BMW. He is now onto the straight, the Joubert Straight, and going towards Quarry, and he is 11.6 seconds off of the battle ahead of him. And between Donadio and Arton. Hitchcock, of course, having spun out of the race, that promotes Evan Taplin up into 4th place overall. He's still Class B leader from Ferry Mouton in the Ford Mustang. 7/10 of a second still between the two of them with 3 laps left to go. Battle is still quite open.
Under the waving yellows, Ferry Mouton in fact passed him and Evan Taplin. It was a single wave yellow down the front main, a single wave yellow down in turn number 1. Either way, Ferry Mouton's gone to the front. Whether that be legal under single yellows, I don't know if it's only under double yellows that you're not allowed to make the passing maneuver. I did hear on the radio earlier on, they said double wave yellows going down to turn 1 for the first race of the day. In other words, no passing. So maybe with a single wave yellow, you can safely do that. Either way, he passed the Capri, and then he also passed the Ford Escort of Martin Bench, and taking himself to the front of that group of cars as they work their way through Car Care Clinic out into the back main.
And the battle is not over yet, Gary. They're going down the back straight now. And Fadi Maton still heads that gaggle of cars, as he has Bruce Avon Taplin in the mighty Toyota, and along as well there with Martin Bench and Herman de Kock as well. It's a whole lot of Fords and one Toyota all in the mix over there as well. Then we have Neil Maton. He'll be 33.3 seconds back off of the man in front of him, Herman de Kock, and that will be in the Alpha Julius Super. And he will basically be the only one left on the lead, or on the lead lap at the moment, I think, actually, as they come through. But I think what happens is there's some lapping going on over here as well.
Well, Herman de Kock, he's putting the pressure on the Capri of Martin Bench. Herman de Kock fancying himself for a lead position here in Class C and just keeping the pressure on Martin Bench, and Bench locking up the right-hand front as he went into Holzoek. Bench can't just up dust and disappear. He's got Evan Taplin in front of him, but I think Evan Taplin is quick enough to stay there. In fact, the Capri is dropping just a little bit back from the Toyota Corolla as they go down through turn number 3. And I think that grouping is now starting to open up just a little bit with 1 lap to go for our leader. Franco Donadio just put in the fastest lap, a 1:23.995, and that's 5,000ths of a second inside of the 1:24 mark that nobody had broken so far in this race.
Well, let's just take a look down the back straight now. Gary, the Ford Mustang of Fadi Maton is still holding off the Toyota Bruce Avon Taplin. Avon Taplin will be on the outside in turn 5. Pertamina Fastron. He's not close enough though, so he's going to have a gun for it. I think he might go on the exit of the turn. They're going to be side by side with each other, almost there, and then just poking his nose ahead will be Fadi Maton's Mustang. Going across the line now, it's all or nothing to see who's going to be taking the victory in this section. Remember,
Herman de Kock slowing down. He was all over the back of Martin Bench, and unfortunately he slowed down with just 1 to go. So yeah, not working out for him.
Yeah, this is the last lap. It is 1:23.995 for Franco Donadio. Here is still Trevor Hutchings wanting to complete the race. He is a lap down, and it is in 9th position at the moment. The flag has come out though, and here comes Franco Donadio now, crosses the line for the victory ahead of Charlie Arton, a second, and Charlie Arton just grabs the fastest lap of 1:23.704.
I thought Franco Donadio had it all wrapped up with that sub 24. Well, it wasn't to be. At 23.7, 2/10 quicker. Third place in Class A will be Dave Aladef. Here he comes towards us now. Nice to see him in something other than the Alpha. Across the line here comes the 325 IS. That's the shadow line version. It's got the bigger calipers on the front. That the difference between the I and the IS was after the 9-hour, the Castrol 9-hour races many moons ago, where the front calipers overheated, and for that the shadow line version came out with a couple of changes on it, the main thing being the size of the front calipers, and that gives the additional braking ability that you need over an extended period of time. Bruce Avon Taplin coming up towards the line.
Yeah, you'll take the Class B honours then, surely. No, actually, it will be Fadi Maton, I think, just getting it, sorry there, and Fadi Maton just ahead of Bruce Avon Taplin. Let's take a look at the gap between them. It was 1/10 of a second, but I think it looked closer, actually.
Why on the last? It just didn't seem right. So it's almost like he tapped off to give it away. Wow. Oh well, one of those things. So Franco Donadio from Charles Arton and Dave Aladef in Class A. A Ford Escort from a Datsun 240Z from a 325i Shadow Line. Class B, literally on the last 20-30 meters, Fadi Maton from Bruce Avon Taplin. Class C, Herman de Kock from Martin Bench, that slowed down right on the last. And then Class E, Neil Maton winning that one. Trevor Hutchins getting going again, and well, it's a good thing that he did get going, because he'll pick up a 3rd place in Class C. Michael Hitchcock not finishing the race. Derek Wilson not coming out in the Ford Anglia, and then Byron Bedin, the other Class C entrance in the Datsun 1200 GX, not coming out on track. Next up will be the Clubman's. Probably going to be one of the best races of the day. We'll see if Roshan Khan's 325i is going to be back on song again. It wasn't for heat number 1 of the Clubman's, the Mike's Place Clubman's. Then he went out with the Thunder cars and did some impressive lap times there. So if all's well, we should see Roshan Khan work his way closer towards the front end of the pack with this race.
Well, looking at some of the replays here, wow, splashing right through the water. That is Trevor Hutchings. It's a lot of replays, a lot of action that happened out in the STC Classic cars, and that's where that problem for him came from, which they sorted out there in turn 1 in Holzhoek. And there you can see that whole lot dragging there just behind that Sirocco. Well, we're going to get ready for the second Mike's Place Clubman's Regional Saloon cars.
It's just that finding a new car is such a drag.
And did you know Wingfield Motors has over 500 used cars to choose from?
Yeah, but what if I choose to buy from a private seller?
They also offer finance between private sellers too. Plus, with Wingfield Motors, you can refinance your vehicle.
Sure, anything that Wingfield Motors doesn't do.
We'll find out for yourself by visiting wingfieldmotors.co.za. All their 3 branches in Goodwood, as well as Kales River and Durbanville. Wingfield Motors. We'll make it happen.
Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Need a service? No, not you. Your car. Well, finally, Car Care Clinic is here in the Western Cape. Trust them with your car's needs. This way, you will both be satisfied. Get to www.carcareclinic.co.za and find your nearest branch.
Has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club.
Well, there's one car out on circuit at the moment. That's the Janetta of Dr. Greg Mills. And one of the nominees for the new mayor of Cape Town, Gordon Lewis, is actually a guest of his here for the day. and he's having that horrific, lovely experience out there on circuit, and getting a chance to see what it's like going around at just above takeoff speed. That Janetta is blindingly quick. It does around about 1 minute 10 around the circuit without too much stretching of the legs whatsoever. So if this man's never been in a racing car or never been around Killarney before, I think he'd have a completely different view on life after this one, because Greg Mills is really winding the Janetta up. He'll probably do about a 1 minute 15 if he's taking somebody around the circuit with him, but believe you me, the way that car accelerates, the way it turns and the way it brakes is way beyond anything that you would expect would be possible. When you go down the back main, you start doing 200, 210, 220, 230, 240. The road starts to narrow in front of you. And you get to a point where you think, okay, now would be a good time to brake. And you think, well, if you don't brake soon, we're in trouble. And you say, well, okay, it's already too late, but it shouldn't be too bad an accident because there is a runoff area. Then you decide, okay, it's too late. We are history. I hope this ends quickly. And just when you doubt whether you're going to survive it or not, then the man climbs on the brake pedal and actually lifts off before you go into the corner because he's actually braked too early. So is the sensation of being in a racing car like this, which is just so way ahead and beyond anything that you've grown up with. So a lovely experience, and a horrific experience, and sure, it's. I'd like to see what the heart rate and the blood pressure is of that man when he gets out of the motor car. A big thanks to the A-team doing business as usual out there on circuit today, all the marshals. We are very lucky to have of the best marshals in South African motorsport down here at Killarney International West Province Motor Club. And from personal experience, I can tell you they do a brilliant job and are very effective when it comes to accident scenes, and the backup from the fire marshals and what have you, and the medics is very quick, all in radio contact, and it just makes it a whole heap safer for everybody to enjoy themselves out on the racetrack.
Mike's Place. Regional Clubman's cars. Here we go. Race number 2 on a dry circuit. I see Ahmad's ready, waiting to go out in this pit complex. And there are a few of them across in the Joubert complex as well that will be coming out onto the track. We'll have a fair amount of Clubman's cars, and here they go. Ahmad will lead them out onto the circuit. They are making their way out of both the pit complexes as the Clubman's cars work their way out onto the track. Willie Swart in the Class B Jetta. There's a lot of them just piling and pouring out of the pit areas. We're going to get this one underway pretty soon. There was just Dr. Greg Mills in the Janetta that took the mayor-elect of Cape Town around the circuit. Ryan Lodge coming out in the Aquasol Golf. Ryan Lodge many years ago ran GTI Challenge Class C. Stayed away for a long time, and it's great to see Ryan Lodge back out on track again in a Golf, this time running Clubman's, and he is currently in Class E. Well, it's a dry track, and we're looking forward to some pretty decent times out here as the Clubman's cars roll out onto the circuit. Look at that gaggle of cars working its way out of turn 1, out of Holzhoek. Man, it's going to be entertaining stuff, to say the least. The second race, dry track, it's going to be good stuff.
Right, the field busy working their way very slowly down the back main. Not sure why the lead vehicles are bringing them around so slowly to try and get some temperature into the tires and the brakes with rather cold air out there. It just doesn't make sense to come around so slowly, really achieving nothing by weaving from side to side at 50 kilometers an hour. But so be it, that's the way that it is. As they move up towards the grid, a message from our COVID officer: with the COVID numbers still climbing at an alarming rate, we'll have to be extra cautious as per the MSA circulars. Please wear your masks at all times. You may only eat, drink and smoke in your pit area. No eating, drinking or smoking in any public area will be allowed. Practice social distancing and make use of sanitizer as often as possible. We'll be issuing warnings and fines to those found in a public area without a mask. Appreciate all our members, staff and officials who have thus far walked the road with us and have been complying with the regulations. Thank you and keep it up. All right, the 63 BMW pulls up onto the second row of the grid on the outside. That's Ahmad. Razi Harris, also in the Class A car. Nias Modek should pull in there behind that with Alex Johnson. Remember, Alex Johnson went off in heat number 1 on the entrance to turn 2. And put it sideways into the wall. With the view that we have of the cars, we haven't seen the left-hand side of that car at all. So he's got it back out there onto the track. 40 cars in total that have entered. Hopefully they all get out on track. Mansour Parker and Cody Alberts. Cody Alberts was at the back end of Class A in heat number 1, probably running on slick tires. The 37 car pulls up onto the grid. Modak, the 47, beautiful looking motor car. Look at that, coming up into the 3rd position. We'll just run slightly backwards. See all these cars with the Car Care Clinic stickers on them. Most of them with the Car Care Clinic stickers on the front windscreen. There comes Cody Alberts. And I know that they had the camera running live in the motor car through heat number 1. So I'm sure there'll be some nice footage you'll be able to pick up from that. Here he comes through now, the Intermarket and Style Easy number 100 of Cody Alberts. Smith comes into his position. Mansour Parker not out on track. Pole position is held open. Cody Alberts will have Imad Modak on the inside, but just behind him. That position will be kept open. I wouldn't be surprised if Ian Long does go and indicate to them, listen, you have to keep this spot open. Ahmad blowing a fair amount of smoke before he comes off the line. Razzie Harris ahead of Johnson on that inside line. Back coming through. Kiara van Niekerk having won the Class E battle in heat number 1. Can she do it once again? Faris Manon bringing up the tail end of the field. New car driver combination with Ziad Ali a little bit further forward, also in Class X in the Mark 1 Golf. So at least 2 new car driver combinations out there. Once again, coming around pretty slowly. Failed to understand why they do that. The whole idea of a warm-up lap, Frankie, is to warm everything up.
Yeah, try and get some heat in those tires. Remember that track temperature is way down, and you need to get some heat in that rubber if at all possible. The safety car is making its way out of turn 3 out of Interceptor corner. It's working its way up the Tygerberg straight towards turn 4 Car Care Clinic. It's now slowing down and waiting there for Cody Alberts and the rest of the Clubman's Field, Alberts and Modak and Ahmad, Harris, Johnson, and the rest of that talented Clubman's Field that you see between turn 3 and 4, working its way uphill to turn 4, Car Care Clinic, which is the highest part of Killarney racetrack.
I hope I'm not going to be a prophet of doom, but I expect to see problems going down into turn number 1. Cold slicks, cold semi-slicks, going down into turn 1, 40 cars. That is a recipe for problems. They're holding the whole pack up now. Cody Albert's trying to get a bit of a gap between himself and the pace car, and they're literally idling along in second gear. Any temperature that they have created up until now will be gone. So you're literally going to come down into turn 1, cold brakes, cold tires, cold driver. And that does not bode very well. Keep an eye a little bit further back in the pack. Winner of heat number 1, Kiara van Niekerk of Class E. Can she pull off a double for the day? Not impossible. I don't think she's done a double win yet in class. Anwar Levy, Daniel Kutsia, Willem Swart, Paul Munich, Shane Smith, Baby Jakes, all there in that Class B battle. Class E, it's going to be Tristan Verkeil, Willie Goos, Peter Kannemeyer, Ryan Large, Kiara van Niekerk. Ryan Large, surely the biggest mountain to climb for Kiara to pick up top honors in the class with a double header for the day.
Gary Peter Kannemeyer, the 12 Golf, also in Class E. I don't know if I did see a 12 car out there. It's a silver color car just ahead of Large and van Niekerk.
It used to be silver and gold before. I think it's just plain silver now.
Yeah, that's the 3 cars to watch in Class E. Right, lights are on. Stand by wherever you find yourself at home. We're about to go. Midas Clubman's saloon car racing. The moment the lights go off, it's hammer time, and away they go. As look at Nias Modak, what a run through the field, and one of those boxy BMWs slowing right down as they're going to turn on. The brake lights come on. They have to just keep it nicely 2-3 abreast out of turn 1 out of Holzoek. Well done, guys and girls. Lovely. Out of turn number 1 they go. working the way up the Jabez Straight, and it's Imad Modak that sits out there in P1. Nias Modak is second. On his outside is Ahmed. Raksi Harris taking the very wider line. The gate is left wide open there for Cody Alberts. Alberts has a go, and look at Ahmed. He just powers away from Alberts as they work their way into turn 3 interceptor corner.
Johnson was good off the line, but then got blocked, couldn't go any further, fell back a couple of positions through holes and couldn't get a gap as they went up the Jabez Straight. He's looking a lot quicker than the position that he's in right now, but while it just hasn't worked out for the first couple of corners as they get the hammer down, it's Baby Jakes that's looking good. The leading of the Class B cars, the 42 car, they're up in 5th position.
Running down the back straight towards a turn 5. Into Fostron corner they go. It is Imad and Nias Modak that are sitting first and second. Ahmed is leading that second group of cars. Here the two Modaks come down towards us. Who's now in P1? It is Nias Modak that leads across the line from Imad Modak in that second position, followed by Ahmed. Daniel Kutsia sits there on the outside of Cody Alberts with a big lockup going down into turn number 1. That could have been Vicky Paither that might have locked up there. However, the leaders are working their way out of turn number 2.
I think that was the third car in Class B. That was Smith that did the lockup going down into holes. But a couple of people that's pushing hard to get through the pack as they work their way now down towards turn number 3. Look at that. It's going to be the 2 Modaks from Ahmed. Cody Alberts 4th in Class A, ahead of Johnson that looked very quick. And Razzie Harris is down in 9th position. So nowhere near where he would like to and where we would have expected to be, just ahead of Roshan Khan.
We've got somebody slowing right down on the Tygerberg Straight. Cannot see from here who it is. It might be Noel Stunder. I'm not too sure about that. The car's pretty far away from us.
Oh, the white polo.
As they go down into a turn number 5, Fostron corner. The 2 Modak sitting out there in P1 and P2 at this point in time. Here they come down towards us. Through the gearbox they go. As they come up towards us, let's have a look, see who's sitting out there in P1. It is Nias Modak from Imad Modak, and here comes Ahmed trying to split the Modaks as they make their way through turn number 1. Alex Johnson is in there with that Red Bull Racing Audi right there with him. We have got Cody Alberts, and coming through on the inside of Cody Alberts is Daniel Kutsia. Raksi Harris is in the house as well. So is Baby Jakes and Roshan Khan. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them in one hell of a fight as they make their way through the kink and head into turn 3 interceptor.
Well, contact there with the inside of Alex Johnson by one of the Beamers that came through, and Johnson that was doing very well. In fact, he was up into the front 3 and he got work towards the outside. He slowed it right down. You'll probably find that he's got a flat wheel or something similar on that motor car. So he was into the tires in heat number 1. Didn't work for him for heat number 2. But look at this train going down the back main. Roshan Khan trying to hold on to that train. It's a long time ago that we last saw the front end of the pack that tight. 1 minute 23.266 Alex Johnson on that last lap before the contact with him. But look at this. They're trying to make sure that they don't bust out, but you got to keep on trucking because there's a whole group of cars behind you. It's the 2 Modaks that are at the front of the pack. Look at this. Razzie Harris has got in. Razzie Harris is in there. He's got Daniel Kutsia on the inside line. There is nowhere to go. That can very easily turn to tears. It's just too many cars in too small an area.
I've in my life never seen anything like this before out here at Killarney. Have a look at this. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about 12 of them going one-on-one up the Jabez Straight. Into turn number 2 they go now. Working their way out of turn 2. It's still the Modaks that sit P1 and 2 from here. It looks like it's Imad Modak. That's out there in P1 from Nias Modak. Daniel Kutsia is right up in that 3rd place, and it's Raksi Harris that sits out there in P4. Roshan Khan has made his way through. Ahmed's dropped all the way down. Baby Jakes is in there as well. Vicky Paither has joined that party. Cody Alberts is in there, and Shane Smith. What a fight down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
Razzie Harris puts the hammer down and Modak just blasts it up on the inside. Khan doesn't have the same kind of pace as what they've got in a straight line, but he's very quick through the tight bits, 2 abreast down into Fostron corner they go. Can the Modaks hold out the rest of the pack and not do too quicker lap times that they bust out of the class? That is the question that's going to be answered in 6 laps from now. Look at this. They comes underneath the Mad Max motorcycle bridge. They jumping and changing positions. Ahmad almost into the right rear door of Razzie Harris. And it's going to be chaos. It's going to happen sooner or later. And, well, it has happened.
Well, I said, Vicky Paith also taking
Razzie also spins it as well. He's just behind the building. We can't see him from here. And then I think it's Vicky Paith, Frankie, on the exit of turn number 1 that went off. Too many cars, too small an area. Cody Albert's bird's eye view. Got to watch that in-car camera, obviously.
Well, bumpers being shed there, lying on the exit on the outside of turn number 2 as Razzie Harris pulls the Golf off onto the oval track. Oh man, there was 12 of them. You knew it was going to give sometimes. Sooner or later you were hoping it wasn't going to happen, but there was nowhere to go. You can't go 3 abreast through turn 1. It's not going to work. Now down the back main, who's in P1? It's Daniel Kutsia from Imad Modak in that second place. All of a sudden in P3 it's Baby Jakes, and then Shane Smith sits out there in that 4th place. He's ahead of Ahmad as they roll down the back main. Roshan Khan is on the inside of Cody Alberts as they work their way out of turn 5 Fostron.
Cody Alberts right onto the top lip of the exit of Fostron corner. Wow, what an amazing race this has been up until now. The first time they've opened up, it's Modak from Kutsia, from Jacobs, from Smith, Ahmad, Cody Alberts the next man to come through. Roshan Khan, the leading Class C car. He's only got Franco that's also in Class C with him, a long way down. So he can just go out there and go and have fun. He doesn't have to worry whatsoever. So from the 2 Modaks being right at the front, it's now 1st and 11th place for the Modaks.
Well, it's a whole group of cars coming out of turn number 2, and there's another group of cars going down into turn number 1. Devaltron is in that group going into turn number 1. So was Robert Franco. It's a whole lot. There's about 7, 8, 9 of them into that group. Vicky Paitha, that's in that group as well after he ran wide, but Paitha slowing right down. Now, I want to have a look-see because that Class E dice will probably be in that lot as well. I do pick up Ryan Lodge in that group. Then it's 2 cars. Then I see Kiara van Niekerk, and they are sitting 1 and 2 in that class, in Class E, as that whole group of cars work their way through the kink and make their way into turn 3 Interceptor. Gordon Harris has got a problem. He's got a major smash up on the front, the right-hand side of that Golf.
Well, the right-hand side fender's dropped down and that's dragging on the ground. I think the right rear tire has gone flat on that motor car as well. But completing another lap is Modak, Kutsia, Jacobs and Smith. Modak leading out Class A from Ahmad and Cody Alberts. That's the only 3 Class A cars out there. Class B is Kutsia from Jacobs, and Smith finds himself this time in 3rd position in Class C is Roshan Khan from Franco. There's only 2 of them out there. Class D, I think that is the 39 of Jacobs, is the lead car there. And then F is Vicky Paitha, and then Franco in there behind that. Class E, yes, it is large. Then there's 2 cars, and then it's Van Niekerk, the 1 Class E in the first race, and then for Kale in there behind that.
Well, what a rumble. Gary Smith making his way towards turn number 2. And then we've got Devaltron, Noel Stander. Then Robert Franco is in there as well. And then I see Ryan Lodge. He's just ahead of David Franco going into turn number 2 with Kiara van Niekerk in that group as well. That's that fight for Class D and Class E. That's making its way through there. As the leading cars, Gary, I'm trying to pick them up. I've been watching that group of cars going into Interceptor corner. I think the leaders will probably making their way past us pretty soon.
Yeah, they just came through underneath us now. And sure, what a frenetic pace, and the number of passing maneuvers, so many cars that have got damage on them and bits and pieces of bodywork that's off, front bumpers that have disappeared and disintegrated, parts that's hanging off, numerous motor cars, a lot of guys, 3-4 cars running around slowly just trying to pick up some points for the day. And well, the next time the leaders come through will be for the last lap of this race.
Right, so the leader is going down the back straight. There he goes. That's Nias Modak making his way down the back straight towards turn 5. And Imad Modak is out there in that second position. Then here comes Daniel Kutsia. He's got Baby Jakes right there with him for company as they put a lap on one of the slower Golfs. Then Cody Alberts is right there. Behind him, Shane Smith and Ahmad, followed there by Roshan Khan and Anwar Levy. Right behind Anwar Levy, we've got a slower car. Then we've got Paul Minner coming through, followed there by Willie Swart.
Wow, I tell you what a dice it is. So our lead cars, well, Rasli Harris is still working his way around, and working his way around very slowly. The smoke is starting to come off that front tyre now, and it looks like the back tyre is flat as well, waving white flags as they come down past us. Imad Modak in Class A from Cody Alberts, Baby Jakes from Daniel Kutsia, and Shane Smith in Class B.
Well, it's all happening out there. Heading now towards turn number 3 is your race leader. The Modaks are sitting P1 and P2. It's a Nias Modak from Imad Modak sitting 1 and 2. Working their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. Car Care Clinic. They've got a couple of back markers. There's Baby Jakes. Baby Jakes puts a lap on that Golf heading down into turn number 4 into Car Care Clinic. As you watch the Modaks run down the back straight, here comes Baby Jakes. Baby Jakes and Daniel Kutsia has got Cody Alberts right there with him. Down the back main, it's Daniel Kutsia, Cody Alberts, 1-on-1. Down the back main, and Shane Smith has caught up to the back end of Ahmad, and right there with him as well as Roshan Khan as they head into turn 5 fast run.
Imad Modak coming up towards the checkered flag, minus the better part of the front end of that motor car. Baby Jakes second overall. Is it possible? Can he make it to the line? Baby Jakes. Wow, can you believe it? A Class B car coming through in second overall. So it's Modak from Alberts in Class A, and then Ahmad, Baby Jakes from Daniel Kutsia, and Shane Smith in Class B. Class C, Roshan Khan from Franco. Class D is probably looking to be the 39 car that's going to be coming through there in the lead, and that's Anton Jacobs. And then the 69 of David Franco in there behind him, and then the 95 of Gasperi. That will be the Class D battle. The Class E battle, Ryan Lodge beating out there on Kiara van Niekerk, and then the 167 of Kale coming through behind that. And sure, what can I say? Amazing stuff. Class F, Fenter from van Niekerk.
Right, so the rest of the Clubman's cars, here comes Ryan Lodge across the line, and here comes Kiara van Niekerk, and they will finish first and second in that E-Class. David Franco was in that group with them as well. But yeah, Class E was won there by Ryan Lodge, with the Kiara van Niekerk finishing there in that second position. Well, Rasli Harris determined to finish his race in that very super quick double 6 Golf, busy falling apart. And
I think,
I just led to believe that because he didn't pull off, Gary, when he got what we call the Japanese flag, I was just informed here by our radio man, by Tiny, that he was black flagged out of the race.
Oh, so that effort to pick up some points didn't work. Wow, what an interesting Mike's Place Clubman Saloons race number 2 for the day in these rainy conditions. Still pulling 40 entrants out there on circuit. Class A, B, C, D, E, and F. Only Class C that's a bit thin on the ground. Everybody else a full complement of cars. Sure, Mike's Place Clubman's going places, no doubt.
A lot of highlights of that situation in turn number 1. That was Modak that spun it. That's Harris, you see, that was going off there as well. All sorts of drama, replays. That is Razik Harris coming past us with the half of the front end of that car that's completely broken off. This is going into turn number 2. And there was lots of rubbing-ers racing going on there into turn 2. Just keeping an eye, just watching them all go through there. There was that leading group, and something had happened. That's where it all started. There's Vicky Paither, you'll see just diving off to the right. On the left of the screen is Nias Modak, and then there was contact involving the Harris Golf on the outside exit turn 1 holes, but one knew it was going to happen sometime. There were just too many cars. It was at one stage 12 of them dicing out for first, second and third, and you knew it was going to happen. You were hoping it wouldn't, but yeah, it had to eventually give. Right, here we go with the Power Sport 650 and Power Sport 300, race number 2, dry track out there. And I think we're going to be in for a stonker of a race. Sluit van die Kerk won it, if my facts are right. He is the Power Sport 650 champion for 2021. And he's won that just over halfway through the season. And this is going to be some entertaining stuff. This youngster races short circuit as well, and he's going to be a difficult campaigner to catch out there. So the bikes are just doing a couple of out laps, sighting laps to see what the track's like, and then we're going to get this one underway. Right, here we go with the Power Sport 650 and Power Sport 300s. It's going to be some great stuff out there. These are Power Sport riders. Now let's see. Sluit van die Kerk sticks it in P1. As here comes Zante Otto, Lady Racer, the 173, Zante Otto. Lance Jonas is in there as well in that 83. And this is going to be some great stuff out there in that Power Sport class. Jason Lineker is right in there as well. Then the 5-0, that's Tristan Pienaar. That's a son of ex-Superbike racer Clinton Pienaar back in the day. And Tristan races here at Killarney. Trevor Westman is on the front row of the grid. There's going to be some great stuff out here. We're going to watch them. We're going to get this one underway soon. 5-second paddle on. Gets moved out the way. The lights are on. The lights go off and away we go. And a lovely start off the line there. By Trevor Westman and Sluit van die Kerk. They are side by side. Down into turn number 1. It's Westman van die Kerk. It's Trevor Westman that gets the whole shot out there with van die Kerk. In that second position, Sluit sitting out there in that second place. Trevor Westman didn't do race number 1. Trevor sits out there in P1. Here comes Sluit van die Kerk. Keep an eye there on Slade. He's not going to be outdone. Where's Zante Otto? She's dropped down a bit as they work their way out of a turn number 2. I'll tell you that Lance Jonas is sitting there in that 4th position as they work their way down into turn 3, Interceptor corner. Out of Interceptor corner, they come now, working their way down towards a turn number 4, Car Care Clinic. Out of Car Care Clinic, they come now, heading down the back straight. Right up front, it's Westman and van die Kerk runs around him on the outside. My, oh my, down the back, Lineker is sitting there in that 3rd position. Right behind Lineker, it's Lance Jonas. As Byron, they're heading to turn 5, Fostron.
Yeah, Pertamina Fastron, they come around there as well now, watching them as they come. It's going to be Sluit van die Kerk surely ahead of that red rocket bike and rockstar bike, I should rather say. And towards the line, he'll come. The man who started on pole position will then take the first lap of 9 as they come across. Then it'll be where the likes of Westman and co. So where Trevor Westman, Jason Lineker, all Kawasaki top 3, Suzuki of Lance Jonas, Zante Otto now in 5th position on the ER6 Kawasaki.
Right, so as they work their way into turn number 2, through turn 2 they go now, and wow, my, is he disappearing down the road there, is Sluit van der Kerk. Sitting out there in P1, Van der Kerk with Westman in that 2nd position. Where is Trevor Westman? There he goes. Jason Lineker is in that group as well. So is the likes of Lance Jonas and Zante Otto. That's an old group of riders. As you see, they're making their way into turn number 4 through Car Care Clinic. Let's have a look, see if anything has changed. Down the back made, Van der Kerk sits out there in P1. Lineker is now in 2nd. Well, Westman's dropped all the way down. Westman's dropped to the back of the pack. Here comes Zante Otto. Zante Otto making the move there on Lance Jonas. So Trevor Westman, there was in a good 2nd with that group, but he's dropped to the back end of that group as they work their way out of turn 5, fast-run corner.
Did he have a moment or something like that? Did he just drop behind Lance Jonas like that? Lance Jonas now, Frankie, will find himself now up in 3rd position in this race. Westman down into 4th, and Otto is still hanging in there as well. Actually, Otto up into 3rd position, excuse me. Then ahead of Jonas, who's currently in 4th position. Then Westman, and then David Lindemann will follow suit there as well on the Suzuki SV650.
Lindemann is ahead there of Robin de Vos, and then behind Robin de Vos is the leader of the Power Sport 300s, and that is Tristan Pienaar, followed there by Nicholas Hutchings. So, as the leaders work their way through turn number 3, or the leader, I should say, working its way out of turn number 3 up the Tygerberg Straight, out of Interceptor, Tygerberg Straight into Car Care Clinic corner, turn number 4. Down the back main, Slade van der Kerk. You're not going to catch us, Lighty, on any given day. Down the back main he goes with Jason Lineker in that 2nd position. Then it's Zante Otto. Lance Jonas has now got Trevor Westman side by side as they head down to the back straight. Westman should make that move stick there on Jonas, and he gets that right. Yep, yeah, moves up another position there ahead of Lance Jonas. So it's a fight back here for Trevor Westman as they head under the Mad Max Bridge and work their way down into turn 1 KFM corner. Behind them it's another motorcycle coming towards us now. That is David Lindemann. Behind him is Robin de Vos, and then behind Robin de Vos heading into turn 1 is the lead of the Power Sport 300s, namely Tristan Pienaar.
Yeah, Tristan Pienaar, he currently leads the Power Sports 300 class ahead of Hutchings, and Rollstone has now just come up into 9th position overall. Remember, he's one of the 650 class, and he'll be hunting down Pienaar for overall honours. But Pienaar, as I says, he is a leader in class. Hutchings is 2nd in the 300s, and Robinson is the 3rd place man in class, 11th overall. 12th, Liebenberg, also one of the 650s, and Michel is in 13th position. The Hutchings, De Beer, Hill, Steyn and Solomon.
121, 243. Sluit van der Kerk, he's the fastest rider out there, and he is breaking away from them as he makes his way out of turn number 5, out of fast run corner. Sluit van der Kerk making his way down towards us. It's a lonely ride up front for race leader Sluit van der Kerk as he runs across the start finish line now, making his way into turn 1 into Holzoek. Here comes Jason Lineker 2nd, Zante Otto 3rd, followed there by Trevor Westman and Lance Jonas. As they head into turn 1, David Lindemann is the next man and running down into turn 1, followed here by Robin de Vos, and right behind him, leading his class, is Tristan Pienaar.
Well, number 96, Van der Kerk, is the fastest lap holder, and he's just extended his advantage, 121.227 on the last lap, and already he's at 27.9, a purple sector in Sector 1 on the ER650. and he's 5.9 seconds ahead of Jason Lineker, closing in on 6 seconds difference between them. Zante Otto very confidently up into third position on the 173 machine there, and 1.3 seconds ahead of Westman in fourth position. Lance Jonas still hanging on to that group as well there, and he's 1.5 seconds back, and the all the Kawasaki's ahead of him. Then the two Suzukis, like I say, Jonas and then David Lindemann in sixth position.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's all happening out there. Yes, the quickest man out there is Slate van Niekerk with a 1:21.227 as van Niekerk makes his way into turn number one. Van Niekerk making his way into turn number one. Coming past us now is Jason Lineker in that second position, followed there by Zante Otto. Right behind Otto into turn one. And fighting back hard there. So Zante Otto has got Westman right there with her. And Trevor's right there. Trevor Westman is right in there behind Zante Otto as they make their way up the Joubert Straight and into turn number two, and Trevor Westman slides ahead there of Zante Otto in the exit of turn two, Quarry Corner.
Yeah, they were 0.4 of a second when they crossed the line, Frankie, and it just shows you in that first sector alone how much Westman could take out of Otto's gap ahead of him. And Van Niekerk, as we spoke as well, a 1:27.43, and let me tell you one thing, he's flying out there, 7 seconds ahead of Jason Lineker.
Well, down the back, mate. They come now. There is Lineker. Lineker's been chased hard here by Westman, and here comes Zante Otto. She's not going to let him get away. She's going to ride around him on the outside. My word, Zante Otto is involved in a huge fight out there, and this young lass is not going to give up, Byron.
No, she won't, as they put a lap now on, I think it's Gary Steyn, Andrew Liebenberg, down the field now as they come right through. He's behind Stavro Michel, and Van Niekerk is 8 seconds now ahead of Lineker. Otto still holding third position, almost half a second ahead of Trevor Westman. Jonas still hanging in there, 5.6 seconds back. Looking at the 300s battle, 8th position is Tristan Pienaar. He's still ahead of Edward Rolstone, 13 seconds ahead of him to be exact, and then Hutchings will be in 10th position, 0.8 of a second off of Edward Rolstone.
Well, Tristan Pienaar is still the man out there that leads the Power Sport 300 class, and he's making his way into turn number one all on his own, coming out of turn one, Holzoek. And then Rolstone coming past us, Nicholas Hutchings and Mitch Robinson. They're having their own little dice out there, and that is in the Power Sport 300 class. So down the back straight, we have a look-see. The leader is down into turn 5 already. He's in to Fostron corner. He's your race leader, making his way out of Fostron corner. Here he comes, down towards us. And that's Slate van Niekerk, all on his own. The mighty young Slate van Niekerk working his way into turn number 1. But it's not about Van Niekerk, it's about this fight for second, third and fourth that's heading towards us now. Between Jason and right behind Jason Lineker, we've got the combination out there of Otto and Westman. A lovely fight that is going on out there between Otto and Westman. He was 0.6 of a second behind Zante Otto when they headed down into turn 1.
Well, we are now on the penultimate lap, Frankie, and try as he may, Westman cannot find himself past Zante Otto. Zante Otto resisting the pressure as they go through the kink, but Westman will go onto the inside into Interceptor, and he will take the third place away from Zante Otto, but I have a feeling that Zante Otto is not finished yet, and she goes onto the Tygerberg straight now and sizes up Trevor Westman as they go through the double apex right-hander at Car Care Clinic corner. You'll see the 93 of Lineker ahead of them. He's about a further 2 seconds up the road, but the more they keep themselves occupied, the more he's going to be able to edge away from the two of them. Look at Zante Otto. She's side by side with Trevor Westman as they go now into Pertamina Fastron. Let's see who will emerge in front over there as well. Will it be the red Kawasaki, or will it be the black and slightly pink one?
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. Yeah, they come down towards us now. This is that fight for second and third, or should I say 3 and 4, heading down, and Westman was ahead, but it's not. It is now Otto. Westman does the cut back, and Westman takes that position away from Zante Otto, going down into turn number 1. What a fight out here. Lance Jonas going into turn 1 has been caught there by David Lindemann. So Lindemann...
Oh no, Frankie, sorry, Westman is slowing. Westman looks to be slowing. I'm sorry, I just cut in there, and that has now let Zante Otto off, all the pressure off of her.
Well, I'm watching this fight heading into turn number 2, and that's Lance Jonas, and he's got the youngster David Lindemann right there with him. So it is Jonas versus Lindemann, making their way through the kink and racing down towards Interceptor Corner, but the checkered flag has been readied for race leader Slade van Niekerk.
Yeah, Slade van Niekerk. Magnificent ride as always. We wait for Slade now. We looked the last time, it was 11.2 seconds ahead of Jason Lineker in second position. And well, he'll just have to keep it on the circuit, keep it home. And well, here comes the number 96 Kawasaki now. 9 laps completed and wins the race. And well, it's a gaggle of bikes coming now as well. They're going to be a bunch of lap bikes. Billy De Beer, Brandon Hutchings and Stavro Michel. Then we have Lineker, then we have Zante Otto, the magnificent ride from Zante Otto. And then coming up now, Westman has fallen back. Westman has fallen back. Of course, David Lindemann comes through then, ahead of Lance Jonas. And here comes the very slow-moving Trevor Westman. Unfortunately, as they came out of Quarry Corner, that is when he seemed to have lost a lot of power through the kink, and that put the pressure off Zante Otto. So Westman comes through 6th, De Vos comes through in 7th. Tristan Pienaar will win the 300 class. Rob De Vos, I see there, comes in 7th, and then Tristan Pienaar. We wait for Tristan Pienaar. And nodding the head there, Tristan Pienaar, ahead of Edward Rollstone. So first Pienaar, then we'll have Rollstone come through soon. And then the 23, here we go, the number 72 of Hutchings. And of course that will be Nicholas Hutchings, Mitch Robinson and Billy De Beer. And then the 74 of Hutchings, the second of the Hutchings, Stavro Michel, Anthony Lane in 15th position. And I think by the looks of it, Frankie's going to have to go for a hearing test now, because I shouted a bit loud over there. I don't know if he knows where he is at the moment. So
I'll tell you what, there was some great stuff out there, and my word, what a ride by Zante Otto.
Well, we go now to the South Superbikes, their second race of the day. The first one of the day had only 6 laps. Now we have 9 laps for this particular one, and we had a small field. Hopefully we have a few more bikes, and it looks like we have a few more bikes joining the fray. And number 69, David McFadden on the Yamaha R1 is on pole position. Thumbs up from the man himself, a man who's had much overseas experience. Malcolm Rapson in the Masters class, he is second on the grid. JP Friedrich, who had a fall earlier on, back on the bike in the first race, and back on the bike in race 2. Number 24, the Yamaha. Then Jacques Ackermann. But now away we go, and a bad start for David McFadden. It looks like we could have ourselves the fastest accountant on 2 wheels get into the lead here, but I think he's also been jumped as well, and everybody gets through the turn 1 Holes Hook section nice and cleanly. So onto the Joubert straight will then run, and a good, very fast start over there as well. We'll see now who will be where. I think Rapson is currently in second position, and they'll filter through the quarry section through the kink. As I say, 9 laps here. We had 6 racing laps in the first one, 9 this time out, and quite a lot of bike racing today that we have, and over a variety of classes, the 600 classes, but also the Masters class as well, which we have about 5 entered for this particular event. Down the back straight then towards, I think David McFadden could actually have come back quite nicely over there as well on the number 69 bike. And it looks like in the second sector he is putting on the fastest time over here. But remember, this is from a standing start. We'll start seeing the lap times from the flying laps which come afterwards. And they're coming to complete the first of 9 laps. To the line we then run, and it is going to be the number 69 of David McFadden that crosses the line from Malcolm Rapson. 1.3 seconds over Malcolm Rapson. Connor Hagen on the first of the 600s comes through as well. And then Jacques Ackermann in 4th position, but second in the Masters class. Trevor Westman, his name is out there, of course, for the number 60 bike. Number 5 in the field. JP Friedrich is holding up 6th position at the moment. Lubabalo Ntisana, he's 3rd in the Masters class. He's in 7th position ahead of Michael de Toy, who's 4th in class, 8th overall. Jonathan Schwerin. And then Gavin Lowe. There's only 10 of them out there altogether, so we hopefully have some close racing. But at the moment, it's quite a bit of leaps and bounds that David McFadden is making over the man behind him, Malcolm Rapson. Connor Hagen, the only 600 class rider out there, the only 600 out there, and that's 600 is the GSXR 600 Suzuki. And that was a half a second ahead of Jacques Ackermann, who's second in the Masters class. But here they come now towards the line. David McFadden comes under the Mad Max motorcycle bridge and will take the next lap, the fastest lap of a 1:12.983. But Connor Hagen and Jacques Ackermann are very close to each other. 0.2 of a second between the two of them. Is Ackermann going to make a move into turn 1? No, he will not. He will hold 4th position for now, but I think that's going to be the one to watch at this particular time. Yes, there are 2 separate classes, but you always look for some good on-track action to keep you warm at night over there as well. So, yeah, they go into the quarry corner now. Behind them, it's still the Trevor Westman from JP Friedrich, a second between the two of them. Also in the 1000s class, the Kawasaki ZX-10R versus the Yamaha R1. Trevor Westman had his troubles in the first of the bike races after the lunch period, and we'll have to find out a little bit later on what he was having troubles with on that Suzuki of his, sorry, that Kawasaki of his. But he's well and truly running nice and back now, yeah, ahead of Friedrich, ahead of Ntisana, who's 3rd in class, 7th overall. And then down the back straight, the leaders then run. 7 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. Here comes David McFadden now. Crosses the line. It was a 1:12.983 the first time out. It was a 1:12.894 this time out. So slightly faster this time, 4.6 seconds ahead of Malcolm Rapson. Jacques Ackermann will come through into the 3rd position, and 2nd position still in class ahead of Connor Hagen. Connor Hagen basically in a race with himself today as far as the classes are concerned, but for pride, I think he's going to want to keep it ahead of the likes of Westman and Friedrich, Michael de Toy as well. But as the field looks, the Yamaha R1 putting in a 26.3 McFadden in the first sector, so he's got no thought of slowing down here as David McFadden. He missed the first race of the day because of the rain. A lot of guys decided to pull out because of the rain, but he stuck along, and now he's back, and he really wants to put it in there as well, get some good championship points for the local superbike class. Anyway, Rapson will still hold it in a Masters class ahead of Jacques Ackerman. Jacques Ackerman 3.1 seconds back. His best lap time of a 15.090 compared to the Rapson time of a 1:14.834, their last lap time. So you can see the difference in lap times between David McFadden, who goes now 1:12.676. The number 69 Yamaha comes across the line 6.8 seconds ahead of Malcolm Rapson. Then Jacques Ackerman 3.5 seconds a bit back. And then what happens is Connor Hagen still 0.3 of a second off of Ackerman. So he hasn't lost sight of Jacques Ackerman. Trevor Westman is still 1.3 seconds back off of Connor Hagen. JP Friedrich now 2.1 seconds back. And Michael de Toy getting ahead of Lububalo Ntisana, who's now gone down to 8th position in the standings ahead of Gavin Lowe. Gavin Lowe and Jonathan Schwerin on the BMW 1000 RR has kept it at the back of the grid for now, or the field for now, 0.8 of a second off of Gavin Lowe, who's 4th and last in the Masters class. But still pumping in the sector times there for David McFadden. A 2.63 in Sector 1, a 22.3 in Sector 2. And I can think to myself now that there's going to be a very fast lap time at the end of this lap. 1:12.676 for David McFadden. The last time out, here he comes now under the Mad Max motorcycle bridge. And let's see what he puts in over here. It is going to be, no, actually not. He's not going to get a better lap time. It is a 1:12.707. which is about 0.1 of a second slower than his previous lap time. 9.3 seconds back it is Malcolm Rapson, Jacques Ackerman and Connor Hagen. Connor Hagen still 0.4 of a second between himself and Jacques Ackerman ahead of him. Remember though, they are two separate classes. You have a 1000cc versus a 600. Connor Hagen the only 600, and he's full 13.1 seconds off of David McFadden in the lead. Just looking through the field now, not a lot of close battles going on here. Jonathan Schwerin, we still wait for him, as I think he might be pulling into the pits, to be honest. So I think there is a bike pulling into the pits, and I won't be surprised if there's the BMW that is going to be ending this race, giving us 9 left for the Superbikes race. Not the biggest field. Hopefully we can grow that over time. But I think the big one now at the moment to watch out for is the Jacques Ackerman, Connor Hagen and Trevor Westman battle. I think they're going down the back straight right now, and I think there is some movement going on. Connor Hagen, I think, is in trouble from Trevor Westman, who could be making his way past. He was 0.7 of a second off of Connor Hagen the last time around. I think he's closed up the gap. The ZX10R on the Suzuki. Watch them as they come around into Pertamina Fastron. McFadden crosses the line. A few more modest lap times for him now, 0.2 of a second off of his best. He doesn't need to push in the fast lap times over here as well. Now he's proven his point, and no, still Trevor Westman is still behind Connor Hagen at this point of the race. JB Friedrich comes through in 6th position. Michael de Toy is 7.2 seconds back. It just shows you, like I say again, the gaps are quite vast, as Gavin Lowe's are half a second off of Ntisana. So we could have ourselves a good battle for 4th place in the Masters class. There's 5 of them out there. Gavin Lowe rounds off that Masters section as the 26.2 fastest purple sector time for David McFadden once again, but a more modest 22.3 in sector number 2. So it's all to play for in sector 3, but I don't think he'll be putting in any more very big lap times over here because he does not need to. Down the back straight they go. Jacques Ackerman, 2.9 seconds back of Malcolm Rapson, a second ahead of Connor Hagen. 600ths though back of Connor Hagen is Trevor Westman. Trevor Westman, double duty today. To the line they then run. There comes Malcolm Rapson across the line. Then it's Ackerman. From Connor Hagen and, well, Trevor Westman, then Connor Hagen, I should rather say. So Westman made his way past, but it was only a matter of time before that happened. And then JP Friedrich will come across the line here now, having fallen earlier on at Pertamina Fastron, but he got right back on the Yamaha, and really is making it count today. Very happy with the points that he gained in the last race. And some good points coming this way as well. Ntisana now got his, you'll look over his shoulder and you'll see that Gavin Lowe will be all over the back of him. 7 laps have been completed. There's now only this one and the next one left as we watch the Jacques Ackerman, Trevor Westman and Connor Hagen battle going through Interceptor, then into Car Care Clinic Corner. There is the 46 of Malcolm Rapson, who basically I think is going to have to be content with second overall, but the winner of the Masters class. Now there's going to be a move surely for the third place over here. Westman is all over the back of Jacques Ackerman. I think what happens is they went into Pertamina Fast Run now. Who's poked the nose ahead? I think Ackerman could still have just that gap over Trevor Westman, but it's only a matter of time. No, Westman has made it into third. Westman is up into third. Jacques Ackerman into fourth now. There's across a tenth of a second between the two of them. Then a six tenths of a second back is Connor Hagen. And then JP Friedrich trying to close up the gap, but he's 11.5 seconds further back of Connor Hagen at this time. May have to be content with 6th position in this race. Michael Tutoy crosses the line there. So there'll be one more lap left to go. At the end of this one, it will be the flag. As they go through Interceptor now, it is the Malcolm Rapson followed by Trevor Westman, then Jacques Ackerman. So Westman has been really closing up the gap to Malcolm Rapson, but I think it's going to be a bit of a tough ask to see if he can actually pass Malcolm Rapson and get second place overall in this race. He'll get the head down, we'll watch them down the straight. I think he might make a move towards turn 5 Pertamina Fostron. He looks on the outside, does Trevor Westman, and well, you'll see now as they come through, I think Malcolm Rapson would just keep the nose ahead. Don't go too wide, otherwise Westman will have an opportunity. But gunning it to the line now, it's going to be a close battle between these two. We could have Westman just take it. Nope, it's going to be Trevor Westman, sorry, then Malcolm Rapson, the 46. Jacques Ackerman in 4th position, second in class. Malcolm Rapson wins the Masters class. Connor Hagen in 5th position, the only 600 out there. JP Friedrich, here he comes now, number 24 Yamaha in 6th position. Michael Dutoy, where is Michael Dutoy? Here he comes now, past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes. And underneath the Mad Max motorcycle bridge, he takes 7th position ahead of Gavin Lowe. And then Ntisana will take the last position, 9th position over here. Jonathan Schwerin, unfortunately starting this race, but not finishing it. And that was 4-5 laps ago. Well, we got one more of the bike sprint races to come, and so we got a few more races on the program. It's going to be, here's the, if you're watching your screens right in front of you, it is the Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles, V8 Masters to be following that. Then we have a 1-hour enduro for the Power Sport motorcycles, and then the Thunder Saloons will complete our race day here on the 28th of August. So sit tight, we'll go off air for a while for a few minutes, and then we'll be back with the bikes. Well, now we go over to the Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run Motorcycles, their second race of the day. And starting on pole position will be Nick Ben on the Suzuki. So a few more out there as well. Jamie Hall will be joining on the front row on the Honda, I should rather say, CBR 600RR. Nashif Smart also completing that row on the Yamaha, the 1000cc YZF. So it looks like we are ready and waiting to go. A 9-lap race will now commence. And let's see them as they come off now. I think getting off the line there nicely was, in fact, the Nick Ben machine. Watch them as they come all filtering through there nice and safely. There's somebody going off wide onto the runoff and will take no further part in this race, looks like it. So we already have one casualty there. Cannot see a number for now, but we'll hopefully be able to give you that a little bit later in the race. But yeah, Nick Ben, as we say, on the Suzuki, he was ahead of Jamie Hall, Nashif Smart, Zubair Adams, and Molefe Ratlagani. Also well and truly in that group as well at the front of the field. Always doing quite nicely. Race 2 now, of course, 9 laps in this race. It was 6 laps in race 1. It'll be 9 laps this time around. They'll be coming now down the Tygerberg Straight. And then around the double apex right-hander at Car Care Clinic corner. Down the straight we then go. And it looks like, I didn't catch the number, it could be Nashif Smart that actually came off the line there quite nicely. But let's see them as they come around then. And through the Pertamina Fastron. Zubair Adams putting a fast sector time in there as well. From the standing start in the second sector. To the line we then run though. And it is going to be Zubair Adams, number 62, and then Rob de Vos, Wayne Arends coming up in the 33, number 3. That's all Clubman's Class A. Nashif Smart in the 4th position, and then Ratlagani in 5th. And then, yes, it's Reginald Seal. Is the man that went off at the first turn, the number 166 bike. So unfortunately going to be taking no further part in this race. But Peter Hill will then round it off on the number 60, the Yamaha R6. And Reginald Seal was on the R1 Yamaha. But Adam still leads the way and, well, ahead of Rob de Vos. And Rob de Vos, he, of course, 2 separate classes we have over here. Zubair Adams is the leader in Clubman's Class A. Rob de Vos is leader in Class B. And it's one of only a handful of Class Bs over there as well. Jamie Hall, who started second, he's all the way down in 6th position. Ahead of Nick Ben, though. Devon Chatton coming up the field. And then the Breakfast Run Bikes is being led there by Stuart De Lange. And that's Keegan Stuart De Lange, to be exact, over there for his full name. So we're watching them come around now. They'll be completing lap 2 of this race. As we'll see now, here the fast lap times are coming. And it's going to be a 119. We'll see them come through now. 119.937 for Wayne Arends. Wayne Arends really challenging over here now. 1.6 seconds between himself and Zubair Adams. So the hotting up of the Class A battle is what is going on right now. Nashif Smart is currently in 3rd position, 9/10 of a second ahead of Rob de Vos. Ratlagani also in Class A. He's currently 5th position, 2.4 seconds back there. And then Nick Ben is ahead of Jamie Hall, like it was earlier on when they started the race. But there comes now through Interceptor, Zubair Adams, followed by Wayne Arends, then by Nashif Smart. De Vos will follow suit there as well. They go onto the Tygerberg Straight. Watch them as they come around now into the right-hander at the old Malmesbury Car Care Clinic corner. Get the head down. Bike number 23, the Suzuki GSX. Is now down the back straight towards the right-hander, the banked right-hander, Pertamina Fastron turn 5. And let's see now if any challenge is made by Wayne Arends. It doesn't look like he's closed enough of a gap yet, but they'll come towards the Mad Max motorcycle bridge. Under the bridge they'll then run. It's still Zubair Adams that now is leading the way ahead of Arends, but only 4/10 of a second between the two of them. Look how close they are now. We watch that battle as they go now around that first turn. The left-hander onto the Joubert Straight. Smart is 2.7 seconds back. off the lead at the moment now. That 2.7 seconds off the man in front of him, who's Arendse. Arendse is all over the back of Adams. He's on the outside now into Quarry, but Adams is just hugging the defensive line. They'll come out onto the straight though. Well, first through the kink, and then we'll see on the Tygerberg straight if Arendse will be able to make any sort of a move. They go through intercepted turn 3 now. Watch them as they come around there. It is Suzuki versus Kawasaki. Down the Tygerberg straight, they'll then run. I think what happens is Wayne Arendse could make a move on the back straight towards Pertumbina Fastron turn 5. If he can get close enough, he gets into the slipstream though, and he's going to run right past him. And Arendse now leads this race ahead of Zubair Adams. Nashif Smart will be a little bit further back, all on his own. Rob De Vos will be leading his class, Class B. Ratlegane, also a Class A runner, but he will be in 5th position ahead of Nick Ben. Nick Ben is second in class ahead of JB Hall. Half a second between the two of them. Here comes now Wayne Arendse. Crosses the line now. Still the fastest lap holder at the moment, 1:19.399 for him. And then just looking on behind them as well, we'll see whether we can find any close battles on the circuit. And at the moment, it looks pretty spaced out. A fastest second sector time, a 24.3, a purple one for Nashif Smart at the moment. So he's pretty much on the move. But he's got quite a task ahead of him. He was to actually try and close up the gap to Zubair Adams. They all are Class A contestants. So what happens is you'll see Zubair Adams in the first sector already at 28.6. So he's still quick, 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. Arendse and Adams between them for the Class A battle. Fenter has come up quite nicely in the 99 machine, and that will be the breakfast run class, and he's ahead of Hall now, and that is 7th position overall in this whole race here. So he'll be 0.6 of a second. The Yamaha R1 breakfast run bike, and that's quite a bit ahead there of Keegan Stewart de Lange, who's second in class at this time, ahead of Liwani, but behind Devon Chatton. And there'll be 5 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. I think they'll be coming now across the line to do the final 4 laps of the race. Here they come now, 1:19.271. It was for Wayne Arendse, but Nashif Smart is now taking that fastest lap away, a 1:19.031, and he's currently in 3rd position. He's now 1.5 seconds off of Zubair Adams, so he's closing up the gap quite nicely. He's got 4 laps to go to try and close up even more, and Wayne Arendse is not motoring away from the men behind him, but Zubair Adams still hangs in there, 0.6 of a second. He is behind Wayne Arendse. Wayne Arendse is just going to have to keep it on the black stuff. Just keep it easy and calm. Just resist any attack from Zubair Adams behind him, who briefly led this race for a short time. Tygerberg straight they're now on as well. They'll lean into Tygerberg straight, take first apex, second apex, and then run out onto the back straight to see if Adams can actually come closer to the back of Arendse. He has done so. Arendse made it look easy earlier on when he actually put the pass on the back straight down on Zubair Adams, but Zubair Adams is not close enough yet. And as they come around, there'll be 3 laps left to go in this race. It was 1.5 seconds though back was Nashif Smart. I could think he might have even closed the gap ever so slightly when they cross to the line now. 1.5 seconds, as I said. It is now going to be 1 second that he has between himself, Nashif Smart, and Adams ahead of him. And another fastest lap time, a 1:18.849 for the number 23 machine, as he now finds himself ahead of De Vos, who'll come across the line now. De Vos is under immense pressure. He got Ratlegane, he just came right past him there. And Ratlegane will take 4th place overall. He's also 4th place in Class A. De Vos will still hold Class B at the moment, 2.5 seconds ahead of Nick Ben. Nick Ben ahead of Fenter in the breakfast run class, who's 2.7 seconds ahead of the 42 bike of Keegan Stewart de Lange. Devon Chatton on the Honda CBR 600RR is a Class B runner ahead of Jamie Hall. Then Samkelo Luwani, also on the Breakfast Club bikes, and that is the 3rd place in class for Luwani, ahead of Hendricks. Wayne Gress, who's also a breakfast run bike competitor, 13th position ahead of Peter Hill, and then Donovan Stevens on the Honda CBR 1000 will round off that section. But Nashif Smart, 2 purple sector times for him. So it just shows you now he could be gunning here now for a nice, very quick lap for him indeed. As we watch them come around, it is now crossing the line. Nashif Smart finds himself in second position in this race. So a 1:18.248 on the Yamaha YZF 1000. And he's closing up that gap, 0.4 of a second between himself and Wayne Aronson. He's all going to be over the back of Wayne Aronson. Watch them as they go through turn 2 into the quarry corner. Get the hammer down now for Wayne Aronson. He's led this race for a few laps now, but he's under immense pressure from Nashif Smart, the number 23 machine. With 2 laps left to go in this race, they go onto the Tygerberg straight now. Watch them onto the back straight. They'll be coming to lap a few bikes as well. That most certainly will be Donovan Stevens on the Honda. And then down the back straight as we go. Wayne Aronson under pressure here. He's going to be in the... He gets out of the slipstream. He's going to go onto the inside line. Is Nashif Smart. But will he poke the nose ahead? It doesn't look like he'll do it at this point at the moment now. But going a little bit wide in Pertamina Fastron. It is Wayne Aronson. Wayne Aronson comes down. Somebody pulling into the pits as well. I think that is Donovan Stevens. But towards the line they'll then run. And one more lap left to go in this race. It's going to be 0.4 of a second between Aronson and Smart. Smart has got one more lap now to make some sort of a move on the man in front of him. He holds the fastest lap at the moment, a 1:18.248, a much more modest 1:19.384 this time out, even though it is a 1/10 of a second faster than Wayne Aronson on the last lap. So what happens is 9 laps it is, 8 laps have been completed. They go through turn 2 now, through the kink towards Interceptor Corner, the right-hander turn 3 Interceptor Corner. He's going to have to do something on the straight because he's got Adams in there as well, and that's also going to help maybe even get him up ahead, riding shotgun at the moment. Yeah, they go through the double apex right-hander at Car Care Clinic Corner. Now down the back straight for the last time in this bike sprint race. Yeah, they go now in the slipstream. He'll then run is Nashif Smart. Is he close enough to the back of Wayne Aronson? I don't know. Who's going to be braver on the brakes? He's closed up the gap in Pertamina Fastron. They are going to be nose to tail, and maybe to run it to the line out there as well. Who's going to get the better corner speed? Exit speed. And it looks like Wayne Aronson will just make it to the line. He'll make it to the line, 0.3 of a second ahead of Smart. Then Adams will come through, and then Rutlegane. We wait for him now. So the top 3 in the overall standings have come through, and Class A. Rutlegane. This is going to be quite there's a few bikes in the group there as well. Molefe Rutlegane has had to hold off the likes of Nick Ben, and as well as the Foss as well. Nick Ben having got ahead now. And it looks like it's Rutlegane. De Vos will win Class B, Clubman's Class B. Nick Ben will be second in Class B. Nico Venter will be the breakfast run class victor in 7th position, ahead of Keegan Stewart de Lange in 8th position. Devon Chatton, Class B, 3rd position, 9th position overall. And then Liwani will be the 10th place man, but 3rd in class. And then Jamie Hall and Derek Hendricks comes through. Wayne Gress in 13th position, so 12th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. And then, as I said, Donovan Stevens doesn't look like he will be coming to the end of this race. I speak under correction now. I did see somebody pull out of the race. Reginald Seal pulled out in the first lap, but it's Peter Hill that's going to come along and take Clubman's Class B then. Wayne Gress ahead of him is 4th place in class. Reginald Seals Yamaha did not make it past the first turn, unfortunately, and that is the second of the races for the Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run bikes. No Classics, unfortunately, today amongst them, but Wayne Aronson takes the victory in Clubman's Class A, and we've had some good bike races today. There's going to be one more bike race today a little bit later on after the V8 Masters. That will be the Power Sport Motorcycles 1 hour enduro.
folks, here we go with the V8 Masters. The drivers out there in the APV Ford Mustangs getting ready for their second race of the day. And Fabio Tafani and Richard Schroeder did extremely well out there in race number 1. We'll have a look, see what happens out here for the rest of the day. Coming up after this, I think it's the 1 hour enduro for power sport motorcycles, and then we'll end the day off with the Thunder Saloon category. Right, so the V8 Master drivers are out on the track, and we're going to get ready for their second race of the day. They were very lucky in the first race that they had before lunch. The track had began to dry out for them by then. So they basically had it all their way with a dry circuit. Now it's bone dry. Sean Moore came cutting and carving his way through the field in race number 1, and he actually got ahead of Richard Schroeder at the checkered flag. So he came from pit lane and he made it into that second position. So it's going to be interesting stuff to see what happens out there. Sadly for Alistair Brown, he had a DNF when he spun that red 22 Ford Mustang of his in turn 5 in Fostron Corner into retirement for that race. He is back out there on track again. And, well, let's have a look-see. That's basically what happened out there in the opening race of the V8 Master Series drivers. They make their way out of turn number 5 now, out of Fostron Corner. And they will make their way towards us. The safety car is standing on the main straight, the Porsche Club straight, and it moves off, and now the Mustang drivers will fall in there behind them. So as the field works its way past us, we're going to have a look, see what happens out there. I see that, yeah, Mark Ridgway had a spin as well in the opening race and dropped far down, and that 51 car is starting from virtually 4 or 5 cars towards the back of the field. So keep an eye there on that 51 Ford Mustang of Mark Ridgway. It will be carving its way through the field, but it's going to be about that front group of cars: Sean Moore, Fabio Tafani, Richard Schroeder, Zander Lebon, Gary Thompson is there as well, but ahead of him is a 77 of Rob Warrington. So that's a whole group of hotshot V8 drivers that are heading now through turn 3, through Interceptor Corner, behind the safety car.
Yeah, so slowly but surely they'll make their way through Interceptor Corner and then get ready for race number 2 for the V8 Masters. And usually the V8 Masters are together with the supercars. No supercars today. Number of classes not racing today.
Yeah, quite a few. GTI Challenge is also set out. Fine cars are out. Formula Libras are out. So there's a lot of categories that are having it out for today. Hence 2 Thunder Saloon car races and 2 Enduros.
Yeah, 2 Enduros. That's something for the books, because you never really get that much. Maybe 1 Enduro. We had a 31 lapper today with the Ons Heisey 100, and we had also now the bike Enduro coming up, which is also sometimes a bit of a rarity. The bike Enduros, the Power Sport one coming up just after this race. But down the back straight we go. There were 14 entered for today, and with the last race we had only 12 of them out there. So Angel and Evans missed out. So they have decided to do likewise with race number 2. But Frankie, the little Renault Sandero pulls into the pits, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, the lights and pit lane are on. Wait for the roar of V8s around Killarney International Race. What a lovely sight. A whole heap of APV and away we go. Down into turn number 1 through Holzoek, and it is Sean Moore that leads him out. He gets all shot out of turn number 1 with Fabio Tafani right there in that second position, and Richard Schroeder's had a nightmare. He's sitting there side by side with a 77 of Warrington, and ahead of them is the 2 car And I think that's Sander Le Bon, if I'm not mistaken. We'll just get my paperwork sorted out.
Sander Le Bon, Frankie, as you were saying.
So, yeah, Le Bon sitting up there in that third position, and he's ahead there of Richard Schroeder. And right behind Schroeder is Warrington as they work their way, Byron, out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic.
Yep, onto the back straight then, the Ziegler machine, the black and green with the white trimming as well of Sean Moore goes down the back straight, and there's a little bit of a gap, nice gap between himself and Fabio Tofani at the moment. The fastest second sector time from Sean Moore. Remember, this is still from the rolling start, and then we'll start getting the nice flying laps coming shortly. But yeah, they come to the line now to complete lap 1 of 8, and second will be Tofani. Then we'll have the next one, of course, which will be Richard Schroeder, Sander Le Bon, Rob Warrington coming up into 5th position at the moment, but it's all going on behind them over there with the likes of Ibbotson, Alistair Brown and Gary Thompson.
Yeah, I'm watching Alistair Brown. He's been carving his way through that field with that 22 car. He sits in there behind the 46 as they work their way down into turn number 2. That's behind Ibbotson's car as they come through, making their way there. Thompson is in the house as well as they go through. I think Marcel Angel, yes, he's also out there as well, missing out on race number 1. Oh, what's lovely to see all these Ford Mustang, APV Ford Mustang V8s thunder around Killarney. Doesn't get much better than this. A whole heap of V8s. Down the back main they go. Moore from Tofani. First and second, racing down towards turn number 5, towards Fostron corner. Tofani looks up on the inside, but he's not close enough to launch a challenge there on Sean Moore.
Yeah, I was wondering, Frankie, if he was actually going to make some sort of a move, but like you pointed out over there, just not close enough. But maybe the second phase could be all to play for here, because he's nice and close now. They're going to come across the line. He'll be in the slipstream of Sean Moore. He'll go onto the inside for turn 1 then, and he'll make it look easy. Sean Moore going over just a little bit of dust there as well, and now leaving way for Fabio Tofani to take the lead of this race. But look at Warrington. He's under immense pressure over there, Frankie, and he's got the likes there of Ibbotson, Marcel Angel having come up to 7th position, and Mark Ridgway.
Yeah, so, and in between them it's Le Bon as well. So that group making its way, that group of 4 or 5 cars heading through turn number 2 now. That group is led there by Warrington. Then it's Ibbotson behind him. Coming through now is Marcel Angel. He's made the move there on Sander Le Bon, and joining them as well is Mark Ridgway. That's a lovely 2-4. It's about a 5-6 car battle. That's a 5-car battle that's making its way now towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner.
Down the back straight, Moore is still persisting with getting past Fabio Tofani. Fabio Tofani is now right ahead, but he's going on the inside of Sean Moore, but just poking the nose ahead, I think, will be Fabio Tofani, who's got the fastest lap in this race, a 1:17.445 on the last lap. And now Fabio Tofani put a fast first sector time in there of a 27.5. Let's see them as they come across the line now to see if there's any changes over here. It's a 1:17.310 and 0.3 of a second ahead of Sean Moore.
Well, this fight is still raging on between these guys as they head down into turn number 1. It's that fight up there for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, all heading down into turn 1 as they exit turn 1. Holzhoek, they keep an eye there on Richard Schroeder. He's in 3rd position, making his way into turn 2 now, and he's been chased there by Rob Warrington. Right behind Warrington is the 29 car of Marcel Angel. Then Ibbotson is in the house as well. Right behind him, Mark Ridgway and Sander Le Bon as they make their way through down into turn 3 Interceptor.
Oh, somebody going wide. Somebody spun at the turn 2 section there, Frankie. I'm just trying to see a number of yavs on the screen right in front of us. He's got it going again.
Gary Thompson.
Okay, Gary Thompson will be right at the back of the field now, unfortunately.
I think it's Thompson. Yes, it is. A 17 car, Gary Thompson.
Yeah, he was having a good battle there with Sander Le Bon and Brown, so Alistair Brown. So unfortunately for him, he's going to be behind Ian Kaplan, and Brian Evans will move one place up now into 13th position. The man who also missed race 1.
Right, the 2 leaders are nose to tail. Fabio Tofani and Sean Moore heading down into turn 1, into Holzhoek as they make their way out of Holzhoek. That's a lonely 3rd position for Richard Schroeder, but that might not be for long. Here comes Angel, Marcel Angel in turn 1, diving through on the inside of Warrington. And Warrington has now got Iverson right there with him, and then they are trying to get away there from Ridgeway and Sunderlabon.
Well, Gary Thompson's having a hell of a bad time out there, Frankie. Spun once again onto the entrance of Interceptor. He's now parked it on the grass there, but he was trying to spin the car around, and I think what happens is he's going to be going no further than that point. Thankfully, he's off the circuit as Tafani was coming up there, and Tafani still leads the way, 0.4 of a second ahead of Moore. Richard Schroeder in the third position, but Warrington and Angel following suit. Iverson still leads the silver class, and that's ahead of Mark Ridgway, with Sunderlabon holding second in class.
Talking about Iverson, he's looking up on the inside of Warrington as they head into turn number 5. Yes, he gets through on him, but heading into turn number 1 is your leader Fabio Tafani, getting away there from Sean Moore in that second place. Here comes Richard Schroeder. He's followed there by Marcel Angel, Jason Iverson, and right there with him now and squirming under braking is Rob Warrington. Behind him, Mark Ridgway, and then Sunderlabon, and then the next 2 cars heading into turn number 1. That will be led there by Alistair Brown.
Well, it's Alistair Brown, Dennis Guduk coming through as well in 10th position. Stuart Spooner following suit there as well. So he is also in the picture down the field at the moment. Of course, they're battling it out for silver class third place. Brian Evans, one of the gold class runners, in 12th at the moment, and Ian Kaplan rounding it off all in 13th position. Gary Thompson going no further than the point he currently is now. So it's unfortunate for him.
So 1:17.3, the quickest man out there is your man up in P1, Fabio Tafani, as he heads down into turn 5, Fostron corner, working his way out of 5, coming down towards us. He's still got Sean Moore in there behind him in that second place. I think that's the highest that Sean's going to finish in this one. I don't believe, barring a mistake, that he's going to catch Tafani as the 2 of them work their way into turn 1. Into Olshoek. Here comes third place man towards us. That's Richard Schroeder. He's got Angel behind him, Iverson, Warrington, and Ridgway, followed there by LeBon as that group makes its way into turn 1, Olshoek.
Well, we have Alistair Brown coming around here now, Frankie, and I think he could be on the closest battle on the circuit, him and Dennis Guduk, with Stuart Spooner coming through as well. But I think what happens is that's the tightest battle now. Like I say, 0.7 of a second. A little bit further on, I think, yes, Mark Ridgway is also 0.7 of a second off of Rob Warrington, and that is 6th and 7th at the moment, and also both class, gold class runners as well. Iverson still very confidently running in 5th position, and that is 1.5 seconds off of Marcel Angel. He's the silver class leader at this point.
Well, there's about a lap and a half to go. We've got yellow flags there in turn 2. I'm trying to see exactly what happened out there. The flag's been taken away. That's probably because of that car that's standing just on the inside of the track or past the kink. So we are the leaders right here to come around and start their last lap. 1 more lap to go for Fabio Tafani and for Sean Moore as the 2 of them work their way into turn number 1. And here comes another fight. Richard Schroeder has got Marcel Angel right there with him as they race down into turn number 1 into Olshoek, Byron.
Well, they're going to go into turn 1 now, Frankie. Richard Schroeder will just keep the nose ahead for now as they make their way through. Ooh, somebody going squirrely into turn 1.
Jason Iverson.
Iverson losing a place then as well to Rob Warrington. He goes onto the dirt and he will rotate that car. And, well, he's lost a hell of a lot of ground now, I'll tell you that, Frankie.
Yeah, he's stuck there. We cannot see him. He's behind kart race control. There he comes back onto track again. And he will pull in there behind the 0-2 car of Zander Lebon. And right behind him now is Alistair Brown and Dennis Guydick. Guydick gets himself out of shape. Oh, but once again, Ibotson is in trouble as the 2 of them get past the 46 car.
Watch now. It is going to be Schroeder versus Angel as they come out of turn 4. It's nose to tail between the 2 of them. Schroeder will go defensive surely over here. And then what happens is, will Marcel Angel try around the outside as, well, Tafani will come to win the race.
Yeah, Fabio Tafani coming towards the checkered flag. He'll come home in P1. Second across the line will be Sean Moore, and Byron here comes that fight for third.
Yeah, I think Richard Shredder has just got it going over here. Is Marcel Angel going to make any sort of a move? It's going to be very close, but I think Richard Shredder might just get it ahead, and that'll be third and fourth positions. Then Rob Warrington getting the fifth position. Then the next man coming up will be Mark Ridgway. And then we have the Sander Lebon, who will get the silver class win, amazingly. Alistair Brown will come through in 8th. Dennis Gaiduk will be in 9th position. And then here comes the Stuart's, Jason Ibbotson, yes, 2nd or 3rd in class. Stuart Spooner, Brian Evans, and Ian Kaplan.
Well, and that will round off the field of the V8 Masters. Brilliant stuff out there by the drivers in the V8 Master Series class.
Yeah, so just taking a look at some of the replays here from the V8 Masters race. There was Gary Thompson having a few spins. He had a first spin in turn 2. He was actually tapped from behind by Alistair Brown. Got it going again, and then spun it through the kink, on the exit of the kink. And he was unfortunately, like I said, going to be going no further than that. But a few spinners. Ibbotson, you'll see coming through on the outside of turn 1. He just got offline there and just got destabilized. There was Warrington that went right past. Mark Ridgway doing very much likewise. And unfortunately, Ibbotson, who was leading the silver class, he lost the lead of the silver class and came home further down the field than he was originally looking to be.
Cape Town.
Right, folks, it's approaching 5 to 4. Wherever you find yourself watching this production, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I know at the last event we had people from Indonesia watching. I'm not too sure how many people from all over the rest of the world are watching us. But wherever you're watching, good day. We're heading towards the end of the event. We are approaching the second last race of the day, which will be the Power Sport 1 hour Enduro, and then the final race after that will be the Thunder Saloon category cars, and then that will take us to the end of the event. Remember, tomorrow we've got the Formula 1 Grand Prix from Belgium, from Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And it's only 4 o'clock now, SA time, so I'm sure they're only heading into the qualifying session now, or maybe it's just over or close to done if we do get the grid will let you know. And Byron, then it's also MotoGP tomorrow as well. So it's a double header tomorrow, MotoGP as well as Formula One.
Yeah, that's always great when you have MotoGP and F1 together. You know, usually most of the time that you'll be able to catch the MotoGP just before the start of the Grand Prix, the Formula One Grand Prix. And remember, the most recent winner in MotoGP is none other than our very own Brad Binder, who did a magnificent ride last time in Austria in the rain on the KTM. So, yeah, you know, look, it's been some interesting times this year in both championships, the Formula One World Championship and the Grand Prix Motorcycle World Racing Championship. So, yeah, no, we have a good racing weekend and a good racing Sunday tomorrow. Yeah, Belgium, of course, as well. It's been a wet weekend in the Ardennes, and yesterday there were changeable conditions, and the qualifying is currently on its way, on the go at the moment, probably almost done. But we won't tell you anything if any of you are recording or anything like that. We'll leave it at that, and then hopefully a great race tomorrow. Of course, the most recent winner in... All right, looks like, well, I won't tell anybody the grid. Let's, everybody can read up on their social medias and stuff for, that's MotoGP. So I won't read that out for anybody who's watching, because what happens is I like to go home and watch myself. But yeah, going back to Formula One, of course, our most recent winner in Formula One, also a big surprise, Esteban Ocon, who was the winner of the Grand Prix of Hungary in the Alpine. Fernando Alonso also finishing fourth in that particular race. But that, of course, is tomorrow. We'll be having the MotoGP and F1. And now we go to the Power Sport motorcycles. They've had two sprint races today, one 6-lapper, one 9-lapper, and now we have an endurance, a 1-hour endurance.
Well, we, of course, don't know who's going to be starting the Enduro. Remember that they're going to be handing over. There are some riders I see on this list that's entered alone. So if they are going to be alone or if they're going to have another rider with them, that we don't know. Either way, it doesn't really matter. If you work on an endurance race, you mention normally both names, or you can mention the team, and a lot of bike numbers will be mentioned as well. So this is going to be interesting stuff for the 1-hour Enduro, for the Power Sport motorcycles. I know for a fact that if the number one bike comes out there, Trevor and Alan Westman will be on that bike. They'll be sharing that number one bike. Wow, Alan Westman also had a birthday not too long ago, and he's probably one of the older riders out there. I think Peter Hills, as a matter of fact, would be the oldest rider out on circuit. So, yeah, they come, we'll have a look, see who is there and who's not there. There's still quite a few of them that's making their way out of turn number 5, Fastron corner. So, we'll pick them up as they make their way onto the grid. I see the 36 bike, that's normally the Robin de Vos bike, yes, and he will be teaming up there with Wayne Arendse, or Wayne will be teaming up with him. So, the 96 bike, Slade van die Kerk, and his dad, Willie van die Kerk. The two of them will be riding the 96, and that's definitely Slade that's on that motorcycle. Now, let's have a look. Here comes the 83 bike, and that's the Lance Jonas bike, and it's not on my list, so we'll have to have a look and see on the board. It's not on the board neither. So, yeah, we do have the 83 bike on track, and it doesn't show on anybody's list. No, it's not 83. Yes, it is 83 on the front of it.
Well, it looks like we're going to get ready to go now, Frankie. It's just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the 1-hour endurance race is now underway.
Well, the 21 bike having a problem here on the line. That's Andrew Liebenberg, and it wanted to choke itself off. He gets the bike going again, so Liebenberg won't be too phased about being slightly behind the second last bike. He does have 1 hour to go out there and do his magic. I see the 53 bikers, Lance Jonas and Sharif Reynolds. There's no 53 on the track. It showed 83 on that bike. That might just be the 53, and it shows on the track it showed as 83. Either way, we'll pick it up as they make their way around and complete lap number 1. So as the bikes head up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, the leading group of bikes, all of them, Byron, making their way down the back straight.
Yeah, looks like of everybody, I speak under correction over here, that Tristan Pinar is the top rider, of course, solo rider bike. Don't see a partner for him. The top 3 that started on the grid all have partners. Mitch Robinson looks like he's also out there on his own. Andrew Liebenberg on the KTM Duke 690. And David Lindemann on the Suzuki. He's also looks like going to be a solo rider today. But remember, this is not about wheel-to-wheel racing in enduros. Now it's about self-preservation. It's about how long you can go. And it looks like it's going to be the Slade and Willie van Niekerk Kawasaki that will lead the way ahead of Steyn and Redlinghuis on the Kawasaki Ninja. That is the top 2. The 83 or 53 bike, whichever way you want to put it, the Jonas and Reynolds machine is now currently in 3rd position. And then the Vos and Arends will be 4th. Tristan Pinar, he'll be leading the way in his class at the moment as well.
I just saw the one bike making its way into turn 1 into Holzhoek, and that's definitely a larger frame on that bike, so that is definitely Alan Westman that he's on that bike. He's partnering his son Trevor on that number 1 power sport motorcycle, but that leading combination, that leading trio of motorcycles are making the way through turn number 4, Car Care Clinic.
Yeah, like I said then as well, the 300 class is Pinar from Robinson. Bikes 50 and 71. Number 51, it's Abigail Bosson in 7th position. Abigail Bosson, also a solo rider, like I say, so the top 3 in the 300 class are solo riders. Then the Hutchings bikes, of course, in 8th and 9th positions. And then going back to Hill and Ntisana, what Frankie was pointing out, one of the oldest guys in the race, if not the oldest guy in the race, Peter Hill with Lubobalo Ntisana. That is 10th position at the moment, but the fastest lap is a 1:26.232 from 2nd place, the Vos and Arends.
Yeah, so get confirmation that bike that shows 83 and 53 on the program is exactly the people that we thought it was. That is Lance Jonas and Sharif Reynolds. They are on that motorcycle. They're sitting there in 4th position, but leading the field through the kink and towards turn number 3 is that 48 machine that is making its way through. That's a combination of Steyn and Redlinghuis. They'll be sharing that motorcycle between the two of them, as the 48, 36 and 96 bikes make its way out of turn number 4, out of Car Care Clinic, and they work their way down the back straight. I see Slade van Niekerk as, or that 96 bike, that's a combination of Slade and his dad, Willie van Niekerk. They're sitting there in that, 3rd position. And it's a long time to go, 1 hour. We've only at this point in time done just under 5 minutes as the leading bikes make their way across the start-finish line and heading to turn number 1 into KFM corner. The 74 bike was already in pits. I think that bike might be... are they going to change riders already? The 74 bike is right here, and that's a combination of Brad Hutchings and Billy De Beer. And I think they might have a bit of a problem with that bike. They're standing at the exit of a pit lane. And, well, the other bike goes back out again. I didn't see they changed rider. No, they never changed rider. So that bike came in and it went back out again. So the 74 bike was in the pits very briefly, and that is the Power Sport 300 machine, the KTM 300 of Hutchings and De Beer.
Yeah, it would have been a bit pointless to change riders now, less than 6 minutes into the race. So obviously it looks like it was some sort of a problem, but luckily they've gotten it going again. And I think there's a bit of a challenge at the front, Frankie, between bike 48 and bike 36. I speak under correction over here. They're going through now into the Pertamina Fastron section, the 2 leaders. And what happens is they'll be coming towards the line now. And it just shows you, but remember, they've got to understand this is not a sprint. This is now an endurance race. So what happens is it's all about the long race here as the Force and Orange bike number 36 comes across the line ahead of Stain and Redling Ace. Bike number 48 coming across Willie and Slade van Niekerk in 3rd position at the moment. But look at Abigail Bosson is currently up into 4th briefly over there as well. Now in 5th position behind Tristan Pinar.
Yeah, she's having a fight there with Pinar, and then that, where's that 53 bike, or should I say the 83 bike, as it shows on your screen. It's right there with him. That's the combination of Lance Jonas and Sharif Reynolds. They'll be on that motorcycle. They are 4th in class. They're sitting out there in P6. They're on the Power Sport 650 class. That's the blue. And then the orange that you see on your screen is the Power Sport 100 class. And that is being led there by Tristan Pinar and then our young lady racer, Abigail Bosson.
Okay, Abigail, I've heard, is not on the bike. She's in pit lane, but we don't have a partner for Abigail. So Abigail's partner is on the bike at the moment. So what happens is they're currently running in 5th position overall, but 2nd in class. That's the 300 class. Tristan Pinar is the leader in the class at the moment. Just taking a look here, there's only 15 bikes out there. The 74 of Brad Hutchings and Billy De Beer on the KTM, not taking any part in this race.
Yeah, well, so if she's in pit lane and her partner's on the bike, then...
the mystery partner.
Yeah, well, the lap scorers obviously were told about it, which means that the printout won't have it on, so it's definitely up to a competitor to let the people know who their partners are. So she does have a partner. We don't know who it is. That's not our fault. So unfortunately, we don't know who's on that machine with Abigail Bosson.
Well, 8 minutes of elapsed time, 52 minutes left to go. A 1:25.285 by bike number 48. The guys that are leading at the moment, it's Stain and Redling Ace, having completed 5 laps ahead of the Force and Orange, and only a 1/10 of a second between the two of them in this early stage of the race. Remember, only 5 laps though have been completed. They may be treating these first laps like a sprint, but what happens is they're going to be wary about tiring yourself out there. And because remember, an hour is a very long time still in these races. Remember, a lot of your races, look at your MotoGP races, they only do about 40 minutes or so, and that's longer than that.
Well, so we're having a look and see. This is our leaders coming down into turn number 1 into KFM corner. They are side by side as they head there into turn 1. Sorry, not KFM corner, into Holzoek. All the years we've been calling it KFM, so it's difficult just to not say that anymore. Into Holzoek, and the 2 leaders are making their way into turn number 2. That is the Stain, Redling Ace, and the Force Arendse, bike 48 and 36. And the 2 of them are nose to tail through the kink. They go and make their way now towards Interceptor corner. That's turn number 3. Out of turn 3, the 2 leaders go, working their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4 into Car Care Clinic, and already they're going to start picking up the slower Power Sport 300 motorcycles as those leading bike 48 leads bike 36 down the back straight towards turn 5 Pertamina Fastron.
I'm speaking very much in apologies to the 16th place 74 Hutchings and Billy De Beer. They are in fact in the race, and looks like they've could have actually even unlapped themselves. Yeah, I actually speak under correction over there. I think they still might be a lap down. I'm just looking at the times.
That's a bike that came down pit lane, and they didn't change the rider. They had a look at something and they went back out on track again. So they're not out. They're definitely still in it. They are in 16th and last position in this competition.
Lovely to see that all 16 that were entered are still well and truly in the race, but Steyn and Redlinge still leading the way there. On the 48 bike, 7 laps completed, coming now for basically the sprint distance now of 8 laps, and then after that it's going to be different territory. So that of course is the Kawasaki Ninja 650, a 125.193 they've just recorded now, Gary Steyn and the Hilton Redlinge machine, and that, as I say as well, 0.6 of a second ahead of the DeVos Arends machine. Remember, those are 600s over there, the 650 class I should rather say. Pienaar still leads the way in the Power Sport 300 ahead of the Abigail Bosson entry, and that's only 0.2 of a second between the two of them. Jonas and Reynolds I should rather say, in the 6th position, 1.7 seconds back, and then ahead of the Robinson bike.
Well, as you have a look at the bikes busy making their way around, it's still 48 from 36 from 96. That's Steyn, Redlinge, the Force Arends, and Willie and Slade van Niekerk that are first, second and third, as the Power Sport 300 bikes are now being lapped by these guys. As a matter of fact, talking about lapping, or 2 leaders are going into turn 1 into KFM corner, and it's indeed the 48 bike that leads the 36 out of turn 1. Those are the leaders, and the gap is not much between P1 and P2 as they work their way into turn number 2. When they crossed the line, there was just over a tenth of a second between the 48 and the 36, and they were 0.6 of a second ahead of the 96 bike of Willie and Slade van Niekerk.
Well, it's like a sprint race out there, Frankie. You know, they're coming up only now to 9 laps, and I see down here is the Hutchings versus Peter Hill entry. They are nose to tail with each other, and we're talking about 1/10 of a second as they cross the line. As they go, it's much closer than that when they come towards the first turn. But now it's starting to open up a little bit now. The Kawasaki's are all starting to spread out at the front, and what happens is the Ninja 650 is ahead of the ER6 by 1.4 seconds. The Van Niekerks have fallen, well, they've moved down to the 3rd position still, but they're a little bit further back, 6.2 seconds further back to be exact, and then ahead of Tristan Pienaar by 18.8 seconds. That, of course, is still the Power Sport 300 class leader.
Well, yeah, the 2 leaders side by side going into turn 1. The 36 and the 48 are side by side, and he had a look at him. He had a serious look at him as they came out there. So whoever's on that 36 bike right now, and that is the combination of DeVos and Arends, and they were they're making their way through turn number 2, and these guys are going hell for leather. That's DeVos and Arends on the 36 bike, and Steyn and Redlinge on the 48 bike as they work their way through the kink and into turn number 3, interceptor corner. As a matter of fact, that gap is getting bigger and bigger now as they make their way up the Tygerberg Straight and into turn number 4, Car Care Clinic. So let's have a look-see. Down the back main goes that 36 bike. That's your leader. He's getting away now from that 48 bike. That's there in that 2nd position as they work their way down the back Killarney Straight into turn number 5, Fostron corner.
I was just looking, Frankie, it was 1.4 seconds between the two, the leading bikes. Now it's 1/10 of a second when they cross the line. I don't know if Steyn Redlinge had a bit of a moment or they're pacing themselves, but remember, this is all going to come down to the rider swaps when they come in as well. At the distance they choose to actually swap riders and how long those pit stops are going to take. We're watching out now. I think somebody's coming into a pit lane, or no, not yet.
No, that 48 bike's got problems. The 48 bike that was up in the lead has got problems. He's dropped down into 3rd position. The 96 bike has moved up into that 2nd position. I saw the rider of bike 48 put his hand up, so he has lost that 2nd position to the Slade and Willie van Niekerk combination that have now moved up into that 2nd position.
Yeah, unfortunate there for them. That means Willie van Niekerk along with Slade van Niekerk come up into 2nd position. They are 7.1 seconds, though, off of the DeVos Arendse entry. And Tristan Pienaar will also then come up into the third position overall. He still leads the way as far as the 300 power sport class is concerned, ahead of the Abigail Bosson entry. And it's a tenth of a second only between the two of them after already 10 racing laps. We now are 15 and a half minutes into this race with 44 minutes left of the race. So 44 and a half to 44 now left in this race. And still coming around with a hand in the air is the number 48 machine.
Well, that's a pity for him though. And here the 33 bike comes past us now, making its way into turn number 1. And that is David Lindemann. And on my program it just says Lindemann for bike number 33. And it says David, but I wonder if his dad Gareth isn't maybe going to partner him on that machine. That of course we don't know. He doesn't say so on our program. But either way, it's Lindemann that is on that 33 machine. And this young man, of course, also a great young rider on this short circuit as well.
I think just the Westmans have come past us now, and Alan and Trevor Westman. They're 13th at the moment on the Kawasaki Ninja 650. And that, of course, is the Steyn Redlinga's come into the pits now, finally, to look like they're going to check that bike out. I don't know if they'll be able to continue in this race, but still now, DeVos and Arendse 6.9 seconds ahead of the Van Niekerks. Pienaar, the number 50 bike, up in the the KTM RC90, of course, in third position, leading class. A little bit further down, Jonathan Reynolds, 5th overall, behind the Bosson entry. Robinson in 6th position.
Looking at the commentary box window, I see that 48 is in the pit lane, and the rider is chatting to his pit crew over there, and he was shaking his head at one point in time, so I don't quite know that 48 bike is going to continue. It's moving down the pits. Well, it looks like he might go back out again. He's having a look at the marshal, and the marshal says, yes, you can go, it's all clear. And the 48 bike blasts back out of pit lane onto the track once again.
Well, maybe just to see what is happening with the bike, maybe change riders. I don't know. You didn't see a rider change there, Frankie, just to see maybe a different perspective. But they've gone all the way down to 7th position, so change in position. 7th position's half a second ahead of the Hutchings bike number 72. And now Lane and Hagen is the tail end bike in 16th position, 18.3 seconds off of the 15th place 74 machine of Braden Hutchings and Billy De Beer. And then, of course, we have Klein and Nigel Evertson, and then Alan and Westman. Alan Westman with his son Trevor.
Well, as this one continues, we have done almost 20 minutes, nearly 19 minutes on the clock. There's 41 minutes still left to go in this 1 hour Euro for Power Sport 650 and 300 motorcycles. The two classes, of course, are together out there. So the 96 bike makes its way into turn number 1, and they are in that second position. That is Willie and Slade van Niekerk, and Slade crowned the 2021 Power Sport 650 champion. So well done to that young man. Definitely a hell of a talented young rider is Slade van Niekerk, with a bright future ahead of him. And we wish him all the best to see where he goes next year. Will he stay in the Power Sport 650 category, or will he move up? Obviously, we'll know that in 2022. But he's on that 96 bike with his dad, Willie van Niekerk. They both do short circuit racing, both Willie and Slade. And as I said, Slade is the 2021 Power Sport 650 champion. So congratulations from the Western Province commentary team to Slade van Niekerk for wrapping that one up.
Well, just then after the 20-minute mark, as Frankie pointed out earlier on now, lapse time 20 minutes, and then we'll have 40 minutes left of this race. Bike 36 leads the way after 13 racing laps. That is, of course, the Vos and Arends. The Van Niekerks will be right there, well, not right behind them, but about 6.3 the last time out. And it's now going to be, we'll watch them as they come about 6.1 seconds. Only took about 0.2 of a second out on that last lap. So bike 36, 96, 1 and 2. We wait now for Tristan Pienaar, who's of course the third place man, but also leader of the Power Sport 300 class, ahead of the Abigail Bosson entry. And we do not know, unfortunately, at this time, who is sharing that bike with Abigail. But they are doing quite a nifty job over there as well, ahead of Jonas and Reynolds.
Well, this is the two of them coming down towards us. This is bike 50 and 51 that is coming down towards us now. So they are side by side. The 51 motorcycle sits up there on the inside of the 5-0 and no, does not take the lead. The 50 bike leads the 51 bike out of turn 1, out of Holzhoek. And it is Donovan Lecoq, or Tristan Pienaar is on the 50 by. Confirmation. Abigail Bosson is being partnered by Donovan Lecoq. So that is a lovely combination that the young lady is riding with. So it's just been brought to our attention that Donovan Lecoq is the other rider on board the 51 motorcycle with Abigail Bosson.
Lovely, lovely stuff over there, Rob. What a combination, if you ask me. And they're doing very nicely. They're only 1/100th of a second off of Tristan Pienaar's entry ahead of them there. Jonas and Reynolds in the 5th position, Robinson, and then the first of the Hutchings in the 6th and 7th position. Peter Hill and Ntisana in 8th position, of course, that's bike number 6. Then Liebenberg on the 21 bike, 9th position. Lindemann entry 33 in 10th position. Steyn and Redlingeis in the 11th position in this race. And then the Westmans, they will be in 12th at the moment. And they've made their way past the Lineker 4 entries. So what happens is it just shows you that the Westmans, don't count them out. They're making their way slowly but surely up in this race. And Alan Westman, I don't know when the last time he actually turned a wheel, Frankie, must have been quite a while back.
Well, leading them around is still that 36 bike that's out there in P1. That is the Vos Arends combination, and then Willie and Slate van Niekerk is in that second position. A 71 bike just made its way past us now, and that is Mitch Robinson that is on that machine. Right, there comes Van Niekerk. He is your second place man that's heading into turn 1. It's rather complicated, so we're not trying to confuse our IMUSAT people. They're probably going to just scan all over the place and show you as many bikes as they can while we talk our way through this one, because there's lots and lots of gaps out there, and we'll just keep you updated on the leaderboard of bike 36 still out there in P1. He's done 16 laps. The 96 bike is in second place. He's 0.6 of a second behind the 36, and they're sitting first and second in the Power Sport 650 class. And then there's a heck of a dice for P3 and 4 and first and second in the Power Sport 300 class between the 50 bike, that's Tristan Pienaar, and the 51 bike of Lecoq and Bosson. And that's going to be a great dice to watch until the checkered flag comes out. Well, or at least until they change riders.
Well, blue flags will be waving, and that means some bikes, some crews will be lapped at this point. And, well, 17 laps have been completed as we approach the half-an-hour mark. 5 more minutes until we get the half-an-hour section. So you can basically say In the last almost half an hour, you could have about 2.5 sprint race distances being done in 1.5 hour. So what happens is you'll have about 5 race distances by the end of this race. Okay, you also counting the pit stops into it as well. But still, at this particular time, after 17 laps, it is still the Vos Arends 36 Kawasaki that leads from the Van Niekerk's 5.2 seconds. So over the last while, they've taken about a second out of the 36 bike, the number 96.
Well, I'm looking down in the pit lane here. As, wow, let's never mind pit lane. Let's have a look down into turn 1. Into KFM corner, those 2 bikes coming out of turn 1, they're sitting first and second in the Power Sport 300 category, and they've been going at each other one-on-one. That's the 5-0 and the 5-1. The 5-0 is Tristan Pinar, the 5-1 is the Lecoq-Bosson combination. They're making their way out of turn number 2, out of Quarry Corner, working their way through the kink, and with almost a half an hour done, the 50 and the 51 motorcycle, or should I say motorcycles, are right there with each other, out of turn 3, intercept the corner they go. There is nothing between them. Here comes the 51. And I believe it's Donovan Lecoq. Yes, it is Lecoq on that bike. He's going after Tristan Pinar as they make their way out of turn 4 down the back lane. They are side by side in this fight for P1 and P2 in the Power Sport 300 class. Down the back lane they go. They are literally next to each other, Byron, and that's P1 and 2 in the 300 class as they make their way out of turn 5 fast run corner.
It's amazing, after 2.5 race distances over here, they are still basically nose to tail, not basically, and it's all going to be now about the pit stops over here as well. Look at them as they come towards the line now. It's the Bosson bike, it will be slightly ahead at this particular moment now, but it's now going to be Pinar that will challenge as they go into turn 1 once again into Hole's Hook. It's still not going to be, it's still going to be going on, I can tell you that much. And they'll be in the mix over there as well. Jonas and Reynolds have actually started to join the back of them.
Yeah, well, of course, that bike you see behind them, that 83 bike, that's in the Power Sport 650 category. And he is behind them on track. They are sitting P3 and 4, first and second in class, 3 and 4 overall. Jonas and Reynolds is sitting third in class and 5th overall. So he'll want to clear that combination without trying to mess up the fight between the two of them.
Bike in the pits, yeah, well, picks up 2 bikes in the pits actually, as a matter of fact.
36.
Well, 36 is the one. That will be the leader. And 96 are the 2 leaders.
1 and 2 making their way into the pit lane. Wow. That's 36 and 96. The guys that are sitting 1 and 2 overall are in pit lane. And how many minutes is done? Half an hour, 31. So 30 minutes on the bike. Then you change rider. Then you go out once again.
And they come very slowly down the pit lane as well. From what they've been doing to what they're doing now, it must seem like an eternity. The bikes, the riders, all getting ready to mount their motorcycles.
I see the one bike is also making its way into pit lane. That is the Westmans. And that looks like, yeah, that's Alan that's going to jump off that bike and he'll hand it over to Trevor.
61 and 45 are coming in. 61, just taking a look down the list here. I didn't see now I know there's 51. 64. 45 in the pits, of course, that's the Klein Evers bike. Then the Lane Hagen bike. There we go. That's 15th and 16th.
Well, we'll have to look and see how this one pans out. I think that 36 and 96 have made their way out onto the track already. It's getting very, very busy here in pit lane as the 6 bike comes past us. And the 6 bike is the Peter Hill Lubas and Tassana combination. So another bike coming down pit lane.
That's 72.
And that is the 72 bike that's rolling down pit lane. That's Nicholas Hutchings and Raymond Alexander.
So they're coming in thick and fast now. 21 comes into the pits as well. That is the 10th place of Liebenberg. And joining Liebenberg, of course, it's only Andrew Liebenberg on the list on the KTM Duke 690.
It's 50 and 51 pitted already. Wow,
33 in the
coming into
pits.
That's David Lindemann, the combination of Lindemann in the pits. I hear from Tiny the 33. That is Davy Lindemann. Yes, well. Now, look down into turn number 2. Oh, that is first and second in the Power Sport 300. That's the 50 and the 51 motorcycles. And to my knowledge, they have not pitted already. They have not. That is still the 50 bike of Tristan Pienaar, and then Donovan Lecoq is on that machine as well. They're making their way now into turn number 4, and these two bikes have not pitted yet, and they are sitting first and second in the Power Sport 300 category.
Well, it's the Jonas Reynolds bikes that are, well, a combination that's currently leading at the moment, Frankie. 20 laps having been done, but Tristan Pienaar holding on there in 0.8 of a second down. 6 is coming to the pits. That's the Hill Ntisana machine from 8th position coming into the pits.
That's Peter Hill and Lubabal and Ntisana. They are sharing the 6 bike. That is the Peter Hill bike. Well, here we go into the pits. The 5-0 is in. The 5-0 bike is in pit lane. Tristan Pienaar on the 50 bike is in pit lane. Here he comes. Trevor Westman just blasted past us down into turn 1 KFM corner, but the 5-0 is in for its routine pit stop. And yes, he does have another rider that's going to hop on that bike. This is definitely one that we don't know. The rider didn't tell us who his replacement rider is, but there's definitely 2 riders on that number 5-0 bike.
Fastest lap of the race, so 1:21.125, just set now by the Kawasaki ER650 of the Slade and Willie van Nicker. And there we go, 21 laps completed. Jonas and Reynolds still leading the way, 1.3 seconds over Bosson and Lecoq. And what happens is the Foss and Arons will be a further 20.029 seconds back. And looks like Pienaar has now just pitted in on the number 50 bike. So yeah, 50, one rider. Most of us all have. I think it's only one rider. So, but he'll have to come into the pit still. We don't know who the other one is. Okay, well, let's leave it at that then. The Pienaar entry, number 50. And then number 71 will be the Robertson entry, number 71, as we've been putting it now as well. It is the Mitch Robinson. Yeah, we only have it on the 400 Ninja. 74 is in.
Yeah, that's the Hutchings De Beer bike. And so is the 83 coming down pit lane. And I can tell you that is Sharif Reynolds that is on that bike. He'll be handing over that bike to Lance Jonas. So Reynolds will hop off that bike and Lance Jonas will jump onto that bike. So these are the last of the pit stops that are taking place. A lot of riders still running around here in pit lane. So the moment the 83 bike and the 48 bike make their way out onto pits, onto the track, or from the pits onto the track, I think we would then have seen the routine pit stop done.
Well, Lecoq is still out there on the 51 bike leading the race, and Abby is standing by. Abigail Bosson will be standing by. They're currently 17.3 seconds ahead of the DeFos Orange Kawasaki. And like we were talking about as well, the Jonas and Reynolds were in the pits and they will be coming out shortly. The Van Nickaks will be chasing down the 51 is in. There we go. So 51 for a rider change. Donovan Lecoq will get off. Abigail Bosson will get on.
Yeah, I'm watching down pit lane. I see Abigail is jumping up and down. She can't wait to get on that motorcycle. And Donovan Lecoq will say, thank you, Abby. I've had a hell of a great race out there on your bike. Let's get this thing refueled and let's get you aboard your own motorcycle and send you out onto the circuit as the bikes just keep on rolling past us. The 4 bike of Lineker and Solomon just made its way past us as well as the bikes are going through. We're just keeping an eye on that 51 bike. Our lady racer Abigail Bosson is now getting aboard that bike with Donovan Lecoq, just telling her exactly what's going on. I see her mother, Marty Bosson, is also out there. She's just saying to her daughter, go out there and have fun and do what you need to do, as they're going to get the bike fired up shortly. And Abigail Bosson rolls down pit lane. This young lady racer making her way out. I think Byron, she's only about 14 or 15 years old, and she's a great race rider for a teenager.
And she comes from great racing stock, I can tell you that much.
The daughter of the late great Mr. Chris Bosson.
Yes, and of course Marty herself, Supermom as she was once known on the short circuit, a very accomplished racer herself. But Abigail has a great partner there as well, and Donovan Lecoq. Now she was itching to get going, very excited, and what happens is she's now out on the circuit for this Enduro. But like we're saying, only a teenager, so she's got many, many years ahead of her in this motorcycle racing.
Right, so let's all just slow this thing down and we'll see exactly who's out on the track. The routine pit stops are done, and right, so let's just all slow it down. We've got 23 minutes to go, and I've got confirmation here from Tiny that the 71 bike is rolling out of the pits, and the 71 bike, that is Mitch Robinson on that motorcycle. As right, so the leader's bike 96, and he's making his way into turn 1 into Holzhoek, and he is 6, nearly 7/10 of a second ahead of the number 36 bike. That's in that second position. That's the De Vos Arendse combination. And then in third position is the leader of the Power Sport 300s. That's the number 50 bike. And that is the Tristan Pienaar entry machine, because he does have another rider out there with him. And then sitting in fourth is the 83 bike, and third in class, that is Lance Jonas. That's now on that bike, and his partner out there is Sharif Reynolds. So they are sitting there in fourth, third in class, and then 5, 6 and 7 is second, third and fourth in the Power Sport 300 class, bike 71, 51 and 72, as they are sitting in P5, 6 and 7 at this point in time.
Coming up for 20 minutes left to go in this race, to be exact 21 and 19 seconds left to go. The Van Niekerks lead the way, 6.7 seconds between them and the De Vos Arendse machine. Then the Tristan Pienaar solo rider, we think for now, but we heard that it could be somebody else as well on that bike, the number 50, and leads the 300 class.
Well, the 72 bike is back in the pits, and the rider was pushing that bike down a pit lane. And, well, that is the Nick Hutchings, Raymond Alexander bike 72, and they're pushing that bike straight into the back of the pits. So we might, Byron, not see that 72 bike come out again. Time will tell. 96 bike in the pits. The leader is in the pits, and that bike is dead. That bike is dead. The motor is not running on the 96 bike. That's the leader. Trouble for the 96 bike. The bike's motor's cut out on it, and it's in pit lane.
That was from second place, Frankie. I thought my eyes were deceiving me, but unfortunately the Van Niekerks look to be out of this race for the foreseeable future. That means that Tristan Pienaar in the 300 class will come up from third into second position on the KTM RC390.
Well, I think that bike is done. Oh, so they are throwing gloves around down here. They're not even refueling that bike. It's not fuel. There's another problem. Yeah, Willie just giving Slade a pat and saying, boy, that's it. It's game over. They were leading at one point in time. It's finished. It's over. The 96 bike is out of this one, sadly.
Yeah, with 19 and a half minutes left to go, Pienaar will come up. Jonas and Reynolds will come up as well on the Suzuki. The number 83 machine is currently in fourth position. The 650S will now be a third place runner. Robinson and Lecoq and Bosson. That will be fifth and sixth at the moment. The David Lindemann 33 bike will be in seventh position, whilst the sixth bike will be the Hill Huntisana machine in eighth position. Lineker machine number 4 also in the 300 class will be ninth, and then the Westman still hanging in there as well on the number 1 bike. The Kawasaki and Alan and Trevor Westman are currently 10th at the moment, ahead of the 21 machine of Liebenberg in 11th position. A handful of bikes left here as well. It's the Hutchings 74 bike in 12th position, the Hutchings 72 bike in 13th position, Lane and Hagen in 14th position, Klein and Evers in the 15th position, and Stein and Redlinghuis rounding it off in 16th.
Well, a big thanks to our IMUSAT team. They are panning all over the track, and they are showing us all sorts of fights out there while we just talk to that leaderboard, so that you can see what's happening on the circuit, and we can just keep you updated with what's going on. 41 minutes done, should I say 42 minutes nearly done, and there is 18 minutes left in the session. So as I look out the window, oh, it's a dejected team of that 96 bike that's standing down. They can't believe their eyes that that bike has given up the ghost on them, and you'll see it tumble down the leaderboard as it's finished for them, unfortunately. So the 36 bike of the Vos and Arendse are up in first position, and then second overall is your Class B, or should I say your Power Sport 300 leader, and that is the number 50 bike, and that is the Tristan Pienaar entry. Him and his teammate on that machine, they are sitting there first in class, second overall, and then that 83 bike of Jonas and Reynolds, they there in that third position and second in class, and the 71 bike of Mitch Robinson finds himself second in class and P4 on track, and then third in class and fifth on track is the Donovan Lecoq, Abigail Bosson combination. So that, and then 6 overall and third in the Power Sport 650 class. That's at 33 bike of David Lindemann.
Well, coming up to a quarter of an hour left, 16 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. And it's looking like now at the moment 15 bikes left in this race. Unfortunately, it is the 96 bike rather, that is out of the race. They are falling down the order now because they were quite a number of laps ahead of many. But the Van Niekerks no longer in the race. Slade and Willie had a fastest lap time of the race of a 121.125. And well, as I say now, 15 minutes almost left of this race. The Vos and Arendse, 29 laps completed, and they're 48.2 seconds ahead of Tristan Pienaar on the 300, and that of course is the 390 KTM that they are currently on. Jonas and Reynolds, a solid performance from them in third position at the moment on the Suzuki. They are 19.6 seconds back off of Pienaar at the moment, but they're still ahead of the Robinson bike, number 71. It's also a 300 class bike, and then Lindemann coming up into the 5th position, the number 33, and ahead of Lecoq and Bosson.
Well. Let's have a look and see what's going on out there. A lot of gaps between them. We've got double yellows. We've got a bike down in a turn number 1. We've got double yellows here on the main straight. We've got a machine down. The rider seems to be up and fine. I just picked up the double yellows. We're going to try and get the number for you. The rider is okay. The marshals are there with the bike and the rider. I can tell you that the rider is fine. We're just trying to get a number for you of the bike that went down in a turn 1 in Holzhoek. So we've got the double yellow flags here at the end of pit lane and the yellow flags there in turn 1 in Holes. So confirmation that the rider is fine, that I can tell you, as the bike has now been pushed away by the marshals. We'll get confirmation as to exactly what bike it was or what number on the bike that went down.
From what I understand, a little fire has had to be put out there, so no oil on the circuit. We're still trying to find out who the rider combination with the bike is. Can't unfortunately look through the binoculars. Could not see a number, but luckily to say, as Frankie put there, it is the rider is all right. Rider is all right. You'll see on your screens the marshal's doing a magnificent job of pushing that bike. It's a bit difficult in the sand. And, well, that is now 13 minutes left in this 1 hour endurance race. 31 laps completed. And by the looks of it, 15 crews or combinations left in this race. And, well, it just shows you up until the very last minutes of a race, things can happen. The Liebenberg bike still rounding everything off as the Van Niekerks. They still register. And, well, they will now find themselves... Oh, so this is number 51, unfortunately. That would have been Abigail Bosson that would have run off and fallen on the dust and dirt at turn 1. It's sad to say they were going so nicely, but what happens is it looks like there could have been something with the engine, I think, as well, that caused a bit of trouble. Maybe a bit of oil just got onto the back tire or something like that, and then she slid it off. But we'll have to find out a little bit later on about that. They will still register as 9th at the moment, but in due time they will be overtaken. Just as much as Slade and Willie van Niekerk are now down into the 13th in the standings. Of course, they're still falling down rapidly to 14th.
To my knowledge, I just heard the Chief Marshal, or should I say the Post Chief down in turn 1, they were talking about 2 bikes that went down. One was definitely the 51 bike, and that's sadly because Abigail was doing so well out there on the bike, and then it went all wrong, and Donovan Lecoq rode that bike in the first 30 for 35 minutes and handed the bike over to Abigail, and well, it just wasn't meant to be. Sadly, she binned it going down into turn 1.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It comes with the territory, of course, because, it's a great learning experience. She's only been for a short while on the main circuit, but I think it could be a little bit more to that than I think it could be some mechanical problems there as well. They could have also given way to that. So, well, it is now 10 minutes almost left to go in this race. 50 minutes almost having passed. De Vos and Arendse, they are still now leading the way, lap 33.
That's the 36 bike making its way out of turn number 2, all on its own. That's the race leader, overall leader making his way through the kink and going down into turn number 3, into Interceptor corner. He's all on his own as he works his way up the Tygerberg straight. and making his way out of turn number 4, Car Care Clinic. The 36 bike running down the back straight and making his way down towards turn number 5. Fostron corner. There's not a bike ahead of him. There's not a bike behind him as he works his way out of turn 5. Fostron all on his own. Race leader, the number 36 motorcycle, and that's a DeVos Arendse combination as he makes his way under the RST bridge across the start finish line and heads back into turn 1 Holshoek.
Well, we come now under the 10-minute mark now to the end of the 1-hour endurance, coming up for 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We started the day in the rain. We started with drizzles. We have come through now for a lovely sunny day. And, well, it was sometimes looking a little difficult for the bikes, but thankfully for them, they've got themselves a big race into this as well. Some sprint races, some endurance races. And now there is 15 of them left, or 14 left of them in the race. And still, like I say as well, it's a Kawasaki that leads the way after 34 laps. It is a 300 class runner that is second at the moment as well. 2 actually of them in the top 3, as I see that Jonas and Reynolds have lost places till 9th position on that particular Suzuki of theirs. They were looking quite racy at one stage up in the top 3, but that was not going to happen, looks like it, anymore, as we now start approaching the 5 race distances, you could say, because a typical race is 8 laps. We've had a number of those all together, and it's one of the longest races that you'll ever find for any bike race here at Killarney.
Well, Byron, I'm having a look around, and while you were busy talking, I was scanning the track from up top here in the commentary box. And I just want to have another look while I'm busy having a chat to you on the microphone while we're looking at the bikes go around. The marshals in turn 1 in holes said that there were 2 bikes that went down. The one was 51, which we know that's a Lecoq Boston bike. There is 1 bike I don't see out on the track, and that's that yellow bike of Jonas and Reynolds. That motorcycle is not out there, and I'm almost certain that that was the other bike that was involved in the situation with the Lecoq Boston bike in turn 1 holes.
Man, that happened so quickly then as well, Frankie, because now that you mention
another bike down in the same place. In the turn number 1, another bike goes down. Another rider's put the bike down. The rider is fine. That I can tell you, as we've got
7.
the 7. Well, another rider down in the turn 1 in holes. The rider is fine, but the yellow flags are waving once again, so no overtaking in that sector. But is there something on the track there, Byron? Because now that's another machine that went down there in Holshoek turn 1.
I heard on the radio there was maybe a mention that oil could have been dropped there, but they were not confident that oil had been dropped there. Maybe there could be just a little bit, and it's catching out a number of riders at this stage. The marshals again on point and on duty to try and get everything out of the way there before so they can clean everything up. Remember, we have 6 minutes and 20 seconds left of this race. That will basically cancel out that spot as an overtaking section. Not that there is going to be much overtaking going on. There's some big gaps that have formed out, and not everybody is on the same lap here after an hour as well. DeVos and Arendse, they still have the 36 laps they have completed at this time. Pienaar is a lap behind them. Robinson is also a lap behind, and then the likes of Lindemann and Lineker, their bikes are still up there as well. But the bike is out of the way. Yellow flags should be retracted fairly shortly.
Well, I can tell you the rider is fine. I'm going to ask Tiny to see if he can't get confirmation from race control who it is. But the moment he tells us who it is...
71, I've heard it's 71. It's the Robinson.
The moment he tells us who it is, we'll let you know, but I can tell you that the rider's fine. Byron, you got confirmation on the rider?
71. It's the 71 bike, and that.
Oh, that's Mitch Robinson entry that's gone down there in turn 1. But I can tell you that the rider is fine.
That's good indeed, and the marshal's doing a magnificent job, as always, getting the bikes and the machinery out of the way. So we've had a number of casualties in this last few minutes, frankly. The 5-minute mark to the end now has just been struck. And what happens is, I think it's all about self-preservation now. Maybe a few of the solo riders getting a bit tired as well.
Well, I'm just looking, going into turn number 1. That second place man and lying first in class, that's a number 50 bike that is making its way out of turn number 1. So we are now approaching the end of this one. You've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this 1 hour enduro. There comes the 1 and the 33 bike past us. That's the Lindemann-Westman combination, but there is a lap between the 33 bike and the 1 bike that's now been ridden by Trevor Westman.
Yeah, Trevor Westman, and he's currently on the machine at the moment. They're up in 4th position at this time on the number 1 bike. Alan Westman actually started the race earlier on and put in a solid performance, and they are currently 4.2 seconds ahead of the number 4 Lineker machine. And of course Lineker, he's sharing that on the number 4 with Adrian Solomon, and they currently lie in 5th position at the moment. Robinson, who was the man, of course, that was in 6th position, he unfortunately fell off the bike. That should mean that Hill Ntisana would come up into the 6th position like they do right now on the timing screens. And then the likes of Hutchings and then Lane and Hagen, 74 and 64, coming up the field.
Right, so the 50 bike just making its way out of turn 1 once again, out of holes, with 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock before the checkered flag comes out. Here comes the Westman bike. Behind him on track is the 33 bike, that's a Lindemann bike. And then coming towards us now is the number 4 bike, and they are lying 4th overall. No, the number 4 bike is lying in P5, bike number 4, and that is Lineker and Solomons. They just made their way out of turn 1. Right, the leader, talking about the leader, the 36 bike going into turn 1, and that is the man up front with 2.5 minutes left. Let's get the IMUSAT guys to pick him up as he heads into turn number 2. That is the 36 bike, all on his own. And he'll probably have to do one more lap after this one. We'll have to look and see, as they are basically doing 1 minute 24s. They're doing mid 120s, 123, 124s. Some of them are doing 126s and 127s out there. So it's round about mid to high 124s to 127s. That's what they are doing. So making his way down the back straight with the timer running out. He's got 1 minute and 40 seconds left. So he's going to have to do at least one more lap, Byron, before he sees the checkered flag, or should I say before the 36 bike sees the checkered flag.
Yeah, well, 36 bikes having completed 39 laps. He'll be coming up for lap 40. And like you say, Frankie, keep it maybe one more racing lap to go for him. A whole lap ahead of Pinar. 13.5 seconds back is the Lindemann entry on 33. But as we come now, 1 more minute left to go. He crosses the line to, the leaders cross the line to complete lap 40. So they'll be doing 41 laps.
Right, so we'll just stay with that 36 bike as it makes its way into turn number 2, into Quarry Corn. He does have another rider ahead of him, but I don't believe he's going to catch that guy. As the 36 bike, the leader, that is the Vos Arendse combination, making their way through turn number 3, through Interceptor Corner. They have not put a wheel wrong. They haven't put a wheel out of line since this 1 hour enduro has started. making his way now through turn number 4, Car Care Clinic. He's got 20 seconds to go down the back main. Now he's going to have to get to that checkered flag before it's up. Otherwise, he'll have to do one more lap. I don't think so. He's got 10 more seconds left to go. So this will be the flag lap for him as he makes his way out. Unless they're going to do an hour and 1 lap, I don't know. But he should come to the flag now. Yes, the flag has been readied. And the 36 bike, well, they show him to go through, so it's an hour and 1 lap. That's what they're going to do. So we'll stick with him. I thought that, because you got to the flag within or more than an hour, but they've decided that it's an hour and 1 lap. So this will then be the last lap, Byron, for 36, as our cameras are on him. Bring him home.
Well, it will be then 42 laps to be completed as the 36 of De Vos and Arends. Well, you know, it's been a tough race, I think, for many of them out there. 15 of them, I think, will be finishing in all. And, well, De Vos and Arends just kept it all right, and they are a lap ahead of Pienaar. We'll pick them up now as it goes, I'm sure now towards the back straight. Somebody's going down the back straight over there, but what happens is, yes, they'll do that extra lap. The fastest lap will still remain with the Van Niekerks, even though they will not be seeing the checkered flag, and that's still a 1:21.125. Here he comes for the win. It is going to be Rob De Vos and Wayne. My mistake, sorry. Wait for them there to come now as well. Watch for the flag. Here they come to take victory for Rob De Vos and Wayne Arends. 42 laps completed. And, well, Tristan Pienaar will be coming out next. Nicholas Hutchings, the bike, has also now finished their run. A few laps down, a 72 bike, 9th position.
Right, so where is the number 50 bike? He will be coming home in that 2nd position and leading his class. And that's the number 50 bike of Tristan Pienaar. He will be finishing 2nd, but he'll win the Power Sport 300 class. Here comes Trevor Westman to the line. And there the 50 bike crosses the line now. He crosses the line in 2nd position and 1st in Power Sport 300. While as the rest of the riders just make their way towards the checkered flag, 1 hour and 1 lap done. The number 6 bike crosses the line there. That's the Peter Hills, Lubabalen, Tasana combination. The 4 bike of Lineker and Solomon. They cross the line and they finish in 5th place overall. So let's wrap it up for you. Well, I was just going to wrap it up when IMUSAT took it off the screen. But bike number 36 wins the Power Sport 650 class, and bike number 50 wins the 300 class. So 2nd in the Power Sport 650, that will be the 33 bike, that's Davy Lindemann. And 4th overall and 3rd in class, well done, Trevor and Alan Westman. Well done to that father-son combination. Then 5th overall and 5th overall and 2nd in the 300 class. That's the number 4 bike of Lineker and Solomon. Then 6 overall and 5th in the 650 class. That's the number 6 bike of Yil and Tasana. And then 7th overall and 3rd in the Power Sport 300 is the number 74 bike of Brad Hutchings and Billy De Beer. So people, that wraps up the 1 hour enduro for the Power Sport motorcycles. Right, so as we get ready for the last race, we do have the Formula One grid. A lot of you people might not have watched it because you've been watching this production. If you don't want to hear, then I suggest you just walk away from your TV sets for a short while. And those that do want to hear, Emil Brandt will give you the top 10 for the starting P10, Tiny, and then you work up. So those of you at home who want to hear, Tiny will give it to you. If you don't want to hear, plug your ears.
I think I'm going to get branded for this. Okay, we started in 10th position. Unfortunately, a big off for Lando Norris on the circuit. There was a lot of standing water, and the drivers were actually complaining about the cars aquaplaning on the circuit, and unfortunately had a bit of an off, and quite extensive damage on his vehicle. So hopefully they'll be able to put that all together for him. 9th place is a teammate Daniel Ricciardo. In 9th position, Ocon in 8th position. Valtteri Bottas, 7th position for him. Sergio Perez in 6th position. 5th, Pierre Gasly. 4th, Frankie's driver of the century. Sebastian Vettel in 4th. Lewis Hamilton in 3rd position. The surprise package for this weekend, I think definitely George Russell and the Williams there in 2nd position. And my man, Max Verstappen, has taken pole position for tomorrow's Grand Prix. So definitely a Grand Prix to watch tomorrow, and yeah, let us hope that they can get Lando Norris's car sorted out. That was a bit of a big off.
Well, that is the top 10. So for those of you that wanted to hear, Tiny has given you the top 10. If you didn't want to hear, then I hope you just turned your TV's volume down. You can turn it up again. We now go to the final race of the day. Thunder Saloons. Wow, it's going to be some good stuff out there. And let's see how our time goes. 5:10, so we're only running 10 minutes late. We should be done and dusted by around about 5:30. It's been great being in your company today. The weather played havoc with us in the beginning. A lot of driver car combinations and rider bike combinations did not go out in the beginning. They didn't want to put their cars or motorcycles out on the track, but as it or they might have wanted to put their bikes or cars out on the track, but they never had the proper tires, so they couldn't put their machines out there even if they wanted to. But as the day went on and everything dried up, it ended up being a very lovely day here in Cape Town, keeping in mind the weather that we've had over the last 2 days and the last 2 nights. So here we go, last race of the day. Thunder Saloons, NDT Racing's Neandertoy Race Mace is there in P1. NDT standing for Neandertoy Racing, and ASJ Motors I see on that car as well. And he is one of our... Geez, I tell you what, I started commentating on this young man many years ago when he was still involved in karting in the old 60cc GP Junior category. So I'm going back now to about the late 90s, somewhere around there, 96, 97, 98, during that time. And he's turned out to be a great young race driver, and he sits out there in pole position. The rest of the Thunder Saloon cars coming forward. Here comes Imad Modak. How do we know? 37 and 47. The 47's got the M-Power wing on the back, whereas Nias Modak does not. But it's a depleted field, I must say, of Thunder Saloons. 2, 4, 6, only 8 of them out there. There were more cars out there in the opening race. I don't see Harris out there. I don't see Nias Modak out there. So there's quite a few of them that are not. Oh, Harris is out there. There I do see Rasik Harris. He is in that red BMW. He's pulling there into P4 behind the 47 of Imad Modak. So yes, I'm always looking for that Golf of his, but he races the BMW in the Thunder Saloons. Then we've got Levy out there. That's Anwar Levy. And then the rest of the field just in there behind those 4 cars. Looks like Daniel Kutsia is also there, and Faisal Kutsia is in the 146, and then we've got Sean Ludwig and Jaco Lambert. They are the last two cars on the grid. So sadly 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 cars out there only. We've lost quite a few of them, and they make their way off the line. M&M Plumbing, Daniel Kutsia and Faisal Kutsia, those two BMWs just ahead there of the Honda Type R Civic of Sean Ludwig and the supercar of Jaco Lambert.
Yeah, only a handful of them out there. I think we had more of them earlier on.
We did?
We did have more of them earlier on, but I think some of them decided, let's pack up and go home. But thankfully some of them have stayed along, and Neon de Toy, Racemuis, he of course is one of the big guys out there. Whether he's been clubmans, he's been in supercars, now he's doing some magnificent things, GTI Challenge, you know, you name it, he's there. And I know he's also now married into the Bate family as well. So he is the son-in-law of Dick Bate. I think it's Lauren Bate, I think it's the sister of Andrea Bate.
Okay.
And the one daughter of Dick Bate. So he is in the family, but he has a workshop here at Killarney. We had him on the Witzenberg Motor Club show, the Witzenberg Motor Talk show, not too long ago. And a lovely person to speak to as well, knows his way around suspensions and everything. Hey. Tiny is breaking down the commentary box, and we will just ignore that for a moment.
Sorry about that, people that you heard at home. We just had Emil have a moment. I think you ripped the window out or something.
He's so pleased, like I am, that Verstappen is on pole. Anybody just block your ears here, that we are just dancing. We're dancing.
It's not your TV that's packing up. It's Emil that's tearing the commentary box apart. Yeah, I just heard him in the back saying he apologizes. No, nothing to apologize for, Tiny. All good spirit. So the Thunder Saloons are rolling out at turn number 5. This is their last race and our last race of the day, over 8 laps. As they head towards us, the safety car pulls off. And wow, he did 116 point odd something in the first race, did Neander Toy. Needless to say, he won it, but by the proverbial country mile and more. So they come down to the line. De Toy making his way towards us. On his outside is Imad Modak. The lights go off, and away we go down into turn number 1. And leading them through turn 1 will be Neander Toy. Imad Modak is in that second position, followed there by Anwar Levy. Then Raksik Harris is in there. Then we've got the two Kutsias, that's Faisal and Daniel Kutsia. They are side by side. Then we've got the supercar of Jaco Lambert, and on his outside, the Honda Type R Civic of Sean Ludwig.
Well, everybody well and truly off now. The Firebucky will be following suit as he always does. And, well, this will be an 8-lap race. So watch them as they go now through Interceptor, turn 3, onto the Tygerberg Straight. They'll then run towards Car Care Clinic Corner. And, well, Neon de Toy, as we're saying there in that BMW, a not large percentage of the entrants are BMW entrants. And they're going to be going onto the back straight now, down towards Pertamina Fastron. Second race of the Thunder Saloons. The first time we're actually having 2 races in a day for the Thunder Saloons. The last 2 times we've only had 1. And they'll come towards now the Mad Max Bridge after they exit turn 5. And then we'll be able to pick up the positions for you as they come along. Not many of them out there, as I'm saying as well. Neon de Toy will be the man crossing the line now. And then there will be a second position for Imad Modak. And then it will be Faisal Kutsia in third position.
Yeah, followed there by Anwar Levy. Then Daniel Kutsia has got Raksik Harris in there with him. So Raksik Harris sitting in there just behind Daniel Kutsia. Then the Honda Type R Civic of Sean Ludwig and the Formula Supercar of Jaco Lambert. They make up the tail end of the field as the leader makes his way into turn number 3, all on his own. NDT Racing's Race Mace himself, Mr. Neon de Toy. working his way up the Tigerberg Straight. It levels out there in turn 4. Car Care Clinic. Down the back main he goes. He did a 1:16.7, I think it was, in race number 1 as he blasted number 20 BMW down the back main. Imad Modak sitting there in that second position. He's not even worried about trying to go after Du Toit. Then it is Faisal Kutsia that finds himself in third position, followed there by Anwar Levy, Daniel Kutsia and Razik Harris as they run down into turn 5. Fostron followed there by Sean Ludwig and Jaco Lambert.
Yeah, it's that Razik Harris and Daniel Kutsia battle. That's the one to watch at the moment. 3 cars all together there. Mansour Parker, Daniel Kutsia, Razik Harris. Then we have the likes of Sean Ludwig coming on behind them as well. But Faisal comes across the line now. Here comes the big battle as it is Mansour Parker ahead of Daniel Kutsia. Daniel will be in the middle of that battle then as well, with Razy Harris on the outside into turn 1. It will stay as it is for now. That box-shaped BMW of Mansour Parker will still hold 4th position now as they lose ground to Faisal Kutsia.
That making its way down through. And while it shows 58 on there, I think it's a 51 car that we're seeing out on track. So, yeah, unless they've changed drivers, 51 is Levy, 58 is Parker. So, yeah, we'll have to look and see as that car makes its way around. They're busy working their way, though, out of turn number 3. And Interceptor Shoes sponsoring turn number 3. As they work their way down and level it out there in turn number 4. So down the back main they go, and it is indeed, well, it shows 51 on the car, and 51 is Levy, and on the screen it shows car 58, which is Parker. So yeah, we'll go with then what shows on the screen, even though it is the 51 car that is out on track.
Going hammer and tongs, there's Neon Du Toit, 1:17.092 for him. He's 10.8 seconds ahead of Imad Modak at this time. It just shows you only after, 3 laps. Look at the gap he's already pulled with 5 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. Kutsia will be in 3rd position. Parker still holding on the 4th position, and he's still fending off from Daniel Kutsia and Razy Harris. Razy Harris is on the inside now as they come around, yes, as they go through into out of the turn 1 section.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Neon slowing down. Sorry, Frankie. Neon Du Toit is slowing down. Car Care Clinic corner. We'll watch him as he comes out now after pumping in some brilliant lap times. He's struggling to even come out of Car Care Clinic corner, so I think he's stopped in that section, and that is going to allow Modak into the lead of this race.
Yeah, Imad Modak sits out there in P1. Faisal Kutsia will then be in that 2nd position. They're both making their way down to turn number 5 towards Fostron corner. Here comes the 51 car that says Levy on the car. That's the Anwar Levy car on your screen. It says Mansour Parker. So that car heading down into turn number 5 into Fostron corner, and he's got Razik Harris in there with him as well, and the number 2 of Daniel Kutsia.
Yeah, so there we go. Modak will come into the lead of this race. Kutsia in 2nd, and falling down the order, of course, it will be Du Toit. But Parker is the man, of course, in 4th place now. Harris in 3rd in the 66 BMW. He's got himself ahead of that box-shaped one. And then Kutsia will be down in 5th position. Ludwig and Lambert will come nicely up as well in the 14 and 7 cars.
Well, let's talk about those two. Talking about those 2 cars, they're making their way into turn number 1. And that's the only non-BMW combinations out there as the 2 of them make their way out of turn 1, out of holes. It's the Formula Supercar of Jaco Lambert and the Honda Type R Civic of Sean Ludwig. As you see them on your screen working their way into turn number 2. Those are the only 2 cars out there that are non-BMWs. The one is the Formula Supercar and the other one is the Honda Civic, a lovely motor car, the Honda Civic of Sean Ludwig. And he sits there just behind the Formula Supercar into turn 3 Interceptor corner of Jaco Lambert.
Yeah, Jaco Lambert well and truly running in this race, 14.2 seconds off of Kutsia at the moment. And then, of course, Kutsia leading the race, of course, Daniel Kutsia and Modak now 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. They're coming out now of turn 1, and another challenge over here as well from it's Modak in second position from Daniel Kutsia ahead in the number 146 machine.
Well, I tell you what, that came out the blue because all of a sudden Kutsia was right on the case of Imad Modak. The two of them are now working their way out of a turn number 3 out of Interceptor Corner, making their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4, Karke Clinic. We'll watch them as they make their way out of the double right-hander. That is turn 4, Karke Clinic. Down the back main they go. And it is Modak that sits out there in P1. Down the back main, Faisal Kutsia is in that second position. And the two of them are all on their own as we wait for the rest of the guys to make their way towards turn number 4. I see Razik Harris working his way now out of turn 4 in that red BMW. There he goes, down the back straight all on his own there. He sits there in that third position, does Razik Harris. And then behind him you've got the number 2 car of Daniel Kutsia. And then you've got the 51 car out that shows on your screen as 58, Mansour Parker.
2 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment. Kutsia 1/10 of a second ahead of Modak, and Imad Modak hanging in there in the BMW E46 M3. They are nose to tail with each other, and Harris is much further back in 23 seconds as he crosses the line now, 23.2 seconds. Parker will do likewise, and Parker first Kutsia coming through as well. The other, of course, Daniel Kutsia, Faisal Kutsia rather, I should say. He's the man leading the way. I get confused with the two Kutsias there. Parker in 5th, Ludwig and Lambert, they will be 6th and 7th.
Right, let's have a look down the back straight because that is the fight for 1st and 2nd. As you see them go down the back main, when they cross the line, they have one more lap to go. Heading down into turn number 5, it is Faisal Kutsia that leads Imad Modak into turn 5, into Fostron Corner. They're going to finish this lap and then start their final lap. It's going to be very close here between Kutsia and Modak. Here they come down towards us. There is one more lap to go for our two leaders as they dive down into turn 1, Holzhoek.
Right through Holzhoek as they do. Faisal Kutsia, 1.4 seconds between himself and Imad Modak. And, well, that's it was closer than that before, so he's really pushing it for this last lap of the race here. Neon de Toy, who's no longer in this race, still holds the fastest lap of 1:17.092. And, well, going a bit broadside there as well in turn 2, Imad Modak. And Harris still holding on to 3rd position in 66 car, but only a handful of them there, 7 of them all together. Daniel Kutsia comes across the line now, 12.1 seconds off of Razy Harris. And then Mansour Parker, here he comes now. Mansour Parker in 5th position, and that is about, 9 seconds back, 9.5 seconds almost back.
So down the back main for the final time towards the checkered flag. As they head down towards a turn number 5, we're going to keep an eye on this last dice for second last position. But let's first get these two to the checkered flag, working their way out of turn 5, out of Pertamina Fostron Corner towards a checkered flag. It's done. Faisal Kutsia will come home in P1. He crosses the line now. Second across the line will be the 47 of Imad Modak. The first two into turn 1, checkered flag done. Race over for them.
Here's Razy Harris coming down the back straight now into Pertamina Fostron turn 5. And then he will then run it past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes and then underneath the Mad Max bridge. And Razy Harris will get 3rd position in this race. It was last time 12.1 seconds between himself and Daniel Kutsia. I think it's possibly grown just a little bit now as Daniel Kutsia comes up now to complete his race in 4th position, the number 2 machine. The BMW, slightly bent front there as well, comes across the line in 4th position. Mansour Parker in the BMW E30 will then round it off there, or not round it off, but he'll round off the top 5.
Well, there's 2 more cars working their way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron Corner as Parker takes a checkered flag. And it is the Honda Type R Civic. And did that supercar slow down? Yes, it did. the supercar slow down on the last lap, last corner. The Type R Honda Civic crosses the line. Sean Ludwig finishes his race, and Jaco Lambert will not finish his race. On the last lap, out the final corner, Lambert pulls the supercar into pit lane and into retirement. Well, so only 6 of the 8 made it to the checkered flag. Well, what a day's racing it was. It's approaching 5:30, so we're still well within our time limit. And I want to just say a big thanks to all our sponsors, to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Johnny was in the VIP lounge earlier on, and rightly so. It's the 9th year that he is sponsoring the Power Series. So big thanks to Johnny. Then I want to say big thanks to Mad Max Motorcycles, RST Race Depot, to Porsche Club, to Car Care Clinic, and to Interceptor Shoe Wear. A big thanks to all of you guys, as well as all our class sponsors. A big thanks to IMUSAT, the entire live stream production crew. That's one floor, or should I say 2 floors below the commentary box. I want to say a big thanks to them. I don't know their names. I know that they can hear me. But to you guys down there, an awesome effort that you always put in, and you're always here for us and for the people at home. IMUSAT, thank you very much. And then to the photographers out there, I know that Aubrey de Bruin and Colin Brown were 2 of them. There were other photographers out there as well. I didn't quite get who they are, but a big thanks to Aubrey, to Colin, and all the other photographers that were out there. And then a big thanks, Byron, to the WPMC marshals and officials for a job well done. The A team, I call them the AB team. A team for A and B for the best team.
Well, no, they always come rain, sunshine, even snow this morning, ice this morning we were seeing out there. They're always there and always on point and always doing their best. And I would go as far to say some of the best characters, best workers in the world. I can tell you that much from the marshals. Thank you guys. Thank you to the officials. Thanks to everybody for putting this race day together. You know, all the admin that has to be done and everything that needs to be done, all the programs and all the entry lists. It's a never-ending story, so thank you very much.
Gary calls them the A team. I call them the B team. And the B stands for the best team. That's why I say B team. And that's with all respect, because as far as I'm concerned, they are the best team out there, our marshals and our officials. And then I want to say big thanks to Gary. Gary's still recovering from the virus that he had. He's about 80% right. He's still got a way to go, but he is fine. He left early on. And then I want to say big thanks to Emil Tiny Brandt for doing our radio. Tiny can say goodbye quickly.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Brian, and to Gary in his absence. It was an awesome day. And to the marshals, thank you very much for your efforts today. It was very difficult, very cold, and you guys stuck it out as always. Thank you very much.
And to you, Byron.
Thank you to you 2 crazy gentlemen too that share this commentary box with another crazy gentleman, myself of course.
Yeah, we have fun. We have fun and we enjoy it, and we just try to make it as interesting as we can to you people at home. If we do irritate you every now and then, we do apologize. But just like you do love, we love, except Tiny trying to pull out the commentary box windows. No, I'm only joking.
Pull the cords out, we all do that sometimes, sometimes we think to ourselves, just there's a wire, just pull the thing out, there.
And then to all of you people at home, we're living in a crazy, weird, horrible world at this point in time, something we never, ever expected to live in. So, but yeah, we are in it, and there's nothing we can do about it. We're going to ride it out. I know there's a song that goes, life is a roller coaster, just got to ride it. And basically that is what we've got to do. We will come to the end of this eventually. And hopefully next year, when Gary and Tiny and Byron, myself, Hopefully Francois up here again will look out our windows and get lumps in our throats when we see all of you people around. Because trust me, the racing is awesome, but it ain't the same without you people there. We love you guys and we miss you dearly.
No, it's the number one question. I think every time an event comes to Killarney, one of the first questions that comes onto the comments is, are there spectators allowed? And if not, when can we come back? And unfortunately, we always have to disappoint and say, sorry, we can't do it at this time and for the foreseeable future. But I still see a day where we're going to see the embankment across the way from us here is going to be filled with loving fans, and the grandstands on the north side of the circuit everywhere. There's going to be people to come and watch, and take in a day's racing.
People take it for granted what happens every day, and people would say, main circuit, regional, no, we're not going to hassle too much about it. But now that it's gone and been taken away from them, now they know what they're missing. And I'm telling you now, I agree with you. That first main circuit regional year, it's going to be a national times 10 talking about spectators. We're going to fill this place. And I'm almost certain, and I'm just taking a chance, but I'm almost certain we're going to see them back. We're going to see you guys back sometime in 2022.
But anyway, until we meet again through the airwaves, everybody just please keep safe. Keep warm in this winter weather. The summer is coming, I can tell you that much. The sun is coming out, and keep well. Travel safe in your travels as well. And from myself, Byron Height, it's goodbye.
Just the final word from me. Remember, MotoGP tomorrow and Formula One. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. God bless, and bye-bye, everyone.